The Gnostic Jung, and the 7 Sermons to the Dead. Stephan A. Hoeller. Contents. Prologue. Part 1, The Gnosis of C.G. Jung. A science born of mystery. Preaching to the dead. What in the world are Gnostics? Jung and Gnosticism. Jung and the Pansophic Gnosis. Towards a new Gnosis. Part 2, The 7 Sermons to the Dead. Part 3, Interpretation of the 7 Sermons. The Preamble, the Sage, the City, and the Dead. The first sermon, The Empty Fullness. The second sermon, Helios, Image of God. The third sermon, Part 1, Abraxas, the Heavenly Chanticleer. The third sermon, Part 2, Jung's Unknown God. The fourth sermon, Burning Bush and Tree of Life. The fifth sermon, The Two Communities, Mother City and Father Fortress. The sixth sermon, The Serpent and the Dove. The seventh sermon, Homeward Bound Among the Stars. Epilogue. Prologue. Premonition of an Inescapable World of Shadows. The year was 1949. A deep covering of snow obscured the outline of the splendid Baroque buildings in the old city of Innsbruck. The venerable capital of the land of the Tyrol seemed depopulated by the grim force of the Alpine winter. The White Avenue, named after the Empress Maria Theresa, beloved matriarch of a long-vanished United States of Eastern Europe, was empty of its afternoon strollers, who had fled the elements to find shelter where they could. Shelter, especially of the heated variety, was in poor supply, to be sure. The scarcity of heating materials left most public and many private buildings without heat. Even the historic chambers of Innsbruck's famous university housed shivering masses of heavily clad students huddled around professors whose learning was exceeded only by their discomfort. Greengrocers dispiritedly offered their all-too-small store of frostbitten vegetables for sale, while the Moroccan Spahis and Senegalese infantrymen of the French occupational army vociferously cursed the day when their generals decided to station them in this land of snow and ice. Happy indeed was the man, the woman, or the child who found it possible to repair to a heated room on a day like this. On a small side street of the inner city, 2 hatted, overcoated and scarfed figures were speedily betaking themselves to just such a place of blessedness in the shape of the public reading room maintained for the intellectual enrichment, and incidentally, or not so incidentally, for the physical comfort, of the population by the Information Service of the United States of America. There, in the midst of books and periodicals printed in several languages, all bearing the ideals of the richest and most generous of the 4 occupational powers, weary and cold refugees from the Tyrolean winter gathered with great frequency. The 2 figures here referred to were refugees, not only from the elements, but from other, more enduring forms of adversity as well. They were refugees from their nearby homeland, Hungary, who had come to reside, even though temporarily, in the sister country, the Austrian imperial homeland of the many peoples of Eastern Europe. The elder of the 2 compatriots was of singularly impressive appearance and of equally impressive credentials in the fields of learning, religion, and public life. Professor J was a priest of the Roman Catholic Church, and until recently a member of the Jesuit order, which he relinquished with the official approval of the Church, while retaining his priestly status. For many years he was known as one of the outstanding luminaries of the academic world of his country and the youngest professor ever to hold a seat at a Hungarian university. He was the author of numerous learned books on philosophy, and a recognized expert on existentialism, personally acquainted with Heidegger, Jaspers, and Jean-Paul Sartre. In 1945 his name was one of several nominated for the leading archbishopric of Hungary, which entailed the leadership of the Church of the entire nation, but he was bypassed in favor of the heroic and tragic prelate, Cardinal Mindszenty, whose imprisonment scandalized the entire world a few brief years later. At this time Professor J was living in quiet semi-retirement in Austria, an austere and mysterious figure, known to but a few of his countrymen and having personal contact with even fewer. One of the elect whom he conversed with regularly was his present companion on his wintry walk, a young and precocious student of philosophy with aspirations toward entering the priesthood. This young man, none other than the writer of the present treatise, had strangely arrested the attention of the reclusive professor, who seemed to be amused by his great attraction to religion, coupled with unconventional thinking and youthful flamboyance. "I like you, my young baron," he said on their first meeting. "In an earlier age you might have become a real heretic and would have been burned by the Dominicans." These promising opening remarks led to a friendship, punctuated by almost daily meetings at the reading room of the American Library, and on rare occasions of momentary prosperity at a nearby café, over Turkish coffee and French cognac. "We may have a treat for you this afternoon," the professor said to his companion. "A strange book is on its way to us that will assuredly interest you." "A strange book? Of what content and authorship?" "I am told it concerns your old friends, the Gnostic heretics, whom you never cease to rave about, and moreover it was written by another man whom you are interested in, the redoubtable Dr. Jung, the Swiss psychologist, who lives across the mountains from here, and who is reputed to be a regular wizard in the good old tradition of witches and alchemists," the young man asked, not without some excitement. "The very same. The Hexenmeister warlock of Zurich himself." The intriguing news thus having been announced by the professor, the two frost-bitten travelers entered the reading room, and after shedding their snow-covered overgarments, settled comfortably down to a large and suitably deserted table in the far end of the room. The Austrian girl librarian reverently curtsied to the hochwürdiger Herr, reverend gentleman, in her accustomed fashion, while depositing several publications of the professor's usual reading material before him. The two companions enveloped themselves in an etheric cloud of quiet and scholarly comfort, greatly augmented by the pleasant warmth of the room, so generously heated by the funds of the Marshall Plan. An hour passed. The opening of the door and the excited whispers of the librarian heralded the arrival of the expected bearer of heretical and psychological wonders, who, according to Professor J., was to join them in their present shelter. They were approached by a small, rather unprepossessing individual whose two unusual characteristics, a bulky briefcase of enormous size and a clerical collar projecting from his shabby black overcoat, soon revealed him to be none other than Father Z, an itinerant Hungarian priest, whose calling involved frequent traveling in the countries of Austria, Switzerland, and Italy. The visitor approached the table quietly and solemnly bowed to the professor. "Laudetur Jesus Christus, praise be to Jesus Christ," he said in the traditional manner of the Latin greeting of the monastic clergy of Hungary. "In aeternum. Amen, in all eternity. Amen," the professor and his associate answered in the proper manner, while the visitor silently established himself in an empty seat at the table occupied by his compatriots. In hushed but discreetly audible tones, there now ensued a conversation of considerable length. The topic initially and understandably was of matters close at hand and dear to the anxious heart. The newest moves of the communist dictatorship in Hungary were recounted, the most recent arrests of priests and nuns, the show trials of members of the higher clergy, the capture and imprisonment of ill-fated friends and relatives. The whispered hopes of the exile community, the possible fall of the Russian-supported tyranny due to political pressures from Western nations, the hopes of the Vatican, the vacillations of politicians the world over, the plight of the numerous refugees in camps and other facilities all over Western Europe. These and other related matters were recounted and discussed to the accompaniment of furrowed brows and distressed glances. Finally, the urgencies having abated and anxious inquiries answered, it was time to attend to the long-awaited matter. "My friend," the professor said, revealing a portentous deliberateness in his voice, "you had told me this morning of a small book by Dr. Jung. Have you brought it along?" Father Z slowly and carefully unlocked his briefcase and began to search in its amply filled recesses. After a few minutes he drew forth a smallish volume and deposited it on the table where both the professor and his young friend could view it with ease. The professor opened the volume and turned it at an angle where the light would illumine the pages in the most efficient manner. All three men looked with rapt attention. Before them reposed an expensively bound small book, printed in a highly decorative type on parchment-like artistic paper. The initial letters of the short chapters resembled nothing more than elaborate initials in medieval manuscripts, and the text on each page was enclosed by a frame, leaving margins of great width, whereon the page numbers were noted in Roman numerals. The text of the book was in German, as one could note at a glance on account of the old-fashioned Gothic German type, long since fallen into disuse. In spite of the German text, the book bore a Latin title, elaborately and artistically lettered on the front page. It read, 7 Sermons ad Mortuos. The author was identified in a line below the title as Basilides, and the place of writing as Alexandria, the city where East and West meet. The young man flushed and drew himself up as though he had been struck. Laboriously and with bated breath, he asked the priest, Professor J told us, and you seem to agree, that the book was written by Dr. Jung. Why is it then that it bears the name of Basilides, the famous Gnostic heretic of Alexandria in Egypt? Are you sure you have the correct book? Yes, Baron, it is the right book, the 7 Sermons to the Dead. Let me quickly tell you its history, so that you will understand. It was written by Dr. Carl Jung in 1916 but was never published for the use of the public. This is a very rare copy from the edition printed privately by Jung for the use of some of his closest friends. In fact, this volume was given by Jung long ago to a doctor in Holland, who before his death gave it to an Italian prelate who was visiting the Dutch church and who was most interested in psychology. The old Monsignor, who is now at the Vatican, gave it to me for very similar reasons. As you may have heard, Dr. Jung has a more than ordinary interest in the teachings of the old Gnostics, and so he used the name of Basilides as a nom de plume in this particular instance. He is not the only one with a fascination for the Gnostics, smiled Professor J. The young Baron is quite heretical himself. But let us look at the book further. The text of the volume was most certainly as outlandish and fascinating as the title page promised. The dead came back from Jerusalem, where they did not find what they were seeking. They asked admittance to me and demanded to be taught by me, and thus I taught them. Here yet, I begin with nothing. Nothing is the same as fullness. In the endless state fullness is the same as emptiness. The nothing is both empty and full. One may just as well state some other thing about the nothing, namely, that it is white or that it is black or that it exists or that it exists not. That which is endless and eternal has no qualities because it has all qualities. They read on in the first chapter, or sermon, until the young man addressed the professor, what is all this obscurity? I recognize the word Pleroma, the plenum of which the old Gnostics wrote, and a few other ideas which I have seen expressed by the fathers who wrote about, or rather against the Gnostics. I cannot understand this so-called sermon at all. The professor replied at once, it is a description of the absolute, the indescribable. No wonder Dr. Jung has a difficult time with it. Do you remember the mystical darkness intimated by Dionysius the Areopagite? Or the poetic vagueness of the descriptions of Meister Eckhart? Jung was no doubt confronted with a task which these earlier mystics had also encountered. Read on. A page bearing the heading Sermo 3 arrested their attention next. The dead approached like mist out of the swamps and they shouted, speak to us further about the highest God. Abraxas is the God whom it is difficult to know. His power is the very greatest, because man does not perceive it all. Man sees the summum bonum of the sun, and also the infimum malum of the devil, but Abraxas, he does not see, for he is undefinable life itself, which is the mother of good and evil alike. Professor J interrupted the reading of the text. Oh, yes, Abraxas. The Gnostic universal ruler, whose head is like that of a rooster. How much more colorful our holy pictures and statues would be if we had retained some of these strange Gnostic deities. Surely one gets tired even of the image of our Lord Jesus, especially here in Austria, where he is always covered in gold leaf. But, never mind, Jung has really got something with his description of the old rooster god. I must say this is impressive poetry, to say the least. Listen to this. And he read on, in a steady, though subdued voice. He is fullness, uniting itself with emptiness. He is the sacred wedding. He is love and the murder of love, he is the Holy One and his betrayer. He is the brightest light of day and the deepest night of madness. To see him means blindness. To know him is sickness. To worship him is death. To fear him is wisdom. Not to resist him means liberation. After a brief interval of silence, he once again began to read aloud. Such is the terrible Abraxas. He is the mightiest manifest being, and in him creation becomes frightened of itself. He is the revealed protest of creation against the Pleroma and its nothingness. He is the terror of the sun, which he feels against his mother. He is the love of the mother for her son. He is the delight of earth and the cruelty of heaven. Man becomes paralyzed before his face. Before him there exists neither question nor answer. He is the life of creation. He is the activity of differentiation. He is the love of man. He is the speech of man. He is both the radiance and the dark shadow of man. He is deceitful reality. This Jung is truly a poet, the priestly bearer of large briefcases and rare books interjected. This passage is worthy of Goethe, or at least of our most philosophical Hungarian poet, Endre Ady, who called God a terrible shark. Shark or rooster, it is very much the same thing. God is terror and darkness just as much as he is love and light. How else can one explain Auschwitz, and the torture chambers in Siberia and in Budapest managed by Stalin and his servants? Professor J shook his head, his long white hair rearranging itself in untidy waves over his forehead. But are these dark and horrible deeds not the province of the devil, rather than of God? Father Z asked. Not at all, my friend. The Swiss doctor rightly says in this little book that there are countless gods and devils. And incidentally, what is a devil anyway? The Church calls him a fallen angel, and so he is. But where did he fall from? From God's kingdom of greatness, or from the Pleroma or fullness, as it is called here. To fall means to descend, to come down from on high. So the devils are beings who have come down from God to the lowest of all levels of creation, called hell. Some think that the word diabolos really means little god. These little evil gods may indeed be responsible for instigating some errors, but the final responsibility for all good and evil must devolve on God. And this is precisely why Jung's Abraxas is a more accurate image of God than the one we hold, when we follow St. Thomas and our theologians, who say that evil is only an absence of good. The German and Russian death camps and their authors are not merely lacking in good, they are evil. It was time for the youngest of the threesome to cautiously chide his elder. It seems, Professor, that this time you are the one who speaks like a Gnostic heretic. Surely a God who is both evil and good at the same time would be a most unsatisfactory object of worship for the people. If under people you mean the masses of believers, then you are of course correct. Still, your Gnostic friends of olden days would have said that the knowledge of God is more important than the worship of God, and in order to know God one must also know evil. I agree with you that this is what the Gnostics would have said, but what do you say, Professor? I shall ask myself if what I would say is both wise and necessary. And so I will say nothing. Still spoken like a Jesuit, muttered Father Z, instantly regretting his impulsive statement. Be it as it may, Jesuits have been known to survive when most others succumb. The professor turned his attention once more to the book. The survey of the book was nearing its end. The last chapter offered itself to the gaze of the three readers. Entitled Sermo 7 and bearing the page number 17 in Roman numerals, it began with a huge illuminated initial which was a Gothic letter D. De nax aber kamen die Toten wieder mit Klaglicher Gebard und Sprachen, noch eins, wir vergessendeven sie reden, leer uns vom Menschen. At night the dead came back again and amidst complaining said, one more thing we must know, because we had forgotten to discuss it, teach us concerning man. Man is a portal through which one enters from the outer world of the gods, demons, and souls, into the inner world, from the greater world into the smaller world. Small and insignificant is man, one leaves him soon behind, and thus one enters once more into infinite space, into the microcosm, into the inner eternity. In immeasurable distance there glimmers a solitary star on the highest point of heaven. This is the only God of this lonely one. This is his world, his Pleroma, his divinity. In this world man is Abraxas, who gives birth to and devours his own world. This star is man's God and goal. It is his guiding divinity, in it man finds repose. To it goes the long journey of the soul after death, in it shine all things which otherwise might keep man from the greater world with the brilliance of a great light. To this one, man ought to pray. Such a prayer increases the light of the star. Such a prayer builds a bridge over death. It increases the life of the microcosm. When the outer world grows cold, this star still shines. There is nothing that can separate man from his own God, if man can only turn his gaze away from the fiery spectacle of Abraxas. Man here, God there. Weakness and insignificance here, eternal creative power there. Here is but darkness and damp cold. There all is sunshine. Upon hearing this the dead fell silent, and they rose up like smoke rises over the fire of the shepherd, who guards his flock by night. The text ended with 4 lines of barbarous words, entitled Anagramma, indicating ostensibly an attempt on the part of Dr. Jung to disguise some secret and personal message, but possibly also containing a magical sequence of Gnostic formulae in the manner frequently found in late Egyptian sources. The 3 readers glanced at each other in a uniformly significant fashion. A chill spirit of awe and amazement seemed to have risen at the table. Even the owner of the book, whose acquaintance with its contents extended over a number of years, was visibly affected. No one spoke for several minutes. The silence was broken by Professor J. Dr. Jung is a seer and a mystic after the fashion of the magicians of the Renaissance. I have known for some time that there is more to him than meets the academic eye. Unlike Freud, he is not fearful of the dark mysteries of the spirit. Among his friends and supporters are people of unconventional and peculiar affiliations and interests. I hear that one of his Italian pupils is a theosophist, while an English follower, who is also a doctor, became a devotee of a Russian wizard. There must also be some contact between him and the group founded by the Austrian mystic Rudolf Steiner, whose headquarters is in Switzerland. It is known to most of us that Dr. Jung was fascinated by the phenomena of spiritism and that he got his doctorate by writing a thesis on occult phenomena. Some think that he is a spiritual pagan, while others accuse him of being biased in the direction of Christianity. This little book would set both of these opinions in the wrong, for it shows that he is a kind of Gnostic, which would take him out of the categories of pagan and Christian. I am certainly pleased to have perused this remarkable document, and I am thankful to you, Father. The mild-mannered priest barely had opportunity to acknowledge the professor's comments when their younger companion burst into the conversation with even more than his usual ardor, and I am truly thankful beyond measure and beyond words also. I am greatly concerned, however, since I recall that you said to us that this book is quite unobtainable. I wish I could memorize its contents by heart so as to retain every word. If I ever encountered a book I should like to own, this is assuredly the one. It may not be necessary to thus tax your memory, Baron, for I am not leaving Innsbruck until tomorrow night, and you may be able to copy these few pages without much difficulty by then. Just be so kind and return the book to me before 5 o'clock tomorrow. I am lodged at the Franciscan monastery, not far from here. He handed the book to his happy compatriot, who with trembling hand grasped it and carefully hid it in the inner pocket of his overcoat. I will copy it tonight. You may have it as early as you wish, even before morning, Massachusetts. Outside, the early darkness of winter had fallen. The reading room had become well nigh empty of patrons, and the librarian was obviously preparing to close the doors. After polite expressions of good wishes, the 3 companions donned their coats and other protective clothing and exited from the premises. The winter evening received them in due fashion, and after a short walk together they dispersed to take up their individual journeys to their various quarters. A remarkable day had come to a close. Not quite. One of the company was certainly not prepared to see his day come to a close. No knight of the Round Table could have carried the Holy Grail with greater reverence and burning desire than the Hungarian student carried that copy of Jung's 7 Sermons to the Dead. The cold and slow-moving streetcar, the walk from the terminal to his quarters in an outlying district of the city, the frantic preparations involving the securing of adequate quantities of paper and of a sturdy fountain pen, these activities took on the nimbus of events on a journey to a place where a lifetime of toil and expectancy would be rewarded and crowned. The kitchen, hallowed locale of culinary alchemical operations, was speedily turned into a nocturnal scriptorium, and the enthusiastic scribe plunged with utmost dedication into one of the most magical activities of his young life. Page upon page of carefully written script came to repose on the massive kitchen table, the prized possession of the aged landlady, who was wont to utilize it for innumerable useful tasks, from the matutinal brushing of her dog's fur to the preparation and serving of several daily meals and the ironing of clothing, to the frequent nocturnal card games, played with the medieval tarot cards, a variant of the magical deck known as tarot. Yet never had this venerable table witnessed greater diligence and more fervent devotion. It was well past midnight when the task was completed. Soon it was time to rise once again and to rush to the monastery of the Franciscans, attending early Mass, and after the conclusion of the same handing the precious volume over to the somewhat groggy Father Z in the door of the sacristy. The work was finished, but the mystery had just begun. An inescapable world of shadows had entered the daylight world of ordinary life. The time passed and the world changed. The 7 sermons remained an object of wonder and interest to their one-time scribe. 13 years later, in distant California, the dead came back to their enthusiastic admirer once more. They did not come from Jerusalem but from Zurich, and they appeared in a book then just issued by the publishing house Rascher Verlag under the title Erinnerung und Traumgedanken von C.G. Jung, Memories, Dreams, Reflections by C.G. Jung. A German pre-publication copy having been presented to him by a Swiss friend, our protagonist quickly discovered that the appendix of this book contained the German text of the mysterious sermons. The page introducing the sermons contained an ominous footnote, to be published only in the German edition. Once again the enthusiasm of the scribe rose to a great pitch. The suggestion came to his mind with some force that the German text ought to be made available to many good people who read only English, but who should not be deprived of this experience for that reason. Now came another somewhat less romantic but still intriguing piece of work, which consisted of his translation of the text into English from the German original. This translation came to be privately printed and distributed to a select number of personal friends, very much like the original German edition had been distributed by Jung himself. By this time, of course, the wise old man of Zurich and Kussnack had departed from the stage of his earthly career. His personality, still subject to speculation and obscure gossip, had already emerged with far greater clarity than had been the case earlier. Jungian psychology was slowly gathering momentum outside of the German-speaking world, and its founder's unconventional spiritual interests were already in part documented by the appearance of his great works on alchemy, and by his Gnostic assault on conventional theology in his answer to Job. The translation of the 7 sermons remained a private concern, however, and it remained as a text to be studied by a small number of persons whose interests were in the fields of Gnosticism and of the psychology of Jung. For some years it was the only such translation, and an unknown one at that. Another small piece of work was finished, but the mystery continued and the world of shadows grew longer. Time passed again and the world changed even more than before. The 1960s and most of the 1970s passed, and with them came an era of turbulence and much spiritual creativity. The Vietnam War was lost, the only war ever lost by the United States of America, but the war against trivial consciousness and the small-souledness of modern Western culture was almost won. The children's crusade of what some were pleased to call the Age of Aquarius, not unlike earlier crusades, temporarily liberated the Holy Sepulchre wherein the saving power of the Spirit reposed. The white-eyed children of the New Age rolled away the stone and proclaimed that an ineffable greatness had risen. A rough but glorious beast, once foretold by the poet Yeats, slouched closer to Bethlehem to be born. The minstrels sang, "The times, they're a-changing," and they did change. The wings of angels were in the air. In these new times, Dr. Jung came ever more into his own. Though for long physically removed, his presence came to be felt increasingly year by year. The psychologists and psychiatrists continued to play the games of Freud and Skinner, delighting in the libido and in the mazes of neurotic rats, but the world of literature, mythology, poetry, and of such culture as there still remained in an increasingly uneducated world became more and more aware of Jung. Jung had become more important than his therapy, more important even than his analytical psychology, and curiously enough, this circumstance seemed quite just and right. Along with the rise of Jung and of other previously arcane figures and subjects, the world also saw a modest renaissance of interest in Gnosticism, the old spiritual discipline with which Jung associated himself in the Seven Sermons. Long-buried codices came to light in Egypt which arrested the attention of many scholars and of even more imaginative and creative lay persons. Words and names such as Pleroma, Abraxas, and Basilides were no longer totally foreign to a fair number of insightful and creative folk. The time of Jung and of the Gnostics had come. The time for the Seven Sermons to the Dead had come. It was thus that the dead came back once more from Jerusalem and demanded attention. 30 years had taken their toll among the agents of the original small drama, which was instrumental in establishing the link between the sermons and the person who once devotedly copied them without any foreknowledge of their future use. The noble figure of Professor J has departed the Academy of Earth. It was reported that his heart was broken by the disastrous failure of the patriotic uprising of his people in 1956, which he anxiously observed from his later place of exile in Munich in Bavaria. Father Z, the bearer of the book, had also died, very much like he lived, unobtrusively and modestly, a humble worker in an alien vineyard. The exile continued, mirroring perhaps that greater exile referred to by the ancient Gnostics, the exile of the light sparks from the fullness of light. Far from the Tyrolean Alps where he first confronted them, the once young scribe continued to be haunted by the dead and by the sermons delivered to them by Basilides the wise. The encouragement of new companions in a new world had fanned the flame kindled on a wintry afternoon long ago and far away. And so 3 decades after the original events here recounted, the Gnosis of Dr. Jung, as enunciated in his 7 sermons, is now made available to a larger circle. In every age of human history there were individuals who were imbued with an especial quality of knowing, or gnosis. Carl Jung was such a man. This knowing, as he repeatedly stated, could not be found in the available traditions of the science and religion of his day, or of any day. There was only one way open, one option left: Jung had to undergo the original experience. This experience of gnosis, the Urerfahrung, archaic, or source experience, as he called it, led him to the shadow world of Basilides and the questioning dead. Even while living in the bright daylight world of his earliest years, he never could escape a condition which he later described as a premonition of an inescapable world of shadows. This premonition is assuredly not a unique experience of Jung but is shared in common to a degree by all humanity. The Gnostic nature of the human vocation is evidenced by the presence, in all persons, of a sense of this world of shadows. In spite of its non-rationality and improbability, the transcendent element of an inward gnosis is indelibly inscribed in the human heart. All the trivialities of the everyday world due to inattention and consequent ignorance are unable to extinguish its remembrance. The denial of gnosis only secretly affirms its power. As Meister Eckhart put it, the more man blasphemes the more he praises God. The state of forgetfulness of gnosis always carries with it a troublesome sense of privation, which will not be stilled until its one true object, instead of the many false and counterfeit ones, has been found again. The ancient Gnostics, from whose shadowland Jung brought forth the 7 sermons, often said that all the desires persons feel, all their attempts to gain excitement, happiness, and love from this thing or that experience, are but signs of a never-failing homesickness for the Pleroma, the fullness of being, which is the soul's true homeland. Only those who have found the way home can show it to others. A man who missed his own way makes a poor guide. The egalitarian contention that holds that the uninformed can render service to the world as long as they are well-intentioned is vitiated by this fact. In the long run, only those who know can offer useful service, for they are the ones who know the road by having walked it. C.G. Jung was a healer of souls and a healer of the culture. A more efficient servant of humanity the world has seldom seen. This efficiency and wisdom was the result, not of heredity, environment, education, but of his having walked the road to the land of shadows where the secret knowledge of the soul dwells. To walk this road, and to find one's objective, means to go contrary to the world and to the notions of the reasonable and the probable. Jung once wrote that our picture of the world only tallies with reality when the improbable has a place in it. It is improbable that order will prevail against chaos and that meaning will win out over meaninglessness. Still, the improbable happens. It is possible and not beyond our reach. In a very real sense, the improbable is the true vocation, the authentic destiny of the human being. This is the vocation that can be said to make us human, for we are less than human in proportion as we disregard it or ignore it. The trees and flowers, the birds and beasts who follow their destiny are superior to the human who betrays his. The present prologue, now at an end, is in the nature of a personal statement. To its writer, the 7 sermons and the manner in which he once discovered them, were and remained a grand symbol of a curious destiny, at once deeply personal and totally universal. Life was not, could not be the same after that magical moment in the cozy reading room in the cold and snowy city in the Alps. Like a volume of sacred scripture or a codex of transformative formulae of power, the transcribed words of the mysterious little book changed the course of a life. The safe harbor of orthodoxy had lost all its attractiveness, and with it the establishments of time-honored belief and tradition. The loss of conventional faith and loyalties might well have brought with it the signs of spiritual rootlessness, so characteristic of those who substitute thought for faith and search for tradition. How readily one may condemn oneself at such a time to the fate of the Flying Dutchman and sail the ocean of life endlessly to and fro, terrified by its gales and bewitched by its calms, while always seeking a harbor which is never found. Such could not be the fate of one who was touched by the spirit of Jung and of the Gnostics. Such will not be the fate of anyone who enters the enchanted world of archetypal shadows armed with the sword of Gnosis. From a premonition, life created a realization and an experience. It is often thus, the realities, which at first are but an intriguing but distant vision, prove to be closer at hand than one dreamt. They are closer than your jugular vein, as the Prophet of Islam expressed it, speaking with the terse eloquence of the desert. The inescapable world of shadows is present in everyone's room, as certainly as it was present in Jung's. The only pity is that for too many it remains forever invisible. To those, however, who envision and dream, in the magic synchronicities of the daylight, or in the dark wizardry of sleep, have effectively contacted these shadows, they not only retain their visibility, but they become in very truth the wellsprings of existence itself. It was perhaps this imperative quality of the shadow world that Jung wished to express when he said to Lorenz van der Post, "The dream is like a woman. It will have the last word as it had the first." A prologue is defined as the first word. In another sense it also must be the last, for in it ought to be summed up the alpha and omega of the work which follows. Whether these lines succeed in accomplishing this is not for the writer to judge. All he can do is to nourish the hope that the reader will have received a premonition of the frame of mind or tone of spirit which served as the moving force of his work. Jung said that only a poet could begin to understand him, and so it may be fitting to conclude this with some lines from the poet A, another wanderer in the strange land of Gnosis. Out of a timeless world shadows fall upon time. From a beauty older than earth, a ladder the soul may climb. I climb by the phantom stair, to a whiteness older than time. The Gnosis of C.G. Jung. A science born of mystery. In this latter quarter of the 20th century, few would deny the truth of the statement that depth psychology has proven to be one of the mightiest transforming forces of the culture of our era. Emerging from the dark alienation of consciousness that characterized the 19th century, the rediscovery of the unconscious mystery within the human mind has become very much like the biblical leaven that made an entire new world of the spirit rise before the eyes of past generations. The German philosopher Martin Heidegger spoke a great truth when he called the 19th century the darkest of all the centuries of the modern era, yet it was precisely at this time of the greatest obscuration of the light of the spirit that the two pioneering giants of the unconscious, Sigmund Freud and Carl Gustav Jung, were born, in 1856 and 1875 respectively. Freud was a great discoverer, destined to unmask many things. Psychologists, as well as the public, are still slow to realize the debt of gratitude they owe him. A man of the old, narrowly materialistic school of science, whom only practical exigencies drove from the biologist's laboratory into the healing arts, Freud could do no other than use the patterns of thought of his times. By a tragically ironic twist of fate, the very man whose discoveries ultimately shook the very foundations of scientific rationalism remained himself chained to rationalistic and reductionistic dogma, which he guarded and defended with desperate conviction. Like Moses, he could not enter the promised land toward which he led others, the task of the final conquest thus falling to a younger man, a new Joshua of the mind, whose name was Carl Gustav Jung. Who was Jung and how did he accomplish the crowning task of psychic pioneering? What were the sources of his prophetic insight into the most secret recesses of the human soul? From whence did he derive his wisdom? All through Jung's long life, July 26, 1875 to June 6, 1961, people were puzzled by the curiously esoteric and magical overtones of his work. Here was a phenomenon hitherto unheard of in the world of the intelligentsia since the era of the Enlightenment. Symbols and images of dark and ancient power were resuscitated from the dust of their millennial tombs. Heretics and alchemists, mystics and magicians, Taoist sages and Tibetan lamas lent the treasures of their arcane quests to the wizardry of the modern Swiss Hermes. Gone were the mundane, personalistic preoccupations of the earlier psychoanalysis with its childhood traumas and infantile vagaries, and the gods and heroes of old were no longer regarded as the glorified masks of childish lusts and terrors. Like Venus arising from the foam of the sea, or Athena springing from the brow of Zeus, the archetypes arose from the prima materia of the collective unconscious. The gods once again walked with men. Above these primeval creative waters of the psyche moved the spirit of one man, the genius of Jung. Well could the learned wonder and the wise be astonished, for a new era of the mind had come. To those informed regarding the arcane disciplines and theories of the alternative reality tradition, sometimes called the perennial philosophy, or theosophia, divine wisdom, it soon became clear that certain parallels existed between Jung's teachings and what to them was long known as the path of initiation. As the noted esoteric poet and diplomat, Miguel Serrano, observed in his seminal small work, C.G. Jung and Hermann Hesse, it was as though there were a second language underlying the first in all of Jung's works. The analyst came to be a hierophant of the mysteries, while the patient became a neophyte, or disciple. Sickness revealed itself as a divided or incomplete condition and health as a state of spiritual wholeness. Analytical psychology began to appear as a dialogue between the individual and the universe, without destroying the personality or the ego after the fashion of some Buddhist and Hindu theories. The sources of Jung's work remained a subject of conjecture for many decades. During his lifetime, Jung shrouded the origins of his discoveries in a mantle of caution that often bordered on hermetic concealment. He said again and again that everything he wrote was based on empirical evidence, indicating that no matter how esoteric and mystical much of his work appeared, it always rested on experience in the psychological field. Most persons took this to mean that Jung treated many patients, that he also had access to the practical research of many of his junior colleagues, and that his books were no doubt the result of data gathered from these sources. Of course, there were rumors which declared that he was a most unconventional scientist indeed, and that he associated with astrologers and men of religion. It was also whispered that he, himself, had occult and weird experiences, saw ghosts, and consulted oracles. It was not until after Jung's death in 1961 and especially after the publication of his remarkable autobiographical fragments, entitled Memories, Dreams, and Reflections, that a continuous stream of progressively more daring revelations began to pour forth from the pens of his disciples and from posthumously published notes and letters of Jung himself. From these sundry disclosures we learn that between 1912 and 1917 Jung underwent an intense period of experience which involved a tremendous flooding of his consciousness from within by forces which he called archetypal but which previous ages would have declared to be divine and demonic. A certain amount of information regarding these experiences Jung communicated in confidence to various of his associates, but undoubtedly he experienced much more than he ever disclosed, indeed more than ever will be disclosed. The great explorer often called this experience, or rather cycle of experiences, his Nikaia, using the term whereby Homer described the descent of Odysseus into the underworld. At this time, so we are told, he withdrew from most external activities, with the exception of a modicum of his psychiatric practice. It is even reported that during this period he did not read any books, assuredly a great event in the life of such an avid student of every form of literature. Although he did not read, he wrote. His writing at this time consisted of the records of his strange, inner experiences which filled 1,330 handwritten pages, illustrated by his own hand. His handwriting at this time changed to one that was used in the 14th century. His paintings were painted with pigments which he himself made, after the fashion of the artists of bygone ages. He had some of the most beautiful paintings and scriptures bound in red leather and kept in a place of honor among his belongings, hence they became known as the Red Book. According to eyewitnesses, the writings of this period of his life fall into two distinct categories. Some are bright and angelic, while others are dark and demonic in form and content. One is tempted to say that Jung, in the manner of other magicians, went through experiences belonging to the categories of theurgic invocation of gods and of goetic evocation of spirits, and that he kept a magical record of each. Fascinating as these facts about Jung's early transformation are in themselves, their true importance is only disclosed when we realize that there is evidence that much, if indeed not all, of his scientific work may be based on visionary revelations. The much repeated adjective empirical, characterizing the sources of Jung's work, thus appears in an entirely new light. Jung's psychological science was indeed grounded in empirical elements, but these were not primarily of an external nature but consisted of the experiences and experiments he carried out in his own secret world, in the occult regions of his deepest unconscious. Of course, Jung is not scientific in the narrower sense of the word in use today, in that he did not control variables and conduct careful, repeatable experiments. His science consisted in developing a systematized body of knowledge derived from observation and study and discovery of principles and meaning behind the area of his studies, using scientific standards of objectivity. He, and Freud, have an acceptable modern-day scientific ally in phenomenology, whose proponents consider the various modes of human consciousness as their primary data and construct hypotheses, theories, and explanations based on these. It may be useful to remember that Freud carried out much of his research in a manner like that of Jung. The great Viennese doctor discovered the secrets of dreams by way of analyzing his own dreams, and indeed he remained, perhaps, the only psychoanalyst never to submit to analysis by anyone else, discounting a brief discussion of a few of his own dreams with Jung on their common American voyage. Jung was not alone in seeking the company of occultists and unconventional mystics, for Freud was an avid visitor of the haunts of soothsayers, and nourished an important friendship with a crank scientist named Wilhelm Fliess. One is tempted to characterize Jung as a supremely rational anti-rationalist, while Freud could be called a very irrational rationalist. However, both were seeking the same thing, more light, Goethe's famed Mehrlicht, concerning the mysteries of the psyche. In 1917, at the conclusion of his great descent into his personal, spiritual underworld, Jung was faced with a portentous choice. He could have taken his revelations at face value, perhaps published them as some sort of offbeat religious tome, and thus joined the ranks of the great occult writers of his time like H.P. Blavatsky and Rudolf Steiner. Instead, Jung decided to remain within the field of his chosen scientific discipline, namely depth psychology, but not without utilizing the 1,330 pages of mysterious and archetypal revelatory material to enrich his scientific work. There is good reason to suspect that Jung, throughout his entire life, continued to draw on this record of secret lore and to incorporate elements of it in his numerous books as he deemed fit. There is incontrovertible evidence available that he did this in the case of the first great work which he authored after his personal transformation, namely his book Psychological Types, published in 1921. While afflicted with contagious whooping cough and thus isolated from his usual patients, he dictated the manuscript for this work at an incredibly furious pace, completing the first 583 pages in 6 weeks' time. He subsequently confessed to the Dutch poet Roland Holst that Psychological Types was written entirely on the basis of the material contained in 30 pages of his Red Book. As one might expect, Jung maintained a constant contact with the mysterious sources that inspired his Red Book throughout his life. He remained an inspired, some might say haunted, revelator for the rest of his days. His scientific work never represented a compartment of his existence that would or could be separated from his mystical and prophetic life. The two were intricately and inexorably interrelated. Jung the mystic guided and inspired Jung the scientist, while the physician and psychologist supplied balance and common sense to stabilize and to render practical the messages of the archetypal gods and demons. Thus was the epical work of Carl Jung conceived and executed. In both its content and intent, it was an example of the precious principle of coniunctio oppositorum, the union of the polarities that ever produces the elixir of ultimate meaning. The corpus containing Jung's original experiences of the unconscious from the period of his great transformation was never made available to the public by him. The attitude of his heirs appears to be, if anything, even more secretive in this regard than Jung's had been. It appears at the time of the writing of these words, 1982, that any hope or expectation one may nourish for the publication of this material is not likely to be fulfilled for some time to come. Thus we are left with Jung's scientific works and very little more. Still, in this category of more we find at least one most remarkable document which tells us a great deal about the sources of Jung's psychology. This is a small work, hardly more than a diminutive monograph, although the significance of its contents may easily elevate it to an item of major importance in the study of Jung's message and mission. The work we refer to is known as the 7 Sermons to the Dead. Preaching to the Dead. Carl Jung permitted the publication of only one solitary fragment from the vast amount of archetypal material which he wrote under mysterious inspiration in the early part of his career. It was written in a short time sometime between December 15, 1916, and February 16, 1917. According to Jung's statement in his autobiographical fragments, it was written in 3 evenings. The writing of this small book was heralded by weird events and was replete with phenomena of a parapsychological nature. First, several of Jung's children saw and felt ghostly entities in the house, while he himself felt an ominous atmosphere all around him. One of the children dreamt a religiously colored and somewhat menacing dream involving both an angel and a devil. Then, it was a Sunday afternoon, the front door bell rang violently. The bell could actually be seen to move frantically, but no one visible was responsible for the act. A crowd of spirits seemed to fill the room, indeed the house, and no one could even breathe normally in the spook-infested hallway. Dr. Jung cried out in a shaky and troubled voice, "For God's sake, what in the world is this?" The reply came in a chorus of ghostly voices, "We have come back from Jerusalem where we found not what we sought." With these words the treatise, which is entitled in Latin Septem Sermons ad Mortuos, commences and then continues in German with the subtitle, 7 Exhortations to the Dead, written by Basilides in Alexandria, the city where East and West meet. Even a superficial reading of the treatise reveals that it is written in the manner of 2nd century Gnosticism and uses largely the terminology of that era. The very subtitle reveals the name of the famous Gnostic sage Basilides, who taught in Alexandria in Hellenistic Egypt around the years AD 125 to 140. To Basilides, in fact, does Jung seem to attribute the authorship of the document itself, thus suggesting to some an element of mediumship or automatic writing. In this regard it may be necessary to remember that for many centuries it was customary for authors of spiritually toned literature not to sign their own names to such works but to ascribe them poetically to someone whom they considered to occupy a position superior to their own. The celebrated Zohar of the Kabbalistic corpus is thus fictitiously attributed to Rabbi Shimon ben Jaquet, its real author being unknown. It is more than likely that C.G. Jung utilized this time-honored exercise in poetic humility when using the name of Basilides as the author of the sermons. Yet, the parapsychological element contained in the phenomena surrounding the writing of the treatise was freely acknowledged and emphasized by Jung, even to the extent of applying to it the words of Goethe in the second part of Faust, "It walks abroad, it's in the air." One thing is certain, this is an unusual work, written under most unusual circumstances. The importance of the 7 sermons within the context of Jungian thought is an issue on which opinions differ. When Jung was questioned about it later in life, he grumbled, calling it a youthful indiscretion. Some of his more conservative disciples, such as Agnella Jaffe, tend to perpetuate the myth of a youthful indiscretion, while others feel differently. M. L. von Franz, a most important disciple indeed, affirmed that while Jung referred to the publication of the sermons as a youthful folly, this by no means included the conceptions which they contained. A panel of Jungian scholars, assembled at the First Pan-Aryan Conference in Los Angeles, California, in 1975, agreed that the 7 sermons are nothing less than the fount and origin of Jung's work, and the C.G. Jung Centenary exhibit, which toured the world at the time of his 100th birthday in 1975, showed the first page of the original edition of the sermons, describing them as follows. The Septem Sermons ad Mortuos represent a summary of Jung's experiences with the images from the unconscious. Even more significantly, Jung himself went on record regarding the contents of the Red Book and the sermons, stating that all his works, all his creative activity has come from these initial visions and dreams, and that everything that he accomplished in later life was already contained in them. These are hardly words whereby one might refer to a mere youthful indiscretion. The small, poetic treatise was published privately by Jung for the delectation of an inner circle of friends, the German text soon being translated into English by H. G. Baines. It was included in the appendix of the original German edition of Memories, Dreams, and Reflections, published by Rascher Verlag in Zurich in 1962, but omitted from the English edition published simultaneously by Pantheon Books. This deliberate omission can only be explained as a further evidence of the well-known suspicion of the European mind against the English-speaking peoples with their tendency to misunderstand and misconstrue anything that borders on the mystical and the occult. Nevertheless, an artistically designed, separate volume of the sermons was also published by Stewart and Watkins in London, containing the translation by Baines. Thus there are several editions in circulation by now, warranting additional light on the text itself. There certainly were events in the course of Jung's career when he might have easily regretted the youthful indiscretion of publishing his small volume of archetypal visions. One such incident concerned the formidable and Jehovah-like Martin Buber, who never got along well with Jung, and who, moreover, managed to lure one of Jung's dearest disciples away from him and into his own camp. This faithless disciple, whose name was Martin Trub, gave a copy of the sermons to Buber, whose Old Testament wrath rose to tremendous proportions in view of what he considered to be Jung's Gnostic heresies. Buber repeatedly attacked Jung and in his book Eclipse of God gravely accused him of being a Gnostic. Jung was most upset about the matter and made a somewhat ambiguous reply, denying and affirming his own Gnosticism in the same breath, as it were. Another curious story concerns the Nobel Prize-winning German author Hermann Hesse and his epical novel Demian, in which Hesse incorporated many explicitly Gnostic themes, notably some references to the Gnostic archetypal god Abraxas, which closely resemble Jung's treatment of the same figure in the sermons. While Gnosticism was definitely in the air during the 2 decades between the 2 world wars, the kind of Gnosticism espoused by Hesse in Demian appears so uniquely Jungian that many suspected a connection. In fact, a Jungian analyst by the name of Lang treated Hesse around the year 1916 and may easily have passed a copy of the sermons to the then unfolding young literary genius. A sympathetic connection continued to exist between Jung and Hesse for many decades and was subsequently immortalized by the Chilean diplomat and poet Miguel Serrano in his lovely volume C.G. Jung and Hermann Hesse. It would seem that the little book of poetic Gnosticism, occasioned by the visit of the dead to Jung in 1916, had a greater influence and elicited more response than even Jung thought likely. All of these responses, however, concerned one subject, at once obscure and controversial, and this was of course Gnosticism. What in the world are Gnostics? The words Gnostic and Gnosticism are not exactly standard features in the vocabulary of contemporary people. In fact, more people are familiar with the antonym of Gnostic, which is agnostic, literally meaning a non-knower or ignoramus, but figuratively describing a person with no faith in religion who still resents being called an atheist. Yet Gnostics were around long before agnostics and for the most part appear to have been a far more exciting category of persons than the latter group. In contradistinction to non-knowers, they considered themselves knowers, gnostikoi in Greek, denoting those who have gnosis or knowledge. Gnostics were people who lived, for the most part, during the first 3 or 4 centuries of the so-called Christian era. Most of them probably would not have called themselves by the name Gnostic but would have considered themselves Christians, or more rarely Jews, or as belonging to the traditions of the ancient cults of Egypt, Babylon, Greece, and Rome. They were not sectarians or the members of a specific new religion, as their detractors claimed, but rather people who shared with each other a certain attitude toward life. This attitude may be said to consist of the conviction that direct, personal, and absolute knowledge of the authentic truths of existence is accessible to human beings, and, moreover, that the attainment of such knowledge must always constitute the supreme achievement of human life. This knowledge, or gnosis, they did not envision as a rational knowledge of a scientific kind, or even as philosophical knowledge of truth, but rather a knowing that arises in the heart in an intuitive and mysterious manner and therefore is called in at least one Gnostic writing, the Gospel of Truth, the Gnosis Cardias, the knowledge of the heart. This is obviously a religious concept that is at the same time highly psychological, for the meaning and purpose of life thus appears to be neither faith, with its emphasis on blind belief and equally blind repression, nor works with their extroverted do-goodism, but rather an interior insight and transformation. In short, a depth psychological process. If we come to envision the Gnostics as early depth psychologists, then it immediately becomes apparent why the Gnostic teaching and practice was radically different from the teaching and practice of Jewish and Christian orthodoxy. The knowledge of the heart, for which the Gnostics strove, could not be acquired by striking a bargain with Yahweh, by concluding a treaty or covenant which guaranteed physical and spiritual well-being to man in exchange for the slave-like carrying out of a set of rules. Neither could gnosis be won by merely fervently believing that the sacrificial act of one divine man in history could lift the burden of guilt and frustration from one's shoulders and assure perpetual beatitude beyond the confines of mortal existence. The Gnostics did not deny the usefulness of the Torah or the magnificence of the figure of the Christos, the anointed of the Most High God. They regarded the law as necessary for a certain type of personality which requires rules for what today might be called the formation and strengthening of the psychological ego. Neither did they negate the greatness of the mission of the mysterious personage whom in his disguise men knew as the Rabbi Jehoshua of Nazareth. The law and the Savior, the two most highly revered concepts of Jew and Christian, became to the Gnostic but means to an end greater than themselves. These became inducements and devices which might, in some fashion, be conducive to personal knowing which, once attained, requires neither law nor faith. To them, as to Carl Jung many centuries later, theology and ethics were but stepping stones on the road to self-knowledge. Some 17 or 18 centuries separate us from the Gnostics. During these centuries Gnosticism became a faith not only forgotten, as one of its interpreters, G.R.S. Mead, called it, but also a faith and a truth repressed. It seems that almost no group has been so relentlessly and consistently feared and hated for nearly 2 millennia as were the unhappy Gnostics. Textbooks of theology still refer to them as the first and most pernicious of all heretics, and the age of ecumenism seems to have extended none of the benefits of Christian love to them. Long before Hitler, the Emperor Constantine and his cruel bishops began the practice of religious genocide against the Gnostics, their first holocausts to be followed by many more through history. The last major persecution concluded with the burning of over 200 Latter-day Gnostics in 1244 in the castle of Montségur in France, an event which Laurence Durel described as the Thermopylae of the Gnostic soul. Still, some prominent representatives of the victims of the latest Holocaust have not regarded the most persecuted religious minority in history as a companion in misfortune, as the attacks of Martin Buber on Jung and on Gnosticism indicate. Jews and Christians, Catholics, Protestants, and the Eastern Orthodox, and, in the case of the Manichaean Gnosis, even Zoroastrians, Muslims, and Buddhists, have hated and persecuted the Gnostics with a persistent determination. Why? Was it only because their antinomianism or disregard for moral law scandalized the rabbis, or because their doubts concerning the physical incarnation of Jesus and their reinterpretation of the resurrection angered the priests? Was it because they rejected marriage and procreation, as some of their detractors claim? Were they abhorred because of licentiousness and orgies, as others allege? Or might it be that perhaps the Gnostics truly had some knowledge, and that this knowledge rendered them supremely dangerous to establishments both secular and ecclesiastical? It is not easy to give a reply to this question, but an attempt must be made, nevertheless. We might essay such an answer by saying that the Gnostics differed from the majority of humankind, not only in details of belief and of ethical precept, but in their most essential and fundamental view of existence and its purpose. Their divergence was a radical one in the truest sense of the word, for it went back to the root, Latin, radix, of humankind's assumptions and attitudes regarding life. Irrespective of their religious and philosophical beliefs, most people nourish certain unconscious assumptions pertaining to the human condition which do not spring from the formulative, focused agencies of consciousness but which radiate from a deep, unconscious substratum of the mind. This mind is ruled by biology rather than by psychology, it is automatic rather than subject to conscious choices and insights. The most important among these assumptions, which may be said to sum up all others, is the belief that the world is good and that our involvement in it is somehow desirable and ultimately beneficial. This assumption leads to a host of others, all of which are more or less characterized by submissiveness toward external conditions and toward the laws which seem to govern them. In spite of the countless illogical and malevolent events of our lives, the incredible sequences, byways, repetitious insanities of human history, both collective and individual, we will believe it to be incumbent upon us to go along with the world, for it is, after all, God's world, and thus it must have meaning and goodness concealed within its operations, no matter how difficult to discern. Thus we must go on fulfilling our role within the system as best we can, being obedient children, diligent husbands, dutiful wives, well-behaved butchers, bakers, candlestick makers, hoping against hope that a revelation of meaning will somehow emerge from this meaningless life of conformity. Not so, said the Gnostics. Money, power, governments, the raising of families, paying of taxes, the endless chain of entrapment in circumstances and obligations, none of these were ever rejected as totally and unequivocally in human history as they were by the Gnostics. The Gnostics never hoped that any political or economic revolution could, or even should, do away with all the iniquitous elements within the system wherein the human soul is entrapped. Their rejection was not of one government or form of ownership in favor of another, rather it concerned the entire prevailing systematization of life and experience. Thus the Gnostics were, in fact, knowers of a secret so deadly and terrible that the rulers of this world, i.e., the powers, secular and religious, who always profited from the established systems of society, could not afford to have this secret known and, even less, to have it publicly proclaimed in their domain. Indeed, the Gnostics knew something, and it was this, that human life does not fulfill its promise within the structures and establishments of society, for all of these are at best but shadowy projections of another and more fundamental reality. No one comes to his true selfhood by being what society wants him to be nor by doing what it wants him to do. Family, society, church, trade, and profession, political and patriotic allegiances, as well as moral and ethical rules and commandments are, in reality, not in the least conducive to the true spiritual welfare of the human soul. On the contrary, they are more often than not the very shackles which keep us from our true spiritual destiny. This feature of Gnosticism was regarded as heretical in olden days, and even today is often called world-denying and anti-life, but it is, of course, merely good psychology as well as good spiritual theology because it is good sense. The politician and the social philosopher may look upon the world as a problem to be solved, but the Gnostic, with his psychological discernment, recognizes it as a predicament from which we need to extricate ourselves by insight. For Gnostics, like psychologists, do not aim at the transformation of the world but at the transformation of the mind, with its natural consequence, a changed attitude toward the world. Most religions also tend to affirm a familiar attitude of internalism in theory, but, as the result of their presence within the establishments of society, they always deny it in practice. Religions usually begin as movements of radical liberation along spiritual lines but inevitably end up as pillars of the very societies which are the jailers of our souls. If we wish to obtain Gnosis, the knowledge of the heart that renders human beings free, we must disentangle ourselves from the false cosmos created by our conditioned minds. The Greek word cosmos, as well as the Hebrew word olam, while frequently mistranslated as world, really denote more the concept of systems. When the Gnostics said that the system around them was evil and that one had to get away from it in order to know truth and discover meaning, they acted, not only as the forerunners of innumerable alienated dropouts from St. Francis to the beatniks and hippies, but they also stated a psychological fact since rediscovered by modern depth psychology. Jung restated an old Gnostic insight when he said that the extrovert human ego must first become thoroughly aware of its own alienation from the greater self before it can begin to return to a state of closer union with the unconscious. Until we become thoroughly aware of the inadequacy of our extrovert state and of its insufficiency in regard to our deeper spiritual needs, we shall not achieve even a measure of individuation, through which a wider and more mature personality emerges. The alienated ego is the precursor and an inevitable precondition of the individuated ego. Like Jung, the Gnostics did not necessarily reject the actual earth itself, which they recognized as a screen upon which the demiurge of the mind projects his deceptive system. To the extent that we find a condemnation of the world in Gnostic writings, the term used is inevitably cosmos, or this eon, and never the word earth, which they regarded as neutral if not as outright good. It was on this knowledge, the knowledge one has in one's heart concerning the spiritual barrenness and utter insufficiency of the establishments and established values of the outer world, that the Gnostics relied in order to construct both an image of universal being and a system of coherent inferences to be drawn from that image. As one might expect, they accomplished this less in terms of philosophy and theology than in myth, ritual, and cultivation of the mythopoetic and imaginative qualities of their souls. Like so many sensitive and thoughtful persons before and after their time, they felt themselves to be strangers in a strange country, a forlorn seed of the distant worlds of boundless light. Some, like the alienated youth of the 1960s, withdrew into communes and hermitages, marginal communities on the edge of civilization. Others, more numerous perhaps, remained in the midst of the great metropolitan culture of the large cities like Alexandria and Rome, outwardly fulfilling their roles in society while inwardly serving a different master, in the world but not of the world. Most of them possessed learning, culture and wealth, yet they were aware of the undeniable fact that all such attainments and treasures pale before the gnosis of the heart, the knowledge of the things that are. Little wonder that the wizard of Kustnacht who, since his early childhood, sought and found his own gnosis, felt close to these strange and lonely people, these pilgrims of eternity, homeward bound among the stars. Jung and Gnosticism. From the earliest days of his psychoanalytic career until the time of his death, Jung maintained a lively interest in and had a deep sympathy for Gnostics. As early as on August 12, 1912, Jung wrote a letter to Freud about the Gnostics in which he called the Gnostic conception of Sophia a re-embodiment of an ancient wisdom that might appear once again in modern psychoanalysis. He was not lacking in literature that might have stimulated his interest in the Gnostics, for 19th-century scholarship in Germany, though almost nowhere else, diligently devoted itself to Gnostic studies. Partly as a reaction against the rigidities of Bismarckian Germany and its intellectual as well as theological conformist effects, numerous fine scholars, Reitzenstein, Leisgang, and Carl Schmitt, among others, as well as imaginative writers and poets, Hermann Usner, Albrecht Dieterich, delved into Gnostic lore, as did at least some members of the French intelligentsia, M. Jacques Matter, Anatole France. All of Jung's biographers mention his keen interest in matters Gnostic. One of the most revealing statements in this regard is quoted by his one-time associate, Barbara Hanna, who recounts his words about the Gnostics: "I felt as if I had at last found a circle of friends who understood me." The same biographer also notes that Jung developed an interest in Schopenhauer precisely because the great German philosopher reminded him of the Gnostics with their emphasis on the suffering aspect of the world, and that he approved wholeheartedly of the fact that Schopenhauer spoke neither of the all-good and all-wise providence of a creator, nor of the harmony of the cosmos, but stated bluntly that a fundamental flaw underlay the sorrowful course of human history and the cruelty of nature. The blindness of world-creating will. That all of these are thoroughly Gnostic statements goes without saying. Since his interest in Schopenhauer goes back to his boyhood, we may take this to mean that Jung was in many ways a natural Gnostic, possessing the Gnostic attitude even before he became acquainted with some of the teachings of Gnosticism. Although Jung quite early in his life had access to a certain amount of scholarly and poetic literature that stimulated his interest in Gnosticism, he had almost no primary source material of a Gnostic nature available. Like so many others, Jung had to rely on the fragmentary and, above all, mendaciously distorted accounts of the anti-Gnostic Church Fathers, especially Irenaeus and Hippolytus, for his information on the Gnostics. The ponderous wheels of academic scholarship were, with extreme slowness and even reluctance, only beginning to apply themselves to the three Coptic codices, Agnew Codex, Bruce Codex, Askew Codex, then mouldering in various museums waiting to be translated and published. That Jung was able to derive so much insight and extract so much valuable information favorable to Gnosticism from the polemics of the heresy-hunting Church Fathers may be regarded as somewhat of a miracle in itself. Jung's contribution to Gnostic studies in general and to an enlightened, contemporary interpretation of Gnosticism in particular is little short of epical in scope and import. That this contribution is still largely unappreciated by the increasing number of specialists in Gnosticism within the field of biblical studies is regrettable but not particularly amazing, in view of the fact that most of these scholars are the products of divinity schools and schools of religion of orthodox religious leanings. Moreover, most of them are totally lacking in any serious appreciation of psychology, especially the kind of psychology that Jung proclaimed. It has been said that war is too important to be entrusted to generals, and it might be equally just to say that Gnosticism is too valuable a tradition to be consigned to Bible scholars and quibblers over Coptic words. The lack of attention and respect accorded to Jung by some of these scholarly folk is all the more incredible, since Jung's influence is almost solely responsible for the vital project of the publication of the greatest storehouse of original Gnostic writings ever discovered in history, the Nag Hammadi Library. The Gnostics were prolific writers of sacred lore. Their enemies noted with disapproval that the followers of the Gnostic teacher Valentinus were wont to write a new gospel every day and that none among them were esteemed much unless they wrote a new contribution to their literature. Yet, of all this profusion of texts, very few survived, due to the relentless suppression and destruction of Gnostic literature by the book burners and heresy hunters of the Church, which with imperial support attained ascendancy over its rivals. For many centuries no original Gnostic scriptures were known to exist. It was not until the 18th and 19th centuries that travelers like the valiant and romantic Scotsman, James Bruce, began to bring back to Europe, from Egypt and adjoining localities, ancient papyrus fragments containing texts. While probably written in Greek originally, these had been translated by Gnostic scribes into Coptic, the demotic language of Hellenistic Egypt. Coptic scholars as well as persons interested in Gnosticism being rare indeed, the translation of such texts proceeded at a veritable snail's pace. Then, a near miracle occurred. In December 1945, in the immediate wake of World War II, an Egyptian peasant, while digging for fertilizer in the vicinity of some caves in the Jabal al-Tarif mountain range near the Nile in Upper Egypt, came upon an entire collection of Gnostic codices. These treasures were apparently once part of the library of the vast monastic complex founded in that area by the father of Christian monasticism, the sainted Coptic monk, Pachomius. Like its predecessors, the Nag Hammadi find was exceedingly slow to see the light of day. The ponderous ways of scholarship were greatly speeded up, however, by the influence of one man who was neither a Coptic scholar nor a biblical expert but merely an archaeologist of the human soul. This man was, of course, none other than Carl Jung. Jung took an early interest in the Nag Hammadi find, and it was Jung's longtime friend and collaborator Professor Jill Quispel who took the lead in the translation and publication of the Nag Hammadi books. On May 10, 1952, while political crises and academic wrangling had brought all the work on the manuscript to a standstill, Quispel acquired one of the codices in Brussels, and it was from this portion of the great library that most of the early translations were made, thus shaming the scholarly community into speeding up its long-delayed work. This codex, named Jung Codex, was presented to the Jung Institute in Zurich on the occasion of the 80th birthday of Dr. Jung, and was thus the first item from the Nag Hammadi find to be openly viewed by scholars and laymen outside the turbulent and uncooperative milieu of Egypt in the 50s. Professor Quispel himself went on record as stating that Jung was instrumental in calling attention to, and in publishing, the priceless collection of the Nag Hammadi manuscripts. There is good reason to suspect that without Jung's influence this collection might also have been consigned to oblivion by the seemingly ever-active conspiracy of scholarly neglect. What was Jung's true view of Gnosticism? Unlike most scholars until quite recently, Jung never believed Gnosticism to have been a Christian heresy of the 2nd and 3rd centuries. Neither did he pay attention to the endless disputes of experts about the possible Indian, Iranian, Greek and other origins of Gnosticism. Earlier than any authority in the field of Gnostic studies, Jung recognized the Gnostics for what they were, seers who brought forth original, primal creations from the mystery which he called the unconscious. When in 1940 he was asked, is Gnosticism philosophy or mythology? He gravely replied that the Gnostics dealt in real, original images and that they were not syncretistic philosophers as so many assumed. He recognized that Gnostic images arise even today in the inner experiences of persons in connection with the individuation of the psyche, and in this he saw evidence of the fact that the Gnostics were expressing true archetypal images which are known to persist and to exist irrespective of time or of historical circumstances. He recognized in Gnosticism a mighty and utterly primal and original expression of the human mind, an expression directed toward the deepest and most important task of the soul, which is attainment to wholeness. The Gnostics, so Jung perceived, were interested in one thing above all, the experience of the fullness of being. Since this was both his own personal interest and the objective of his psychology, it is axiomatic that his affinity for the Gnostics and their wisdom was very great indeed. This view of Gnosticism did not remain confined to Jung's own psychological works, but it soon entered the world of Gnostic studies by way of his aforementioned co-worker, Gilles Quispel, who in his important work Gnosis als Weltreligion, 1951, presented the thesis that Gnosticism expresses neither a philosophy nor a heresy, but a specific religious experience which then manifests itself in myth and, or, ritual. It is regrettable indeed that, more than 25 years after the publication of this work, so few have appreciated its significant implications. In view of these considerations, one may understandably ask the question, was Jung a Gnostic? Misguided persons, like Martin Buber, have answered yes to this question, implying thereby that Jung was both less than a respectable scientist and less than a good man within the orthodox religious meaning of the term. As the result of this derogatory use of the term Gnostic, many of Jung's followers, and occasionally Jung himself, have denied that he was a Gnostic. A rather typical example of this hedging was a statement made by Gilles Quispel when he stated that Jung was not a Gnostic in the usual sense of the term. It is very doubtful, however, that there ever was even one single Gnostic in a usual sense of the term. Gnosticism is not a set of doctrines but a mythological expression of an inner experience. In terms of Jungian psychology, we might say that the Gnostics gave expression in poetic and mythological language to their experiences within the individuation process. In so doing they brought forth a wealth of most significant material, containing profound insights into the structure of the psyche, the content of the collective unconscious and the dynamics of the individuation process. Like Jung himself, the Gnostics described, not only the conscious and personal unconscious aspects of the human psyche, but empirically explored the collective unconscious and gave descriptions and formulations of the various archetypal images and forces. As Jung stated, the Gnostics were far more successful than the Orthodox Christians in finding suitable symbolic expression of the self, and their symbolic expressions closely parallel those which Jung formulated. While Jung did not openly identify himself with Gnosticism as a religious school, just as he did not identify himself with any religious denomination, there can be little doubt that he did more than anyone to illuminate the central thrust of Gnostic imagery and symbolic practice. He saw in Gnosticism a particularly valuable expression of man's universal struggle to regain wholeness. While it would have been both impractical and immodest for him to say so, there is no doubt that this Gnostic expression of the urge toward wholeness was duplicated only once in the history of the West, and that was in Jung's own system of analytical psychology. What manner of Gnostic was Jung? Certainly he was not a literal follower of any one of the ancient teachers of Gnosis, which would have been an impossible undertaking in any case in view of the inadequacy of detailed information regarding these teachers and their teachings. On the other hand, he, like the Gnostics of old, formulated at least the rudiments of a system of transformation, or individuation, which was based, not on faith in any outside source, whether it be Jesus or Valentinus, but on the natural, inner experience of the soul which was ever the source of all true gnosis. The dictionary definition of Gnostic is knower rather than a follower of someone else who may be a knower. Jung was certainly such a knower if there ever was one. To deny that Jung was a Gnostic in this sense would be tantamount to the denial of all the recognized data of his life and work. The most probable indication of the specifically Gnostic character of Jung's orientation, however, is none other than the treatise called Seven Sermons to the Dead, which, by the admission of prominent Jungians, is the fount and origin of his later work. Who but a Gnostic would or could write a work like these sermons? Who would choose to garb his personal archetypal revelations, which form the skeleton of his life's work, in the terminology and mythological framework of the Alexandrian Gnosis? Who would prefer to select Basilides rather than any other figure as the author of the sermons? Who would use, with expert understanding and finesse, such terms as Pleroma and Abraxas to symbolize highly abstract psychological states? There can be but one answer to these questions: only a Gnostic would do these things. Since Carl Jung did all of these and indeed much more, therefore we may consider Carl Jung a Gnostic, both in the general sense of a true knower of the deeper realities of psychic being and in the more narrow sense of a modern reviver of the Gnosticism of the first centuries of the Christian era. Jung and the Pansophic Gnosis. According to Morton Smith, the noted discoverer of the secret Gospel of Mark, the term Gnostikoi was generally used to describe persons of a Platonic and/or Pythagorean orientation, although, of course, the term Gnosis occurs in the writings of many authors belonging to other schools, including Orthodox Christian Church fathers like Origen and Clement of Alexandria. The Nag Hammadi Gnostic library contained copies of both the Republic of Plato and of certain Hermetic tractates which scholarly purists of contemporary vintage would never dream of including in the Gnostic corpus. All of this furnishes evidence for the contention that already in early times, when the Gnostic schools were still physically alive, Gnosticism was characterized by a considerable ecumenicity and elasticity. The members of the presumed Gnostic community in Upper Egypt would probably have defined Gnostic literature as any spiritually valuable scripture capable of producing gnosis within the reader. Academic experts on Gnosticism may aspire to the status of purists, but the Gnostics themselves never were such, nor could they ever be. Thus in later centuries, after the destruction of the original Gnostic communities and of their scriptures, the Gnostic spirit lived on under many names and in many disguises, still serving its original and never-fading purposes. As long as there is a light within the innermost selfhood of human nature, and as long as there are men and women who feel themselves akin to that light, there will always be Gnostics in the world. We may consider the continued presence of the Gnosis as in a very large measure due to the survival of Gnostic archetypes within the collective unconscious and to the very nature of the processes of the growth and development of the psyche itself. Jung undoubtedly knew this when he referred to the process of the confrontation with the shadow, the recognition of the unacceptable, or evil part of ourselves, as a Gnostic process. The Church Fathers coined the phrase anima naturaliter Christiana, the soul, which is by its nature Christian, but the Gnostics with even greater validity could have said that the soul's content and path of growth are by their nature Gnostic. The undeniably archetypal character of Gnosticism is not the only cause of its survival. In addition to the Gnostic character of the unconscious, which spontaneously tends to produce Gnostic systems of reality, there also exists a historical development and continuity linking the ancient Gnostics with their heirs in later historical periods. Underground movements seldom lend themselves as subjects for the work of the historian. Compelled to secrecy by their hostile environment, their chief preoccupation is survival, and thus they leave relatively few discernible tracks in the soil of time. Much, although not all, of Gnostic history after the 3rd and 4th centuries is made up of speculation and intuition in lieu of facts. Still in this gossamer fabric of concealment and subterfuge, of evasions and occasional daring declarations, certain significant data stand forth with remarkable force and clarity. One of these is the life and work of the splendid Persian prophet Mani, AD 215 to 277, whose star rose just when that of the first Gnostics declined. Mani was a Gnostic both by the nature of his character and by virtue of tradition. When 12 years old he was visited by an angel who declared to him that he was chosen for great tasks. At the age of 24 the angel came to him again and urged him to make his public appearance and to proclaim his own doctrine. The Persian name of this angel means twin, and he was the spiritual twin brother, or higher self, of Mani. The Gnostic treatise known as Pistis Sophia recounts a similar incident in the life of Jesus, who in his youth was visited by an angel who resembled him like a twin brother and with whom Jesus merged after they embraced. These myths express the Jungian encounter between the ego and the self, with the ensuing union of the opposites. Recent discoveries appear to indicate, however, that Mani's father, Paddock, had traveled to Syria and Palestine and there joined a Jewish or Mandean group of Gnostic character. Thus in all likelihood Mani received a Gnostic transmission from his father or from his father's teachers. Mani was cruelly executed by a treacherous king at the instigation of the Zoroastrian priestly establishment, but his religion continued to flourish in many lands for several centuries and became the principal carrier of the Gnostic tradition. As late as 1813 the Manichaean Order of the White Lotus and the Black Cloud was politically active in China, and there seem to be indications of the existence of Manichaean remnants existing in Vietnam as late as 1911. Unlike the first Gnostic teachers, Mani was a skilled organizer, and the missionaries of his church were indefatigable travelers and preachers. In Europe the Manichaean Gnosis twice reared its head with bold might, once in the Balkan regions of Bulgaria and Bosnia where its votaries were known as Bogomils, and once in the south of France where the followers were known as Cathars or Albigensians. Although drowned in blood every time, their influence penetrated the cultural and religious field in many lands and helped to reinforce the underground stream of Gnostic traditions which continued to survive in secrecy. While the spiritual heirs of Mani thus carried forth their particular Gnostic transmission openly, though against overwhelming odds, various strictly secret traditions continued to exist, especially in Europe and in the Middle East. It is with one of these covered traditions of the Gnosis that Carl Jung established a most significant link. The tradition we refer to as Alchemy. In an address, delivered at the presentation of the celebrated Jung Codex of the Nag Hammadi collection to the C.G. Jung Institute, Jung singled out two main representatives of the Gnostic tradition, one being the Jewish Kabbalah, while the other he called philosophical alchemy. Jung was familiar with the Kabbalah and was a frequent reader of one of its greatest works, the Latin translation of the Zohar, translated by Nor von Rosenroth and known as Kabbalah Denudata. The principal modality of Gnosis to which Jung became greatly attached, however, was not the Kabbalah but alchemy. He commented extensively in many volumes of his finest writing on its intricate symbolism and splendid transformational metaphors. Many have wondered why Jung should have chosen the obscure and long ridiculed occult discipline of alchemy as one of the favorite subjects of his research. The answer to the quandary, though clearly given by Jung himself, has failed to elicit the response that it warrants. For about a dozen years, from the First World War until 1926, Jung devoted himself with great zeal to the study of the literature on Gnosticism then available to him. In spite of the fragmentary and distorted character of this literary material, he became both well informed about Gnosticism and thoroughly imbued with its spirit, as proven by the content of the 7 Sermons to the Dead. What Jung could not find at first, however, was some sort of a bridge or link that might have connected the Gnosis of old with later periods, including the contemporary one. Some grail-like vessel was needed wherein the precious elixir, once used by such masters as Valentinus and Basilides, was preserved and in which it was carried through the centuries to attract would-be Gnostic Parsifals in our own era. Jung's intuition declared to him that there must be such a bridge, such a connecting link in the chain of wisdom, but he could not rationally discern where it was to be sought. Then, as usual, he was aided by a dream. In it he was carried back into the 17th century when alchemy still flourished in Europe. A recognition dawned on him. Here, he thought, is the missing link of the descent of the Gnosis. Thus began his great research, which eventually led him to proclaim that alchemy indeed represented the historical link with Gnosticism, and that a definite continuity therefore existed between the past and present. Jung stated that, grounded in the natural philosophy of the Middle Ages, alchemy on the one hand formed the bridge into the past, to Gnosticism, and on the other to the future, to modern depth psychology. Thus came to pass one of the significant hallmarks of esoteric historical exploration. Alchemy was discovered to be none other than the bridge over which the Gnosis of old traversed the ages and entered the modern world as the Jungian psychology of the unconscious. The implications regarding the connections of Jung's thought with Gnosticism, although seldom mentioned in the past, are nevertheless clear for all to see. They may be summed up as follows. Jung might be viewed as a modern-day Gnostic who absorbed the Gnosis, both by way of his inner transformation and his confirming study of Gnostic literature. He knew that in his psychology he was putting forward an essentially Gnostic discipline of transformation in contemporary guise. He needed to discover a historical connection between his own efforts and those of the Gnostic teachers of antiquity. He was also in need of a statement of the Gnostic method of transformation that was not fragmentary but contained an adequate vocabulary of psychologically valid symbols to be made useful within the context of the study of the human mind today. In alchemy he found precisely what he sought. Thus the answer to his dreams came heralded by a dream. In alchemy Jung contacted one of the most important branches of what has sometimes been called the Pansophic tradition, or the wisdom heritage which descended from Gnostic, Hermetic, and Neoplatonic sources, through numerous later manifestations, to contemporary times. This Pansophic, or Theosophic tradition was recognized by Jung to have taken many forms throughout the ages, but also to have been particularly manifest in the late 19th and early 20th centuries within the movement of modern theosophy, enunciated by the Russian noblewoman and world traveler, Madame H. P. Blavatsky. In such works as The Undiscovered Self and Civilization in Transition, Jung clearly recognized modern theosophy as an important contemporary manifestation of Gnosticism, and he likened it to a submarine mountain range spreading beneath the waves of the mainstream culture, with only the projecting mountain peaks becoming visible from time to time through the attention received by Madame Blavatsky, Annie Besant, Krishnamurti, and others. As Jung repeatedly emphasized, Orthodox Christianity, and one should include Orthodox Judaism as well, has demonstrably failed to satisfy the deepest and most essential needs of the soul of Western humanity. Christian theology was far too rationalistic, reductionistic and insensitive to the profound reaches of the human soul. As the Church came to ally herself with one hopelessly unspiritual secular establishment after the other, from Constantine to Mussolini, so also her spirit atrophied under the baneful influence of Aristotelian logic and other structures of thought which stifled the urge of believers toward personal psychic transformation. In this climate of spiritual aridity, which persisted for some 1,700 years, the desire for individuation frequently turned to the alternative spirituality of the Pansophic or Theosophic transmission which, while not exclusively Gnostic in the classical sense, contained a large component of Gnosticism. The 17th century, to which Jung saw himself transported in his alchemical dream, was one of the most important points in the history of the upsurgence of this alternative tradition of spirituality. It was at this time that the movement called by Francis Yates the Rosicrucian Enlightenment brought Hellenistic alchemy into a cooperative conjunction with the Jewish Gnosticism of the Kabbalah and with the theurgic magical methods that descended from both Gnosticism and Neoplatonism. The greatest early luminary of this spiritual counterpart of the artistic and literary Renaissance was a man with whom Jung felt an uncanny and overwhelming inner kinship, Philippus Orolus Theophrastus Paracelsus Bombastus of Hohenheim, who like himself was Swiss, a physician, and a man determined to unite the opposites of science and spirituality into one operative unity. Although a flamboyant and gargantuan Renaissance man, filled with scientific curiosity as well as with spiritual aspiration, not to speak of physical and emotional appetites of equally heroic proportions, Paracelsus was in many ways a true Gnostic. Pugnacious, haughty, fiercely independent, his motto was "He who can be his own, should not be another's." He nourished a sovereign contempt for the world of established power, dogma, and values. A lonely and homeless wanderer, he journeyed over almost the entire known world of his time, and died mysteriously and alone in Salzburg, Austria, where even his tomb was found to be empty in later years. Very much like Jung, he looked upon illness as a spiritual phenomenon related to the universal meaning of life within a magical cosmos. His epigram "Magic is a great hidden wisdom, reason is a great open folly" could be easily adapted to characterize Jung's discovery of the meaningful non-rationality of the unconscious, replete with its own symbolic magic and revealing itself in the wonders of synchronicity. At a fairly early point in his career, 1929, speaking in the very house where Paracelsus was born at Einsiedeln in Switzerland, Jung repeatedly drew comparisons between the philosophy of the great occult physician and the teachings of Gnosticism. Jung recognized in the cosmogenic principle propounded by Paracelsus, and called by him Heiligster, a form of the Gnostic demiurge, or deity subordinate to the supreme deity, sometimes considered the creator of evil. He traced the alchemical view of the archetypal potentialities concealed in matter to the Gnostic concept of the light sparks scattered abroad in the darkened cosmos. With singular clarity, he perceived how the occult materialism of Paracelsus and of the alchemists was but a new form of the apparent extreme idealism of the Gnostics. Jung recognized that the same transformation process which the Gnostics symbolized as the journey of the soul through the aeonic regions appeared in the Paracelsian symbolism as the stage-by-stage transfiguration of the dark prima materia into the shining gold of the alchemical work. While apparently poles apart, the Gnostics and alchemists shared a common quest. They also opposed a common foe, Orthodox Christianity, which was ever incapable of appreciating either the transformational potentialities of matter or the authentic, naturally inherent sanctity, and indeed divinity, of the human psyche. Instead of an appreciation of either or both of these alchemical and Gnostic propositions, the Church chose to languish in a psychological limbo compounded of Aristotelian logic and the Semitic obsession with moral laws and commandments. Paracelsus and the alchemists were dear to Jung, for in them he saw a mighty manifestation of the Pansophic tradition which is a descendant of ancient Gnosticism. Paracelsus, Pico de la Mirandola, Ficino, and their companions may have initiated the Pansophic fusion of the magico-philosophical disciplines of transformation. However, this Pansophic or Theosophic synthesis was brought to its greatest fruition in the 17th century, with the unknown authors of the Fama Fraternitatis, the Confessio Fraternitatis and of the Chymical Wedding of Christian Rosencreutz, as well as the writings and activities of the English Renaissance occultists John Dee, Thomas Vaughan, and Robert Flood. The aforementioned historian, Frances Yates, proves in her most convincing scholarly works, Giordano Bruno and the Hermetic Tradition, as well as the Art of Memory, the Theatre of the World and the Rosicrucian Enlightenment, that Renaissance art, science, literature, and drama have an organic connection with and are, in a sense, part of the Pansophic effort. It is Hermetic and Gnostic magic, alchemy, and heterodox mysticism that served as the well of the living waters from which the greatest lights of Western culture, from Galileo to Shakespeare, drew their inspiration and spiritual sustenance. The 17th century thus led to the 18th, wherein Martinism, Freemasonry, the Illuminati and the Neo-Templars carried forward the torch of the alternative spiritual tradition into the Age of Reason. The Jacobin Club and other anti-monarchist and anti-clerical associations in France and elsewhere were politicized offshoots of the esoteric orders, bent in part on revenging the centuries of persecutions visited on the representatives of heterodox spirituality by the powers of throne and altar. When King Louis XVI was led to the scaffold, he is said to have exclaimed, "This is the revenge of Jacques de Molay." But as thrones crumbled and altar lights were extinguished, the champions of the new dawn of the Spirit came to recognize that the triumph of wisdom was still far off. New tyrants replaced the monarchs of old and churchly dogma gave way to the soul-killing materialism of an arrogant young science. The era of darkness set in. Semi-moribund religion continued to battle science, while the grimy smokestacks of the Industrial Revolution reduced peasant to proletarian and elevated merchant and usurer to capitalist. Only the artist and poet remained to fan the flickering flame of the alternate spiritual tradition. William Blake, Shelley, Goethe, Hölderlin, and later W. B. Yeats and Gustav Meyrink, as well as the painters Moreau and Mucha, following in the footsteps of the Pre-Raphaelites and of other artistic esotericists, were consciously, and at times hopelessly, championing the Pansophic tradition. Even toward the end of his life, Jung said gravely to Miguel Serrano, "No one understands, only a poet could begin to understand," thus speaking for the entire stream of esoteric transmission in its 19th and 20th century plight. The dawn always breaks at the darkest time of night. Out of the torpor of 19th century culture, new figures arose and, like chanticleers, they called forth magically the new old light of the sun. Wagner, Nietzsche, Kierkegaard, and numerous lesser figures, all in their own fashion, brought forth elements of the Pansophic tradition. Like a Cathar troubadour risen from the pyre of the Inquisition, Richard Wagner sang the glories of the mystical Grail and paraded the awakened gods of the pagan past. Nietzsche, the passionate neo-pagan, articulated a truly Gnostic contempt for the pusillanimous constructs of what he saw as an alienated, degenerated Christianity, while Kierkegaard, the gloomy Dane, conjured up existential anguish and alienation, duplicating the feat of the earliest Gnostics. All of these efforts, however, fell short of taking the ultimate step, taken long ago by Valentinus, Basilides, Martian and other Gnostics, which was neither a leap of faith nor a plunge into despair, but the entry into the ionic regions of the human psyche. Here the archetypal gods await the neophyte ego to be initiated into the mystery. Depth psychology thus became the logical conclusion of an age-long process which brought the Pansophic tradition from the sunny shores of the Mediterranean to Europe and America, and from classical antiquity through the Middle Ages and subsequent centuries into the paradoxical times of the two world wars, of Nazism, fascism, and Marxism and the other curious elements which make up the 20th century. Religion, science, philosophy, art, and literature were only partial approaches to the great mystery of the soul. Each was like a facet in a cut gem, fragmentary in its own isolation. Only two forces emerged in the late 19th and early 20th centuries which addressed themselves to the very fire in the center of the many-faceted diamond of the soul and endeavored in their own ways to understand the dynamics of the brilliancy of its light. The two forces were, modern occultism, initiated by the theosophy of Madame Blavatsky, and modern depth psychology, initiated by Freud and carried forward into new creative dimensions by Jung. The former followed the age-old pattern of the alternative spiritual tradition, pursuing a private, or quasi-religious approach. The latter aspired to become a science, even though it came to reveal itself more as a quasi-scientific discipline, half an art and half a science. Whether this modern discipline of the soul will be able to live up to its own high expectations and fulfill its outstanding promise, only the passage of time will disclose. In the person and in the work of C.G. Jung, modern depth psychology has come very close to revealing the great secret. It has come close to perfecting the Gnostic alchemical work. As we know, the old wizard of the mind whom the world called C.G. Jung is no longer on earth to continue the great experiment he began. His psychology is still with us, and so is his general Pansophic legacy, inherited by him from a succession of sages that includes the Gnostic elite of 2 millennia. The night is still long and the watchmen are few. Will the magnum opus be carried forward to a new stage toward its completion? Who will be the alchemists, the Gnostics of the future? Jung and the new Gnosticism. If one accepts the view expressed in the foregoing, namely that Jung played the role of an authentic, contemporary link in the chain of transmission that has been called Pansophic, the core of which is Gnosticism, then certain conclusions will, of necessity, suggest themselves. One of these is that Jungian or analytical psychology cannot and must not remain restricted to the field of psychotherapeutic practice and theory, but that instead the wider cultural and spiritual implications of Jung's thought need to be explored and implemented. This necessity is made increasingly clear when one considers the mounting generalized public response to Jung's total message, which is far greater than the response of the same public to Jungian therapy alone. The academic community of experts in literature, mythology, comparative religions, and kindred disciplines, as well as large segments of the educated lay public, have responded with the greatest measure of positive interest to Jung's insights, while the medical and clinical disciplines of psychology have remained relatively unimpressed and unaffected by them. This assessment is primarily to be understood within the context of the intellectual life of America, but the European picture resembles the American to a significant degree. Over the last 2 or 3 decades there has been a phenomenal increase in the popularity of Jung's books, but the number of practicing psychiatrists and psychologists following the Jungian discipline is still minuscule when compared to those attached to other psychological models. Vox populi, vox Dei, the voice of the people is the voice of God. It may well be that the gods have thus spoken through the mouths of people in many walks of life, and that their judgment declares that, while only few may avail themselves of Jungian therapy, many, and perhaps all, can benefit from Jung's Weltanschauung, his model of reality, or world conception. Another conclusion that should be considered is that Jung's essential message cannot be regarded as an isolated, contemporary phenomenon, but rather as an organic outgrowth, nay perhaps even the culmination, of a distinguished spiritual tradition of great antiquity as well as of timeless relevance. In short, Jung's insights need to be considered as one of the latest and greatest manifestations of the stream of alternate spirituality which descends from the Gnostics. It is to be expected that this position will find its critics, and that some of these critics will be precisely persons who are quite attached to Jung's psychology and in some cases are practitioners of his therapy. To link Jung's name unequivocally with the most abominated heresy of Christian history may appear to some as a disservice rendered to Jung and to his psychology. Perhaps the timid and the faint-hearted need to be reminded that immediate advantages must often be sacrificed in order to benefit distant but larger objectives. What will it profit Jung's admirers if they should gain the whole world in terms of acceptance and academic respectability, while modern man at large still wanders in search of his lost soul? The world, especially the Western world, is in evident need of a new Gnosis, even of a new Gnosticism. Fascinating and inspiring though it is, the old Gnosticism of 1,700 years ago labors under some obvious limitations when its applicability to contemporary spiritual problems is considered. Yet, at the same time it must be evident to any unprejudiced student of Gnosticism that it still has much to offer to contemporary humanity when it is stripped of certain archaic and outdated historical features. It is because of these features that it appears imperative that Gnosticism should not be confined to the limited interests of a backward-looking antiquarianism. Some way must be found to rescue ancient Gnosticism from the ivory towers of those who delight more in the subtleties of Coptic and Greek phrases than in the living realities of the soul, to which the ancient Gnostics were in fact addressing themselves. It appears to us that such a way can be found, and that it must of necessity be composed of 2 main sources. The first of these sources is the classical Gnosticism of the early centuries AD, with the addition of significant amplifications brought forth by the various manifestations of the Gnostic impulse within the Pansophic tradition. The second element is none other than the Gnosis formulated by Jung. It may be considered likely that self-declared purists of both the Jungian and of the Gnostic variety will resist the marriage of these 2 elements. Resistances and objections of such a nature, however, ought to be viewed as of little importance when contrasted with the potential benefits to be derived from a creative conjunction of ancient Gnosticism and the modern Gnosis of Jung. Assuredly there may be persons who wish to confine the wisdom of Jung to the small operational arena of the consulting room, even as there will be others who will insist on locking up Gnosticism in the files of scholarly specialists and in their costly and obscure academic treatises. The fact remains that Jungian depth psychology is more than a therapeutic discipline, just as Gnosticism is more than an ancient religion. Both are the expression at their particular levels of existential reality of a gnosis, a knowledge of the heart directed toward the inmost core of the human psyche and having as its objective the essential transformation of the psyche. It becomes necessary for us now to give some expression to the model of reality as it appears within the texts of the ancient Gnostics, and as it may be usefully amplified by the modern statement of Gnosis offered to us by Jung. Gnosis is formless, since ultimate reality is always beyond conceptual grasp. It was precisely this perception of ultimate reality that inspired the teachers and writers of ancient Gnosticism and fired them to amazing heights of original, creative accomplishment in the spiritual field. Modern psychology and ancient Gnosticism are but pointers to truths that are actually encountered in the vital experience of personal psychic transformation. Experience itself is always individual and can never be adequately expressed or interpreted by arranging sets of concepts and doctrines, for concepts are only indications of similarities within experience. Gnostic and psychologist must both be on their guard against the danger that they might mistake formulae for wisdom, and thus fall into the same dark pit into which theology plunged headlong, and fatally. If anyone should expect Jung to have constructed a new Gnostic system in the accustomed sense of the word, such an expectation would assuredly meet with disappointment. Jung, in fact, pointed the way toward a most important feature of the new Gnosticism when he said that where individual development is demanded, all methods must be abandoned. He considered individuality as unique, unpredictable, and uninterpretable. In his view, all human beings are pathfinders, hewing their way through a dense forest. The established systems and forms of knowledge can do no more than put up signposts and indicate the explored roads that lead to the edge of this forest where the task of solitary exploration begins. Thus religious and quasi-religious disciplines, as well as modern psychology, can point to significant, common situations in the quest after gnosis, but they are in reality only a shorthand of the language of the soul to be abandoned as real contact with the deeper layers of spirit is achieved. The danger of all systems is that they tend to mistake the words which serve as pointers for the realities to which they point. We may use terms of a Gnostic derivation, such as Sophia or Abraxas, or on the other hand, we may employ psychological terms, such as anima, animus, and shadow, but in all instances we must be extremely careful that we do not earmark them as known because named, thus depriving ourselves of authentic gnosis. Life is never static and the inner life least of all, so it would be improper to refer to any definable gnosis or individuation as a final achievement. We are ever becoming, but we never become. All systems must beware of assuming that they are making true statements about reality. When they come to rationalize their symbols and begin to look upon them as truths, they will soon be fossilizing their insights and thus soon destroy their empirical value as signposts on the way. At the portal of true gnosis all isms, even Gnosticism, must vanish. Similarly, the psychologist must be willing to sacrifice his allegiance to a psychological system when he begins to deal with true individuation. It is interesting to note in this connection that Jung was quite critical of the representatives of the Pansophic tradition within the modern era, precisely because of their frequent tendency to mistake their own symbols for factual and philosophical truth. Most of his derogatory remarks made about theosophy and related systems must be interpreted in this light. Modern occultists for the most part, even if thus inclined, could not give expression to their symbolic models of reality in psychological language. Jung, on the other hand, seriously questioned the usefulness of metaphysical formulations such as theirs. His endeavor was to bring everything purporting to be metaphysical into what he called the daylight of psychological understanding, which he felt was vastly preferable to the use of nebulous power words of academic metaphysicians and occultists. Jung, in turn, has been criticized for this approach by persons attached to the mainstream religions as well as by some esotericists, notably by the school of René Guénon and Fritjof Schuon in recent years, and the charge of psychologism was made against him for his attempt to express religious and metaphysical statements in psychological terms only. Yet it is fairly apparent that Jung acted as a Gnostic in this respect also. To name is not to know. The Church has substituted faith for knowing, and some metaphysicians as well as many esotericists have come to regard speculation and elaborate systematizations of terminology as substitutes for knowing directly for oneself. To know, one must experience. This, as far as we can discern from the now increasingly available Gnostic documents, was exactly the position of the ancient Gnostics, for which reason they were held in disrepute by churchly believers and philosophical speculators alike. The occultist who uses elaborate diagrams of astral planes and etheric bodies liberally sprinkled with Sanskrit words can be as far from Gnosis as can the psychologist who employs clever two-dimensional maps of the psyche with shorthand expressions such as the shadow, the anima, or the wise old man, as though these were concrete realities instead of symbolic pointers to incomprehensible mysteries in the vast recesses of the unconscious. If we cannot expect a system of the conventional sort to represent the gnosis which emerges from the conjunction of the approaches of the ancient Gnostics and of Jung, it may be at least possible for us to state certain basic axioms which could serve as the principal indicators of the message of this gnosis. In the following we shall present a brief summary of these elements in the hope that they may state in briefest outline form the basic propositions around which all other elements of the new Gnostic reality model may constellate themselves. Some of the points here enumerated are based on a similar summary by the late Eleanor Bertin in her work Jung's Contribution to Our Time, in which she outlines basic conclusions of Jung concerning the religious side of the psyche. 1. The first conclusion is that a pneumatic, spiritual, or more than personal, element is an organic part of the human psyche. The ancient Gnosis declared that the human being is not merely a creature of materiality, Heil, and of a personal mind-emotion complex, psyche, but that there is a third potency indwelling the soul, which is spirit, pneuma. It is upon the awakening of this element into effective action that Gnosis depends. Jung stated something very similar when he declared that the unconscious material of human beings inevitably reveals evidences of the highest spiritual potentiality. This spiritual component is a source of revelations, insight, and ultimately of the urge toward wholeness. 2. The second conclusion is that this spiritual element carries on an active dialogue with the personal element of our selfhood through the use of symbols. The spiritual element is not a silent partner in the business of life, but demands active participation in the growth and transformation of the individual. Unlike the mind-emotion complex, the pneumatic component does not express itself in words or in ordinary feelings. Dreams, visions, altered states of consciousness and what Jung called synchronistic experiences are the most important avenues for these symbolic communications. 3. The third conclusion is that the symbols proceeding from the pneumatic component of the soul reveal a path of spiritual or psychological development, which can be traced, not only backward toward a cause in the past, but forward to a goal in the future. The Gnostics held that the existential condition of the human being is determined by two factors: the descent or fall of the human soul from the light world in the past, and the soul's teleological destiny, which is its return to that light world in glory and victory. We are not only driven by our murky past but also mightily drawn forward and upward by our splendid future. Mainstream Christianity holds the fall of man and the consequent state of original sin responsible for his present condition, even as Freudian psychology traces the present neurotic afflictions of the psyche back to infantile conditions. In contradistinction, Jung held that the psyche contains an indwelling sense of its destiny of wholeness, and that this sense to a considerable extent determines its present condition. 4. The fourth conclusion is that prior to an arising of gnosis, or individuation as Jung might call it, the human soul is dominated by many blind and foolish powers, projections and unconscious compulsions. These powers have been mythically expressed and given names such as demiurge and archons by the ancient Gnostics. While it is occasionally asserted that Jung's Gnostic statements, such as the ones contained in the 7 Sermons to the Dead, do not speak of a demiurge or archons and therefore Jung could not be a Gnostic, it appears likely that such observations are based on an inability of some to appreciate the subtle code in which Jung's Gnosticism is articulated. One cannot help but feel that the observers making these statements simply were unable to perceive the powerful analogies and correspondences existing between Jung's concepts and the mythologies of Valentinus, Basilides, and their fellows. The primary demiurge in the Jungian system is, so it would seem, none other than the alienated human ego. This conscious selfhood, having pulled itself away from the original wholeness of the unconscious, has become a blind and foolish being, unaware of its roots in the unconscious, yet desperately attempting to recreate a semblance of the overworld by affecting unconscious projections. The ego thus appears very much like an intermediary between the realm of extrovert action and the greater, unconscious matrix, within which Jung saw all external phenomena to be rooted. Like the Gnostic demiurge, the ego in its alienated, blind arrogance boldly but falsely proclaims that there is no other God before it, that it alone is the true determinant of existence, and that the powers and potentialities of the unconscious are unreal or non-existent. The ego demiurge creates its own cosmos, but it is a flawed and distorted one, inasmuch as in it the light of the deeper selfhood is obscured and polluted by unconscious projections and compulsions. It is thus that the ego becomes a true demiurge, the foolish architect of its own foolish world. Since in their quaintly ironic manner the ancient Gnostics frequently identified the mythologem of the Semitic creator god with their own mythologem of the demiurge, and since this Semitic creator in turn became God the Father to the Christians and Allah to the Muslims, it is understandable that the concept of the demiurge should create severe resentment in those who have become attached to the God image of this deity. At the same time, it must be remembered that a variety of demiurgic mythologems appear in numerous religions and spiritual disciplines, thus indicating that such an idea is not merely an eccentric aberration of the abominated Gnostics. The greatest Gnosis of the East, Buddhism, gives a very clear expression of this concept when it describes the figure of Mara, the deceiver who sought to keep Gautama from attaining to Buddhahood. It must be remembered also that Buddhism in the same breath affirms the psychological truth that the overcoming of the ego is the most important ingredient in the attainment of enlightenment. Other systems also give frequent mythological expression to the recognition that there is an adversary, or oppositional power, active in life, which seems bent on preventing or at least retarding the enlightenment of the soul, in order to hold it in some sort of captivity within a universe of darkness and illusion. The idea of the demiurge is not a mere weird and shocking invention of the Gnostics but an archetypal image universally present in the human psyche, and inevitably manifest in the various myths of enlightenment or liberation. The unwillingness of some religious structures to take evil seriously, and with it the image of the demiurge, has led to the psychic impoverishment of the followers of these religions. Any new Gnosis or Gnosticism emerging in our contemporary world would of necessity have to address itself to this important psychic fact and give it some useful and creative expression in present-day terms. Jung has undoubtedly paved the way in this direction by his psychological restatement of the mythic figurations once advanced by the Gnostics. 5. The fifth conclusion is that the alienation of consciousness, along with its attendant feelings of forlornness, dread, and homesickness, must be fully experienced before it can be overcome. The detractors of classical Gnosticism forever accuse it of gloomy and world-denying tendencies. Jung's psychology has also had its share of accusations of gloominess and of an excessive emphasis on darkness, alienation, and evil. Once again, it must be recalled that there are empirical reasons related to the dynamics of spiritual liberation which make such attitudes imperative. A delightful story regarding a patient of Jung's points this up. She saw herself in a dream sinking into a dreadful mire. Overhead appeared the figure of Dr. Jung serenely floating in the ether and sternly addressing the distressed patient with the following words, "Not out, but through." This anecdote illustrates a most important principle of Jung's and of his psychology, which is quite similar to certain principles of Gnosticism. The psyche must allow itself the experience of darkness, terror, and alienation, irrespective of the pain affected by the experience. The process of individuation includes the confrontation with an experience of what Jung called the shadow. This process of confrontation and experience has been characterized, once again by Jung himself, as a Gnostic process. Another useful analogy to the modern psychological Gnostic process is the fourfold structure of the classical Greek drama: agon or contest, pathos or defeat, threnos or lamentation, and theophania, or a divinely accomplished redemption. It is significant to note that, of the 4 stages of development, only the 4th and last may be described as pleasant and joyous, while the other 3 are characterized by struggle, defeat, and mourning. Is this pessimism? Yes, but by no means a hopeless, despairing pessimism. The pessimistic view of the present existential condition of the soul or psyche is more than compensated by the hope of the potential ultimate denouement of wholeness and redemption. Similarly, in the classical ancient form of Gnosticism, the so-called cosmic pessimism, recognition of the existential evils of life in the cosmos, was set off against the glorious eschatological vision of the liberation of the soul from the bonds of darkness, oppression, and ignorance in its reunion with the Pleroma, the transcendental fullness of being. Philosophers may argue endlessly and theologians may speculate fruitlessly about the abstract issues of the goodness or evil of the created world, but the psychologist has little reason to doubt that the psyche aspiring toward wholeness must first experience keenly and fully those unpleasant existential conditions of alienation and darkness which alone may convince it of the true necessity for growth. The sick person unaware of his or her illness is less likely to seek for means of healing than someone who experiences the symptoms of the disease. As Buddha taught suffering and the cessation of suffering, so Jungian psychological teaching recognizes that those unaware of suffering are much more likely to have their development arrested at the level of shallow, personalistic concerns than their fellows who are aware of the facts of suffering. The neurotic personality, resentful and fearful of the growing pains of the soul, tends to seek refuge in self-deception and thus frequently convinces itself that growth is really unnecessary, for things are quite satisfactory just as they are at present. 6. The sixth conclusion brings us back to the process of Gnosis and its goal, for it declares that the goal of spiritual growth is expressed by images of completion in a whole, which the Gnostics often called the Pleroma, fullness, and / or the anthropos, or primal man, and which Jung called the self. This self, the representative of the fullness of being within an individual context, is unique for each individual and is formed by the integration of the little self, or ego, and the unconscious. Manifest life is indeed a process of soul-making. The pneuma must create for itself a vehicle for its own liberation from earthly bonds, while still engaged in the tasks and perils of earthly existence. Crucial to this conclusion is the idea that the authentic selfhood of the human being is neither created nor does it evolve in some Darwinian or quasi-Darwinian fashion, but it is alchemically integrated from the opposites of light and dark, good and evil, masculine and feminine, conscious and unconscious. It is not by simple extension or a lineal path of growth, but by the oppositional conflict and eventual reconciliation of the opposites that the fullness of being is restored within the individual soul. 7. The seventh conclusion is that the wholeness, or self, which is the end result of the process of spiritual growth, is characterized by all the qualities such as power, value, holiness which religious systems have always attributed to God. This is not to say that the intrapsychic image of deity completely exhausts all the possible ways in which the numinous presence, often called God, may manifest. Still, the internal God image is probably the most helpful and practically useful point of contact with transcendental wholeness available, and one, moreover, of which empirical evidence appears in our dreams, visions, and other creative experiences. 8. The eighth conclusion is that the growth of the soul has as its goal a state of integrated wholeness rather than a condition of moral perfection. This conclusion of Jungian thought links Jung and his teachings most intimately with the much condemned Antinomianism, opposition to the law, of the Gnostics. Indeed, in ancient Gnosticism we find very clear statements of a spiritual libertarianism, not, as frequently alleged, of libertinism, which regards the individual human pneuma as superior to and possessing a sovereignty over the primitive law of thou shalt and thou shalt not promulgated by the demiurge. To imagine that one's pure, divine spirit could be even affected, and even less lost because of transgressing against the petty laws of a cosmic tyrant appeared laughable to the Gnostics. Threats of demiurgic retribution cannot frighten the Gnostic, for the ruler of the lower world has no dominion over the pneuma which originates within and is destined to return to a realm superior to his own. Moreover, this freedom of the spirit of the Gnostic is much more than a mere indifferent state of permissiveness. Rather, it is evident that the liberating effect of this freedom from external laws and commandments is in itself a value to be cultivated, for important reasons. Through indifference to the demiurgic norms, the Gnostic thwarts the designs of the petty, tyrannical powers of the cosmos and thus makes a positive contribution to the work of salvation. Freedom makes for more and greater freedom, while subservience to the blind law of a blind demiurge creates further slavery. One cannot free oneself by bowing to the yoke but only by breaking it. Like a true Gnostic, Carl Jung recognized that, even at best, goodness is no substitute for wholeness, he frequently said that in the long run what matters is not goodness or obedience to moral laws, but only and simply the fullness of being. Gnostic psychology has always recognized that the artificial division or splitting apart of the fullness of being into the two halves of good and evil was a plot of the tyrannical forces bent upon keeping humanity in chains. By dividing life into two separate halves and ordering the human being to cleave to one of these halves to the exclusion of the other, the demiurgic power has caused humanity to do violence against the shadow side of the soul and has caused human beings to condemn themselves to a state of incompleteness and guilt. In order to restore the Pleroma, or experience the fullness of being, we must know evil, which is not the same as doing evil. Evildoers in the true sense are almost inevitably persons acting under one or several compulsions of an unconscious nature. It is thus their very lack of self-knowledge, and with it their lack of knowledge of their own evil, that forces them to do antisocial and evil acts. Unconscious content not brought into the gnosis of consciousness is forced to live itself out by way of compulsive acts performed by the ego. As a latter-day Gnostic classic has expressed it, each human being is in truth his or her own absolute lawgiver, as well as his or her own reward and punishment. Such a statement can be recognized as valid only by persons who have emancipated themselves from the one-sided pursuit of moral perfection according to external laws and commandments. No longer seeking umbrage under the written law, such persons learn how to make conscious moral choices of their own design, winning individual victories and suffering their personal defeats according to the just constellations of psychic life. Such are, in brief outline form, some of the principal tenets of the Gnosis, both of those who in olden days were called Gnostics, and of those who, following the guidelines set forth by C.G. Jung, have become acquainted with the Gnostic nature of the human soul and its path toward wholeness. Important and useful though such summaries of ideas may be, they cannot serve as substitutes for the original Gnostic images embodied in the primary vision revealed to the inner eye of the inspired knower. C.G. Jung was, of course, just such a knower. His knowledge was amplified by his superb education and his extensive acquaintance with the literature of the Gnostics, but it did not originate therein. It is of supreme importance therefore that we should have a glimpse of some of these original insights, initial imaginationen, as he called them, as he wrote them down in his mysterious small treatise, filled with primeval power and deepest inspiration, and called by him Septem Sermons ad Mortuos or the 7 Sermons to the Dead. The remaining and major portion of this work shall be devoted to the content of this poetic tractate, presented here in an original translation, and to the elucidation of its strange message in the light of the ideas of classical Gnosticism and of modern psychology. 7 Sermons ad Mortuos, or 7 Sermons to the Dead. 7 Exhortations to the Dead, written by Basilides in Alexandria, the city where East and West meet. The first sermon. The dead came back from Jerusalem, where they did not find what they were seeking. They asked admittance to me and demanded to be taught by me, and thus I taught them. Here yet, I begin with nothing. Nothing is the same as fullness. In the endless state fullness is the same as emptiness. The nothing is both empty and full. One may just as well state some other thing about the nothing, namely that it is white or that it is black or that it exists or that it exists not. That which is endless and eternal has no qualities, because it has all qualities. The nothing, or fullness, is called by us the Pleroma. In it thinking and being cease, because the eternal is without qualities. In it there is no one, for if anyone were, he then would be differentiated from the Pleroma and would possess qualities which would distinguish him from the Pleroma. In the Pleroma there is nothing and everything. It is not profitable to think about the Pleroma, for to do that would mean one's dissolution. The created world is not in the Pleroma, but in itself. The Pleroma is the beginning and end of the created world. The Pleroma penetrates the created world as the sunlight penetrates the air everywhere. Although the Pleroma penetrates it completely, the created world has no part of it, just as an utterly transparent body does not become either dark or light in color as the result of the passage of the light through it. We ourselves, however, are the Pleroma, so it is that the Pleroma is present within us. Even in the smallest point the Pleroma is present without any bounds, eternally and completely, for small and great are the qualities which are alien to the Pleroma. The Pleroma is the nothingness which is everywhere complete and without end. It is because of this that I speak of the created world as a portion of the Pleroma, but only in an allegorical sense, for the Pleroma is not divided into portions, for it is nothingness. We, also, are the total Pleroma, for figuratively the Pleroma is an exceedingly small, hypothetical, even non-existent point within us, and also it is the limitless firmament of the cosmos about us. Why, however, do we discourse about the Pleroma, if it is the all, and also nothing? I speak of it, in order to begin somewhere, and also to remove from you the delusion that somewhere within or without there is something absolutely firm and definite. All things which are called definite and solid are but relative, for only that which is subject to change appears definite and solid. The created world is subject to change. It is the only thing that is solid and definite, since it has qualities. In fact, the created world is itself but a quality. We ask the question, how did creation originate? Creatures indeed originated but not the created world itself, for the created world is a quality of the Pleroma, in the same way as the uncreated, eternal death is also a quality of the Pleroma. Creation is always and everywhere, and death is always and everywhere. The Pleroma possesses all, differentiation and non-differentiation. Differentiation is creation. The created world is indeed differentiated. Differentiation is the essence of the created world, and for this reason the created also causes further differentiation. That is why man himself is a divider, inasmuch as his essence is also differentiation. That is why he distinguishes the qualities of the Pleroma, yet, those qualities which do not exist. These divisions man draws from his own being. This, then, is the reason for man discoursing about the qualities of the Pleroma, which do not exist. You say to me, what good is it then to talk about this, since it has been said that it is useless to think about the Pleroma? I say these things to you in order to free you from the illusion that it is possible to think about the Pleroma. When you speak of the divisions of the Pleroma, we are speaking from the position of our own divisions, and we speak about our own differentiated state, but while we do this, we have in reality said nothing about the Pleroma. However, it is necessary for us to talk about our own differentiation, for this enables us to discriminate sufficiently. Our essence is differentiation. For this reason we must distinguish individual qualities. You say, what harm does it not do to discriminate, for then we reach beyond the limits of our own being, we extend ourselves beyond the created world, and we fall into the undifferentiated state which is another quality of the Pleroma. We submerge into the Pleroma itself, and we cease to be created beings. Thus we become subject to dissolution and nothingness. Such is the very death of the created being. We die to the extent that we fail to discriminate. For this reason the natural impulse of the created being is directed toward differentiation and toward the struggle against the ancient, pernicious state of sameness. The natural tendency is called principium individuationis, principle of individuation. This principle is indeed the essence of every created being. From these things you may readily recognize why the undifferentiated principle and lack of discrimination are all a great danger to created beings. For this reason we must be able to distinguish the qualities of the Pleroma. Its qualities are the pairs of opposites, such as the effective and the ineffective, fullness and emptiness, the living and the dead, difference and sameness, light and dark, hot and cold, energy and matter, time and space, good and evil, the beautiful and the ugly, the one and the many, and so forth. The pairs of opposites are the qualities of the Pleroma. They are also in reality non-existent because they cancel each other out. Since we ourselves are the Pleroma, we also have these qualities present within us. Inasmuch as the foundation of our being is differentiation, we possess these qualities in the name and under the sign of differentiation, which means, first, that the qualities are in us differentiated from each other, and they are separated from each other, and thus they do not cancel each other out, rather they are in action. It is thus that we are the victims of the pairs of opposites. For in us the Pleroma is rent in two. Second, the qualities belong to the Pleroma, and we can and should partake of them only in the name and under the sign of differentiation. We must separate ourselves from these qualities. In the Pleroma they cancel each other out, in us they do not. But if we know how to know ourselves as being apart from the pairs of opposites, then we have attained to salvation. When we strive for the good and the beautiful, we thereby forget about our essential being, which is differentiation, and we are victimized by the qualities of the Pleroma, which are the pairs of opposites. We strive to attain to the good and the beautiful, but at the same time we also attain to the evil and the ugly, because in the Pleroma these are identical with the good and the beautiful. However, if we remain faithful to our nature, which is differentiation, we then differentiate ourselves from the good and the beautiful, and thus we have immediately also differentiated ourselves from the evil and the ugly. It is only thus that we do not merge into the Pleroma, that is, into nothingness and dissolution. You will object and say to me, "Thou hast said that differentiation and sameness are also qualities of the Pleroma. How is it then when we strive for differentiation? Are we not then true to our natures, and must we then also eventually be in the state of sameness, while we strive for differentiation?" What you should never forget is that the Pleroma has no qualities. We are the ones who create these qualities through our thinking. When you strive after differentiation or sameness or after other qualities, you strive after thoughts which flow to you from the Pleroma, namely thoughts about the non-existent qualities of the Pleroma. While you run after these thoughts, you fall again into the Pleroma and arrive at differentiation and sameness at the same time. Not your thinking but your being is differentiation. That is why you should not strive after differentiation and discrimination as you know these, but strive after your true nature. If you would thus truly strive, you would not need to know anything about the Pleroma and its qualities, and still you would arrive at the true goal because of your nature. However, because thinking alienates us from our true nature, therefore I must teach knowledge to you, with which you can keep your thinking under control. The second sermon. During the night the dead stood along the walls and shouted, "We want to know about God. Where is God? Is God dead? God is not dead, he is as much alive as ever. God is the created world, inasmuch as he is something definite and therefore he is differentiated from the Pleroma. God is a quality of the Pleroma, and everything that I have stated in reference to the created world is equally true of him. God is distinguished from the created world, however, inasmuch as he is less definite and less definable than the created world in general. He is less differentiated than the created world, because the ground of his being is effective fullness, and only to the extent that he is definite and differentiated is he identical with the created world, and thus is he the manifestation of the effective fullness of the Pleroma. Everything that we do not differentiate falls into the Pleroma and is cancelled out along with its opposite. Therefore if we do not discern God, then the effective fullness is cancelled out for us. God also is himself the Pleroma, even as every smallest point within the created world, as well as within the uncreated realm, is itself the Pleroma. The effective emptiness is the being of the devil. God and devil are the first manifestations of the nothingness, which we call the Pleroma. It does not matter whether the Pleroma is or is not, for it cancels itself out in all things. The created world, however, is different. Inasmuch as God and devil are created beings, they do not cancel each other out, rather they stand against each other as active opposites. We need no proof of their being, it is sufficient that we must always speak about them. Even if they did not exist, the created being would forever, because of its own differentiated nature, bring them forth out of the Pleroma. All things which are brought forth from the Pleroma by differentiation are pairs of opposites, therefore God always has with him the devil. This interrelationship is so close, as you have learned, it is so indissoluble in your own lives, that it is even as the Pleroma itself. The reason for this is that these two stand very close to the Pleroma, in which all opposites are cancelled out and unified. God and devil are distinguished by fullness and emptiness, generation and destruction. Activity is common to both. Activity unites them. It is for this reason that activity stands above both, being God above God, for it unites fullness and emptiness in its working. There is a God about whom you know nothing, because men have forgotten him. We call him by his name, Abraxas. He is less definite than God or devil. In order to distinguish God from him, we call God Helios, or the Sunday. Abraxas is activity, nothing can resist him but the unreal, and thus his active being freely unfolds. The unreal is not, and therefore cannot truly resist. Abraxas stands above the sun and above the devil. He is the unlikely likely one, who is powerful in the realm of unreality. If the Pleroma were capable of having a being, Abraxas would be its manifestation. Although he is activity itself, he is not a particular result but result in general. He is active non-reality, because he has no definite result. He is still a created being, inasmuch as he is differentiated from the Pleroma. The sun has a definite effect and so does the devil, therefore they appear to us more effective than the undefinable Abraxas. For he is power, endurance, change. At this point the dead caused a great riot, because they were Christians. The third sermon. The dead approached like mist out of the swamps and they shouted, "Speak to us further about the highest God." Abraxas is the God whom it is difficult to know. His power is the very greatest, because man does not perceive it at all. Man sees the summum bonum, supreme good, of the sun, and also the infimum malum, endless evil, of the devil, but Abraxas, he does not see, for he is undefinable life itself, which is the mother of good and evil alike. Life appears smaller and weaker than the summum bonum, supreme good, wherefore it is hard to think that Abraxas should supersede in his power the sun, which is the radiant fountain of all life force. Abraxas is the sun and also the eternally gaping abyss of emptiness, of the diminisher and dissembler, the devil. The power of Abraxas is twofold. You cannot see it, because in your eyes the opposition of this power seems to cancel it out. That which is spoken by God the Son is life, that which is spoken by the devil is death. Abraxas, however, speaks the venerable and also accursed word, which is life and death at once. Abraxas generates truth and falsehood, good and evil, light and darkness with the same word and in the same deed. Therefore Abraxas is truly the terrible one. He is magnificent even as the lion at the very moment when he strikes his prey down. His beauty is like the beauty of a spring morn. Indeed, he is himself the greater Pan, and also the lesser. He is Priapo. He is the monster of the underworld, the octopus with 1,000 tentacles, he is the twistings of winged serpents and of madness. He is the hermaphrodite of the lowest beginning. He is the lord of toads and frogs, who live in water and come out unto the land, and who sing together at high noon and at midnight. He is fullness, uniting itself with emptiness. He is the sacred wedding. He is love and the murder of love, he is the Holy One and his betrayer. He is the brightest light of day and the deepest night of madness. To see him means blindness. To know him is sickness, to worship him is death, to fear him is wisdom. Not to resist him means liberation. God lives behind the sun, the devil lives behind the night. What God brings into birth from the light, that the devil pulls into the night. Abraxas, however, is the cosmos, its genesis and its dissolution. To every gift of God the Son, the devil adds his curse. All things which you beg from God the Son, generate an act of the devil. All things which you accomplish through God the Son add to the effective might of the devil. Such is the terrible Abraxas. He is the mightiest manifest being, and in him creation becomes frightened of itself. He is the revealed protest of creation against the Pleroma and its nothingness. He is the terror of the son, which he feels against his mother. He is the love of the mother for her son. He is the delight of earth and the cruelty of heaven. Man becomes paralyzed before his face. Before him there exists neither question nor answer. He is the life of creation. He is the activity of differentiation. He is the love of man. He is the speech of man. He is both the radiance and the dark shadow of man. He is deceitful reality. Here the dead howled and raved greatly, for they were still incomplete ones. The fourth sermon. Grumbling, the dead filled the room and said, "Speak to us about gods and devils, thou accursed one. God the Son is the highest good, the devil is the opposite, thus you have two gods. But there are many great goods and many vast evils, and among them there are two god-devils, one of which is the burning one, and the other the growing one. The burning one is Eros in his form as a flame. It shines and it devours. The growing one is the tree of life, it grows green, and it accumulates living matter while it grows. Eros flames up and then dies away. The tree of life, however, grows slowly and reaches stately stature throughout countless ages. Good and evil are united in the flame. Good and evil are united in the growth of the tree. Life and love oppose each other in their own divinity. Immeasurable, like the host of the stars, is the number of gods and devils. Every star is a god, and every space occupied by a star is a devil. And the emptiness of the whole is the Pleroma. The activity of the whole is Abraxas, only the unreal opposes him. 4 is the number of the chief deities, because 4 is the number of the measurements of the world. 1 is the beginning, God the Son. 2 is Eros, because he expands with a bright light and combines two. 3 is the tree of life, because it fills space with bodies. 4 is the devil, because he opens everything that is closed, he dissolves everything that is formed and embodied, he is the destroyer, in whom all things come to nothing. Blessed am I, for it is granted unto me to know the multiplicity and diversity of the gods. Woe unto you, for you have substituted the oneness of God for the diversity which cannot be resolved into the one. Through this you have created the torment of incomprehension, and the mutilation of the created world, the essence and law of which is diversity. How can you be true to your nature when you attempt to make one out of the many? What you do to the gods, that also befalls you. All of you are made thus the same, and in this way your nature also becomes mutilated. For the sake of man there may reign unity, but never for the sake of God, because there are many gods but only few men. The gods are mighty, and they bear their diversity, because like the stars they stand in solitude and are separated by vast distances one from the other. Humans are weak and cannot bear their own diversity, because they live close to each other and are desirous of company, so that they cannot bear their own distinct separateness. For the sake of salvation do I teach you that which is to be cast out, for the sake of which I myself have been cast out. The multiplicity of the gods equals the multiplicity of men. Countless gods are waiting to become men. Countless gods have already been men. Man is a partaker of the essence of the gods, he comes from the gods and he goes to God. Even as it is useless to think about the Pleroma, so it is useless to worship the number of the gods. Least of all is it of any use to worship the first God, the effective fullness and the highest good. Through our prayer we cannot add to it and we cannot take away from it, because the effective emptiness swallows everything. The gods of light compose the heavenly world, which is multiple and stretches into infinity and which expands without end. Their highest lord is God the Son. The dark gods constitute the underworld. They are uncomplicated and they are capable of diminishing and shrinking into infinity. Their deepest lord is the devil, the spirit of the moon, the serf of the earth, who is smaller, colder, and deader than the earth. There is no difference in the power of the heavenly and the earthly gods. The heavenly ones expand, the earthly ones diminish. Both directions stretch into infinity. The fifth sermon. The dead were full of mocking and cried, "Teach us, thou fool, about church and holy community." The world of the gods is manifest in spirituality and sexuality. The heavenly gods appear in spirituality, the earth gods appear in sexuality. Spirituality receives and comprehends. It is feminine and therefore we call it Mater Celestis, the heavenly mother. Sexuality generates and creates. It is masculine and therefore we call it Phallos, the earthly father. The sexuality of man is more earthly, while the sexuality of woman is more heavenly. The spirituality of man is more heavenly, for it moves in the direction of the greater. On the other hand, the spirituality of woman is more earthly, for it moves in the direction of the smaller. Deceitful and devilish is the spirituality of the man who goes toward the smaller. Deceitful and devilish is the spirituality of the woman who goes toward the greater. Each is to go to its own place. Man and woman become a devil to each other when they do not separate their spiritual paths, for the nature of created beings is always of the nature of differentiation. The sexuality of man goes to that which is earthly, the sexuality of woman goes to that which is spiritual. Man and woman become a devil to each other if they do not discriminate between their two forms of sexuality. Man shall know that which is smaller, woman that which is greater. Man shall separate himself from spirituality and from sexuality alike. He shall call spirituality mother, and he shall enthrone her between heaven and earth. He shall name sexuality Phallos, and shall place it between himself and the earth, for the mother and the Phallos are superhuman demons and manifestations of the world of the gods. They are more effective for us than the gods, because they are nearer to our own being. When you cannot distinguish between yourselves on the one hand and sexuality and spirituality on the other, and when you cannot regard these two as beings above and beside yourselves, then you become victimized by them, i.e., by the qualities of the Pleroma. Spirituality and sexuality are not your qualities, they are not things which you can possess and comprehend. On the contrary, these are mighty demons, manifestations of the gods, and therefore they tower above you and they exist in themselves. One does not possess spirituality for oneself or sexuality for oneself, rather one is subject to the laws of spirituality and sexuality. Therefore no one escapes these two demons. You shall regard them as demons, as common causes and grave dangers, quite like the gods, and above all, like the terrible Abraxas. Man is weak, therefore community is indispensable. If it is not the community in the sign of the mother, then it is in the sign of the Phallos. Not to have community consists of suffering and sickness. Community brings with itself fragmentation and dissolution. Differentiation leads to solitude. Solitude is contrary to community. Because of the weakness of man's will, as opposed to the gods and demons and their inescapable law, there is need for community. For this reason there shall be as much community as necessary, not for the sake of men but for the sake of the gods. The gods force you into a community. As much community as they force upon you is necessary, but more than that is evil. In the community each shall be subject to another, so that the community will be maintained, inasmuch as you have need of it. In the solitary state each one shall be placed above all others, so that he may know himself and avoid servitude. In community there shall be abstinence. In solitude let there be squandering of abundance. For community is the depth, while solitude is the height. The true order in community purifies and preserves. The true order in solitude purifies and increases. Community gives us warmth, while solitude gives us the light. The sixth sermon. The demon of sexuality comes to our soul like a serpent. It is half a human soul and is called thought desire. The demon of spirituality descends into our soul like a white bird. It is half a human soul and is called desire thought. The serpent is an earthly soul, half demonic, a spirit, and related to the spirits of the dead. Like the spirits of the dead, the serpent also enters various terrestrial objects. The serpent also induces fear of itself in the hearts of men, and enkindles desire in the same. The serpent is of a generally feminine character and seeks forever the company of the dead. It is associated with the dead who are earthbound, who have not found the way by which to cross over to the state of solitude. The serpent is a whore and she consorts with the devil and with evil spirits. She is a tyrant and a tormenting spirit, always tempting people to keep the worst kind of company. The white bird is the semi-heavenly soul of man. It lives with the mother and occasionally descends from the mother's abode. The bird is masculine and is called effective thought. The bird is chaste and solitary, a messenger of the mother. It flies high above the earth. It commands solitude. It brings messages from the distance, from those who have gone before, those who are perfected. It carries our words up to the mother. The mother intercedes and warns, but she has no power against the gods. She is a vehicle of the sun. The serpent descends into the deep and with her cunning she either paralyzes or stimulates the phallic demon. The serpent brings up from the deep the very cunning thoughts of the earthly one, thoughts that crawl through all openings and become saturated with desire. Although the serpent does not want to be, she is nevertheless useful to us. The serpent eludes our grasp, we pursue her and she thus shows us the way, which, with our limited human wit, we could not find. The dead looked up with contempt and said, "Cease to speak to us about gods, demons, and souls. We have known all of this in essence for a long time." The seventh sermon. At night the dead came back again and amidst complaining said, "One more thing we must know, because we had forgotten to discuss it. Teach us concerning man. Man is a portal through which one enters from the outer world of the gods, demons, and souls, into the inner world, from the greater world into the smaller world. Small and insignificant is man, one leaves him soon behind, and thus one enters once more into infinite spare, into the microcosm, into the inner eternity. In immeasurable distance there glimmers a solitary star on the highest point of heaven. This is the only God of this lonely one. This is his world, his Pleroma, his divinity. In this world, man is Abraxas, who gives birth to and devours his own world. This star is man's God and goal. It is his guiding divinity, in it man finds repose. To it goes the long journey of the soul after death, in it shine all things which otherwise might keep man from the greater world with the brilliance of a great light. To this one, man ought to pray. Such a prayer increases the light of the star. Such a prayer builds a bridge over death. It increases the life of the microcosm. When the outer world grows cold, this star still shines. There is nothing that can separate man from his own God, if man can only turn his gaze away from the fiery spectacle of Abraxas. Man here, God there. Weakness and insignificance here, eternal creative power there. Here is but darkness and damp cold. There all is sunshine. Upon hearing this the dead fell silent, and they rose up like smoke rises over the fire of the shepherd, who guards his flock by night. Anagramma. Natri hekend kahina viratunen. Zegisur klach zunus. End of the 7 Sermons to the Dead. Part 3. Dr. Jung's Mysterious Treatise. Interpretation of the 7 Sermons. The Preamble, the Sage, the City, and the Dead. Jung begins his poetic Gnostic treatise with a preamble of one poignant sentence, 7 exhortations to the dead, written by Basilides in Alexandria, the city where East and West meet. The first item in the proem which merits attention is undoubtedly Jung ascribing the authorship of the sermons to the great Gnostic doctor, Basilides of Alexandria. Readers of the sermons have often been puzzled by this statement regarding authorship, and some have even gone as far as to detect a spiritualistic or mediumistic character in the treatise on the basis that Jung himself ascribed it, not to himself, but to a long-dead personage. It needs to be remembered, however, that such a procedure is by no means unknown to mystical literature. As stated before, the Zohar is but one example of a long line of spiritually toned treatises which do not bear the name of their true author. The reason for this concealment of authorship is fairly simple: modesty. The mystical writers of bygone centuries considered it unbecoming their station to take credit for works which they considered to have been authored by agencies superior to themselves. The writers of such literature considered themselves at best as humble scribes whose task it was to put into earthly language the transcendental messages which appeared to them to emanate from a realm beyond the contemporary and the mortal. Thus it would seem that Jung was following in the footsteps of a distinguished lineage of inspired scribes who did not wish to give credit to their earthly egos for the messages emanating from their higher selves. The sermons thus have 2 authors, as it were, Jung, the Swiss scribe, and Basilides, the Alexandrian prophet. Who then, one must ask, was or is this Basilides? Although one of the illustrious quaternary of great Gnostic luminaries, composed of himself, Valentinus, Martian and Bartesians, Basilides is an elusive figure of Gnostic history. He is said to have been at the height of his career as a teacher of Gnosis between the years AD 117 and 138, of his nationality we know nothing. He may have been Greek, as his name suggests, or Syrian or even Egyptian, but he was certainly steeped in Hellenic spirituality and Hebrew scriptural religiosity alike, for he wrote 24 books of commentaries on the Gospels and is said to have authored a Gospel himself. Like his great colleague Valentinus, he also was a poet and wrote a number of odes on spiritual themes. In him indeed, and not only in his favorite city, East and West met, for of all the Gnostic teachers his teachings have the most distinctly Eastern flavor, reminiscent at times of Buddhism. Basilides was a disciple of Glaucias, who as a very young man sat at the feet of the controversial apostle of Jesus whom posterity has come to know as Peter the fisherman. The Christian writer Agrippa Castor stated that from AD 133 on Basilides was regarded as heterodox by the self-styled Orthodox party within the Church. His death probably occurred around AD 145, but his teachings survived in Egypt till the end of the 4th century, and his spirit entered European Gnosticism in the wake of the journeyings of his disciple Marcus of Memphis, who carried the Basilidean tradition as far as Spain. It is not amazing, then, that Jung had come in some ways to regard himself as a mouthpiece of this great teacher, for was his thought not mysteriously rooted in that elusive tradition of Gnosis, which survived for uncounted centuries in the fastness of the Pyrenees from whence it came, to reside in the Alps of Switzerland where Paracelsus walked before Jung? Was the Swiss doctor, after a fashion, not of those of Basilides, as the Church Fathers have called the heirs of this sage of Alexandria? Most of the information we possess regarding the content of the numerous writings of Basilides derives from the work Philosophomena by the Church Father Hippolytus. As an avid reader of the then still pitifully inadequate corpus on Gnosticism, Jung was of course well acquainted with the majestic phrases of Basilides as quoted by Hippolytus. He knew of the sublime heights to which the genius of this great man soared when describing the great, impersonal, deific fullness of the Pleroma, which in the words of G.R.S. Mead to the narrow minds of earth seems pure nothingness, instead of being that which beggars all fullness. The first Sermon to the Dead indeed shows a remarkable similarity with these fragments of the works of Basilides which have survived. Well nigh as important as Basilides himself is Alexandria, the city where East and West meet. Alexandria, the larger of the two Egyptian cities founded by and bearing the name of the invincible Alexander, was indeed the holy city of Gnosticism, which continued to inflame the imagination of poets and mystics for millennia to come, right down to the modern days of Constantine Kawafi and Lawrence Querol. In a very real sense, Alexandria was the embodied archetype of the polis, the classical urban alchemical vessel of human creativity from whence arise the new eons of transformative thought and realization. The French poet and admirer of the Gnostics, Jacques Lacarrière, has put it better than the present writer could hope to do. Crucible, burning glass, mortar and blast furnace, the still wherein all heavens, all gods, all visions are mixed, distilled, infused, and transfused, such was Alexandria in the 2nd century. Look wherever you will, interrogate history from any standpoint or level whatever, and you will find all races represented there, except the Chinese, who have not yet arrived, all continents, Africa, Asia, Europe, and all ages, ancient Egypt, whose sanctuaries are preserved there, the ages of Athens and Rome, of Judea, Palestine, and Babylon, all these elements are gathered together in this knot of the delta, this city which is to the river what lungs are to men and branches to a tree, the place through which they breathe and the source of their inspiration. 1. The Emperor Hadrian when journeying to Alexandria wrote to his friend Servianus that in this magnificent whirlpool of creeds and mysteries, of philosophers, mystagogues, diviners, and bishops, all exclusiveness seemed to melt away and one can see bishops, who claim to be Christians, paying homage to Serapis. There is no single priest, Samaritan, Christian or Jew, who is not a mathematician, a haruspex, or alpite. When the Christian patriarch himself comes to Egypt, he worships both Christ and Serapis to keep everyone happy. Alexandria was not a city, it was the city, the true polis where East and West, above and below, light and darkness, met. Nay, they did more than that, they fought, debated and embraced, and out of their passionate battles and compassionate agreements arose the spiritual wonders of late antiquity, the God-taught philosophy of Ammonius, the mystic flights of Plotinus, the theurgic magic of Proclus and Iamblichus, the spiritual quantum leaps of the Neo-Pythagoreans, and last but most certainly not least, the Gnosis of Basilides, of Valentinus, of Carpocrates, and of his regal wife Alexandra. Such was the glory of Alexandria, the city founded by an imperial messiah where the gods and goddesses walked with men longer than in any other city on earth. Jung traveled to Alexandria in 1935 and, among others, had the curious experience that a palmist looked at his hand and refused to say anything. One needs to remember that Jung was attracted to Alexandria, while he shunned Rome, the eternal city of non-Gnostic Christendom, and never entered its confines. No wonder the 7 sermons came to be mystically and poetically associated with this great archetype of the city of wisdom. One more important element needs to be illuminated here, and that is the matter of the dead to whom the exhortations of Basilides are addressed. Who, then, are the dead? Death and the dead have a powerful connection with the land of Egypt, in both its ancient and in its Alexandrian aspects. The transformational symbolism of Egyptian proto-psychology is inextricably interwoven with burial places, mummies, pyramids, the savior prototype of the living one, the lord of life and of the living, Osiris, becomes the dreaded ruler of the underworld, the judge, not of the quick, but of the dead. Death hovers with its vulture wings over the mythos of Egypt, and out of this mythos, by way of the Egyptian Gnostics, arises the curious, dramatic format of the 7 sermons wherein the dead ask questions of, and at times rage against, the Gnostic master Basilides. The Gnostic significance of the words death and life, which in his own way Jung employs throughout the 7 sermons, is one which, like so many Gnostic symbols, reverses the mundane significations, and thus brings us a meaning not hitherto suspected. The celebrated Gospel according to Thomas of Nag Hammadi fame promises the reader that those who will understand the meaning of the words contained in this Gospel will not taste death. Victory over death, of course, remained the keynote of the message of the resurrection in exoteric Christianity as well, without, however, bringing to us any apprehension of the hidden meaning of the word death. The Gnostic meaning of death is, if not exactly derived from them, at least closely related to the concepts of the pre-Socratics, whose psychological wisdom was greatly respected and extolled by Jung. Thus we find Heraclitus says that each of the 4 elements lives the death of the others. Water lives the death of air, proclaims Heraclitus, as air lives the death of fire. This indicates that the essence of superior life must give its vital power over to a sort of death when it projects itself outward and downward and incorporates its nature in organisms or forms existing on the plane below its own status. Superior principles thus become the inspiriting or life-giving principles of inferior beings. A superior entity must die away or die out to the full conscious expression of its authentic selfhood in order to give life to a kingdom of being below its own rank. The life of the body thus becomes the death of the soul, even as the life of the soul itself has been the death of the spirit. A sacrificial relationship or rather relatedness can be said to exist between the various kingdoms of being. In those teachings of Gnosticism where the incarnation, or embodiment of the Logos in the body of Jesus, is regarded as factual, this gnosis becomes the basis of the theology of redemption. God the Son is the divine seed of the Father's life, which, like any seed, must fall into the ground and lose its life in order to regain it in the form of a new plant. When a high and blessed potential life is exchanged for the poverty of actuality, we experience the tragedy of alienation, which plays such a significant role in the myths of the Gnostics as well as in the life of the psyche, according to Jung. No wonder the Gnostic Thomas in his Gospel makes Jesus exclaim, "I wonder how this wealth has made its home in this poverty." The meaning of death then is in Gnosticism the same thing that the non-Gnostics would call the meaning of life. The bodily life of humankind is in truth a form of death, not possessing the finality of bodily death, but a death nevertheless. Thus the dead are revealed as none other than ourselves, the so-called and self-styled living. Lest this curious reversal of meaning should be allowed to cast yet another shadow on the reputation of the unhappy Gnostics, it is necessary to emphasize that this view of death and life was virtually universal in the ancient world, and that it was by no means just another foible of the world-hating Gnostics. Plotinus, who had his quarrels with at least some Gnostics, holds to this exact meaning of the word death when he says in his Enneads 1:58, "When the soul has descended into generation she partakes of evil and is carried a great way into a state the opposite of her first purity and integrity, to be entirely merged in it. And death to her is, while baptized, or immersed in the present body, to descend into matter and be wholly subjected to it." This is what is meant by falling asleep in Hades of those who have come there. Attention should be called to Plotinus' use of the expression falling asleep in Hades in this connection, for this expression indicates that in an esoteric sense Plotinus, like the Gnostics, regarded this incarnate existence as Hades or hell, and that physical life was known to him as death. Greek philosophy is replete with references to the esoteric glyph which declares that life is death. Ancient philosophers stated that whatever we see when awake is death, and what we see when asleep is a dream. Plato is said to have revealed this identical view to Cebes, and commenting on the beliefs held by the practitioners of the mysteries, the great expositor of Greek thought Thomas Taylor wrote that the Greeks believed that human souls were confined in the body as in a prison, a condition which was denominated by Genesis or generation, from which Dionysus would liberate them. This generation, which linked the soul to the body, was supposed to be a kind of death to the higher form of life. Evil is inherent to this condition, the soul dwelling in the body as in a prison or a grave. Even the aforementioned egregious involvement of ancient Egyptian religion with the idea of death has been reinterpreted by some scholars as referring, not primarily to the souls who have departed their earthly habitation, but to the living, who philosophically, or as one might say today psychologically, might be referred to as dead. There is much indication of the possibility amounting to near fact that the three pivotal words death, the dead, and to die bore the same esoteric meaning and reference in Gnostic and other Christian scriptures as they did in the Greek philosophical discourses and in the Egyptian books of old. C.G. Jung, a man as deeply versed in classical literature as he was in Gnostic spirituality, was aware of this meaning of death, and the dead to him undoubtedly meant the unregenerate hyaltic representatives of humanity, who by identifying with physicality to the exclusion of their psychic and pneumatic natures, have allowed physical life to render them spiritually dead. The exhortations delivered by Basilides thus are indeed intended for those living dead who are without gnosis, and who might attain to gnosis, or true consciousness, by apprehending the meaning of the sermons which the master teacher patiently delivers to them in spite of their frequent incomprehensions and protestations. The first sermon, the empty fullness. The first significant statement that calls attention to itself in the first sermon is the mention of Jerusalem. The dead came back from Jerusalem, where they did not find what they were seeking. Jerusalem, the old city of peace, where both the dwelling of the Jewish God and the sites of the life and death of the Christian Son of God were located, was, and continues to be much more than a mere city. Like Alexandria, it is an archetype, but its psychic charge is of a different order. While the Egyptian city of the Delta stands for freedom, creativity, spiritual pluralism, the Palestinian holy site denotes orthodoxy, the law, the awesome majesty of the lordly and jealous patriarch of Semitic religiosity. In Alexandria the gods and goddesses walk the streets side by side with prostitutes, bishops and fishmongers. In Jerusalem the Lord broods in his secret temple chambers, to be visited only on rare and dreadful days by the high priest. The 12th century Calabrian abbot Gioacchino da Fiore wrote that the age of the Father had its capital in Jerusalem, while the age of the Son came to be centered in Rome, and that both would give way to the age of the Holy Spirit which would spread over the earth without fixed centers and capitals whatsoever. Jung would not visit Rome, but he did travel to Jerusalem. There is little doubt, however, that Alexandria, rather than the Jewish Christian sacred city, was his spiritual home. In this vale of alienation, the exiled children of Eve continue to make pilgrimages to Jerusalem. The ambivalence of non-Gnostic Christendom towards its Judaic roots leads to queer and contradictory phenomena. A good example of these is the case of a notorious anti-Semite preacher in America whose anti-Jewish tirades resounded over the continent for decades and who all the while was engaged in the construction of a costly replica of Jerusalem in Arkansas. Christian fundamentalism thinks nothing of reviling the Jewish people for the alleged killing of Christ while worshipping a God appropriated from the mythos of its despised spiritual ancestors. It goes almost without saying that the pilgrimages of the living dead to Jerusalem never yield many useful results. Yahweh and Christ have both departed to realms unapproachable. Jewish and Christian orthodoxies, along with their fierce prophetic offspring, Islam, are as empty of Gnosis as the demolished temple and the barren tomb are of God. The dead journey to Jerusalem in vain, and thus they are bound to return to Alexandria, to life, and to Gnosis. With the loss of Gnosis in the 3rd and 4th centuries, the Alexandrian spirituality of the Gnostics, and of the almost Gnostics of the order of Clement and Origen, gave way to the literal-minded fundamentalism of the Nicene Fathers, who came to substitute the physical Jesus for the spiritual Christ. Throughout history, some have tried to find their way back to the spiritual archetype of Alexandria, asking admission to the guardians of wisdom and asking to be taught by them. Thus the dead ever come back from Jerusalem, dispirited, disillusioned, but still filled with the crumbs of dead creeds and deadly laws which fester in them, preventing their appreciation of the messages of Gnosis. Basilides the Gnostic thus teaches the dead, whose appreciation of his wisdom is small indeed. Still, the teacher does not deny them instruction. He judges the desires of their longing hearts rather than the remonstrations of their troubled minds. Time and again, the dead rave and howl, argue and fulminate, while the knower calmly depicts the realms of being, the gods and demons, the lights and shadows that make up the fabric of the universe and of the souls of men. He begins with nothing. This nothing he calls the fullness, or Pleroma. The parallels with the fragments of Basilides' words as recorded by Hippolytus are truly remarkable, and some may be recounted profitably. There was when naught was, nay, even that naught was not aught of things that are. But nakedly, conjecture and mental quibbling apart, there was absolutely not even the one. And when I use the term was, I do not mean to say that it was, but merely to give some suggestion of what I wish to indicate. I use the expression there was absolutely not, for that naught is not simply the so-called ineffable, it is beyond that. For that which is really ineffable is not named ineffable, but is superior to every name that is used. Naught was, neither matter, nor substance, nor voidness of substance, nor simplicity, nor impossibility of composition, nor inconceptibility, nor imperceptibility, neither man, nor angel, nor God, in fine, neither anything at all for which man has ever found a name, nor any operation which falls within the range either of perception or conception. Such, or rather far more removed from the power of man's comprehension, was the state of non-being, when the deity beyond being, without thinking, or feeling, or determining, or choosing, or being compelled, or desiring, willed to create universality. Unlike the personalized creation myth of Genesis, the story of the origin of being as given to us by the first sermon is indicative of a boundless, impersonal, indefinable, and absolutely transcendental field residing at the root base of all consciousness and unconsciousness. From this plenum eventually emerge emanations of differentiated being in series, with properties revealing the supreme field. In this fullness of undifferentiated potentialities, all opposites are still in a state of equilibrium. Only much later do they stir into gradual effective manifestation, first as two polarities, and finally many more descending from these, arranging themselves in numerous pairs, or syzygies, descending from the potential and transcendental to the actual and immanent. In a very real sense, all Gnostic systems have this basic realization in common. Not only do the emanational orders of Valentinus, Basilides and other ancient Gnostic teachers show this remarkable similarity, but the Kabbalah, with its Pleromic equivalent known as the Ein Sof Or, as well as numerous Christian late Gnostic systems such as that of Jacob Boehme, all agree in this teaching. The 19th century founder of one of the most potent revivals of the Gnosis of old, H.P. Blavatsky, gave utterance to an apparently ancient Tibetan or Mongolian description of the Pleroma in the first of her sublime stanzas of Jung. The eternal parent, wrapped in her ever-invisible robes, had slumbered once again for 7 eternities. Time was not, for it lay asleep in the infinite bosom of duration. Universal mind was not, for there were no ahai to contain it. The 7 ways to bliss were not. The great causes of misery were not, for there was no one to produce and get ensnared by them. Darkness alone filled the boundless all, for Father, Mother and Son were once more one, and the Son had not yet awakened for the new will and his pilgrimage thereon. The seven sublime lords and the seven truths had ceased to be, and the universe, the Son of necessity, was immersed in Paranishpana, to be outbreathed by that which is, and yet is not. Not was. The causes of existence had been done away with, the visible that was, and the invisible that is, rested in eternal non-being, the one being. Alone, the one form of existence stretched boundless, infinite, causeless, in dreamless sleep, and life pulsated unconscious in universal space. Light, Father of all, unbegotten, ineffable, the unapproachable God, the abyss, the unknowable, the primal man, such are some of the names by which the aboriginal being of the Pleroma has been called by various Gnostic scriptures and teachers. Not unlike the so-called Gnostics, or serpent-venerating radical Gnostics, Jung quickly proceeds to a transcendentally humanistic or intrapsychic definition of the fullness when he says very simply and directly, we ourselves, however, are the Pleroma, because we are a portion of the eternal and the endless. Thus we are given a potent hint as to the psychological and personal applicability of what at first might appear as an abstract doctrine of a cosmogonic and theogenic significance. Even as in their personified state of the pantheon, the family of all gods and goddesses, the Greeks mythologically acknowledged the existence of a state wherein the deities are united in an all-encompassing fullness, so the Gnostics in their more subtly mystical interpretation came to state that the divine existences, along with their fashioned universes, while distinguished one from another, are the emanations of the impersonal and unknowable fullness. What could this Gnostic concept have meant to Jung? We can only guess, but the contents of the first sermon may lend considerable substance to our guessing. Jung's psychology, as indicated by us repeatedly, is in some ways but a psychological restatement of Gnosticism, and as such it shows innumerable analogies and equivalencies to the ancient Gnostic systems. The place of the divine existences is taken by the archetypes, and the sum of these archetypes is none other than the psychological analogy of the Pleroma. One of Jung's most prominent disciples and interpreters, Yolanda Jacobi, states in her work The Psychology of Jung that to Jung the sum of the archetypes signifies the sum of all latent potentialities of the human psyche, wherein resides an enormous and overwhelming store of knowledge and power which concerns, not at all personalistic psychic questions, but the most powerful relations between God, man, and the cosmos. This store of our psyche is, for all intents and purposes, closed to most of us, but if we open it and wake it to new life by integrating it with consciousness, we thereby remove ourselves from our painful psychic isolation and become once again incorporated in the eternal process of the fullness of being. The Pleroma in its psychological sense, then, is neither more nor less than the original fullness, or totality of psychic reality, from whence the differentiated ego with its multiplicity of functions and powers emanates and whither, as the result of the process of individuation, it strives to return. Yet this return must be accomplished in a special way. Jung states in the first sermon that when the soul, failing to discriminate, extends itself beyond the cosmos, it falls into the undifferentiated state, and by becoming submerged into the Pleroma once again it becomes subject to dissolution and becomes nothing. The term individuation, or rather the principle inherent in the human being that impels us toward individuation, is explicitly mentioned by Jung in this sermon as the natural tendency called principium individuationis. In the 7 sermons therefore, we have one of the earliest and most poignant statements of Jung regarding individuation, the often repeated but even more often misunderstood central doctrine of his psychology. Individuation, especially as defined in the first sermon, is, then, a very specific and distinct idea of the Western tradition, adapted by Jung to psychological use. The principium individuationis is the inherent tendency of the human psyche not to give up its light of consciousness and fall back into the internal abyss of primordial nothingness. Unlike many, although not all, the spiritual systems of the East, especially of India, the Western tradition has never envisioned a permanent dissolution of human individuality in divinity. The West knows and desires no dewdrop like slipping into the shining sea. Instead, Jung states here that the principle of individuation is the essence of every created being and that the undifferentiated principle and our own lack of discrimination are great dangers to us. How to remain individuals, in the classical sense of an indivisibly integrated psychic entity, an individuum, while at the same possessing an optimum degree of permeability toward the ineffable greatness of the Pleroma within us. This is the great task and objective envisioned by Jung, which he poetically but unequivocally expresses already in the first sermon. There can be little doubt that under the metaphor and guise of cosmic and metaphysical statements, Jung speaks of psychology in the 7 sermons. This may annoy those who relish immersion and perhaps even losing themselves in metaphysical abstractions and transcendentally toned understandings, but in our view their annoyance has little practical justification. In his alchemical studies, Jung mercilessly castigated what he called the metaphysical claims of all esoteric teachings. In the same statement he vowed to deliberately bring everything that purports to be metaphysical into the daylight of psychological understanding. He unequivocally stated that to grasp anything metaphysically is impossible, that one must of necessity do so psychologically. Jung thus employed himself, often to the amazement of his public, in stripping various esoteric doctrines of their metaphysical wrappings and making them objects of psychology. By this he did not intend a process of reductionism, but rather a strict principle of psychological application of metaphysical statements. It is heartening to realize that this difficult task was successfully performed by Jung in virtually every instance, and that by addressing himself to it he broke ground for a most promising series of spiritual adventures for countless persons who wished to render the noble flights of metaphysical and occult preachments empirically useful in their own psychic lives. The most enigmatic model for metaphysical fascinations of the mind in our age is undoubtedly the Eastern, particularly the Hindu, which consistently employs metaphysical and cosmological language to express what to Jung would appear to be psychological statements. Jung contended that the search for the wisdom of the East had almost darkened the mind of the West and that, in fact, it is a search that continues to lead countless persons astray. The alms of the East should not be accepted by us as if we were beggars, said Jung, and the thinking of the great alien cultures of the Orient should not be imitated by Westerners unthinkingly. In the words of Jung, those who, after the fashion of homeless pirates, settle with thievish intent on foreign shores are in the gravest of all dangers, that of losing their souls. C.C.G. Jung's commentaries on The Secret of the Golden Flower, and also Yoga and the West, in Jung's collected works, Volume 2, pages 529-539. The greatest peril we may run with such imitative exercises, however, is not merely the result of the alien cultural impact of the traditions thus imitated, but of some of their content. The approach of much Indian thinking, Hindu and Buddhist alike, appears to be the very obliteration of individual consciousness which Jung warns us about in connection with the submerging of the soul into the Pleroma. When desire is killed out by a variety of methods of meditation and contemplation, what remains is a psychic corpse from which the libidinal cosmic force of the vital surge has been artificially removed. One can perish of psychic pernicious anemia as well as from its physiological analog, and the fulfillment of such objectives as desirelessness and egolessness may very well lead to just such a condition. The desire for self-knowledge is just as much a desire as the desire for food or sex. As Jung expresses it in the last paragraph of the first sermon, one should not strive after the differentiated state of personalism on the one hand or the obliteration of personality in undifferentiated sameness on the other. The rugged and anxious individualist is apt to end up in just as great a psychological trouble as the yogi seeking the egoless void. Says Jung by way of Basilides, while you run after these thoughts, you fall again into the Pleroma and arrive at differentiation and sameness at the same time. That is why you should not strive after differentiation and discrimination as you know these, but strive after your true nature. If you would thus truly strive, you would not need to know anything about the Pleroma and its qualities, and still you would arrive at the true goal because of your nature. What is this nature which on its own, when not interfered with by human thinking, leads humanity to its authentic goal? It is not tranquility, serenity, or nirvanic quiet. It is not an ethereal transborn of the abnegation of desire and the mortification of the flesh, rather it is force, energy, power. This power, which was called by the early psychoanalytic movement libido, or pleasure, has in fact a principle of pleasure as its motivating force, even as it has the individuation principle as its driving force. Like the proverbial donkey, the psyche is drawn forward by the carrot of the principium libidinus, while it is urged forward by the principium individuationis. Thus have the gods assured that progress should be made within the human spiritual situation. They deserve gratitude for their wisdom rather than the usual guilt and shame we lavish on their gifts of life. The variety of gnosis propounded by Jung in his sermons is not a technique or discipline absorbed or adapted by the human being from an external source, but rather a commitment to the experience of the forces of life, both in the outer world of nature and in the inner world of psyche. It is in a very real way what has been described as the Faustian path, outlined in Goethe's great masterpiece, which served as one of the principal sources of Jung's inspiration throughout his life. Faust finds himself in a position not unlike that of contemporary humanity. His studies and academic calling offer him modalities of approaching the life of the spirit, which consist of prescribed disciplines devised by authorities possessing prestige and outward luster. The arrival of the Mephistophelian facilitator convinces him, however, to abandon the outwardly imposed and taught disciplines of formal tradition and to plunge into the path of consciously committed action. In lieu of the safe and unspectacular path of respectability and morality, he walks the perilous but ultimately rewarding highway that leads to life's reservoir of vitality and power, the sole true source of transformation. He invokes the spirit of earth, the amoral, energetic force of nature, which is unfettered by the inhibitions and high-sounding maxims of the intellect. He descends into chaos and tribulation, into the realms beyond the limits of convention and human laws where the seething magma of raw transformative energy resides in its unrefined and undiluted state. It is only by way of this commitment to darkness, error, suffering, along with ecstasy, passion, and battle, that he attains to his ascent into the realms of light, guided by the transfigured Sophionic spirit of Margaret. It is thus that he can say that it is wisdom's final say that freedom and life belong to that man solely who must reconquer them each day. The Faustian spirit of Jung's Gnosis as expressed in the first sermon is documented, not only by his existential and conscious attitude toward the temptations of submerging into the Pleroma, but also by his treatment of the subject of the dualities which form part of the Pleroma. Binaries, or syzygies as they are more often called, are a time-honored feature of Gnosticism. Primal being was conceived as going forth from itself in a series of existences, each at a farther distance from the center. One of the chief hallmarks of these emanations is that they are represented in pairs, one male the other female, and that their names usually describe contrasting or complementary qualities of being. In Jung's sermons the syzygies are called pairs of opposites and some of them are enumerated in the text. Among these are effective and ineffective, fullness and emptiness, living and dead, difference and sameness, light and dark, hot and cold, energy and matter, a rather modern pair from physics, time and space, good and evil, beauty and ugliness, one and many. The Faustian consciousness which emerges as a Gnostic type from the sermons is definitely involved in these opposites and recognizes them as existential realities within the sphere of human life. Once again the empirical and existential orientation of Jung is quite apparent. While he states that in the Pleroma itself these pairs of opposites are not effectively real, inasmuch as they cancel each other out, in human experience they are indeed supremely and painfully real. He exclaims with true Gnostic pathos, "In us the Pleroma is rent in two." To the extent that the human psyche is involved in the world of differentiation, it is bound to experience the pairs of opposites, for they appertain to the operating and growth-producing mechanism of the differentiated realm. Still, the pairs of opposites are a hazard to the human, primarily because in its naivete the human consciousness tends to associate itself with one of the constituents of the pairs of opposites to the exclusion of the other. Thus we strive for the good and the beautiful, but as the result of this very striving we invoke the evil and the ugly. Jung here enunciates a truly Gnostic and psychologically supremely important principle. One-sidedness of conscious orientation has been the bane of Western humanity in general and of modern Western humanity in particular. We forever tend to make the unjustified assumption that if we only did things right we could have one opposite without its partner. We tend to think that our inability to have only one opposite is the fault of our inadequate methods rather than of the inevitable nature of reality. As the interaction and eventual coalescence of the opposites seems to rule the macrocosm of the universe, so it also appears to govern the life of the psyche. Consciousness seeks unconsciousness, as light seeks the darkness, and as reason seeks the excitement and compensation of unreason. Jung has repeatedly pointed out that whenever prolonged one-sidedness occurs within the conscious attitude of the individual, a countering compensatory action takes place within the unconscious. The fanatic, whose conscious commitment to a particular point of view has led to a failure to accept this compensatory potentiality, tends to move into an ever-increasing isolation from the healthy dynamics of his own deeper psyche. Fanatical commitment is by definition incapable of a healthy criticism of its own one-sidedness of attitude. The fanatic may criticize everything and everybody with the exception of himself and his own fanatical ideas. Thus a disharmony arises which, as the result of the rejection of the compensating influence, energizes the destructive power of unconscious elements, which blindly and furiously begin to take charge of the individual against his will and better judgment. Incomprehensible thoughts and moods, violent outbursts of temper, psychosomatic illnesses, hallucinatory intrusions into consciousness, all of these and many more are the result of the unwillingness of the mind to accept balance and compensation. The stone rejected by the builder becomes the cornerstone of the prison house in which the builder himself comes to be confined. As with the individual, so with the culture, one-sidedness breeds insanity. The excessive conscious pursuits of rational values bring unprecedented outbursts of irrationality. Rigid insistence on consciously accepted ethical maxims occasions the rise of crime and violence, and the perpetually avowed pursuit of world peace leads to the outbreak of one horrendous world war after another. In the concluding sentences of the first sermon, Jung points the way toward the only real solution to this dilemma. Thoughts which flow to us from the Pleroma, from the undifferentiated fullness, tend to be deceptive. Philosophical, political, and social theories tend to fail us because they bear the hallmark of abstractions unrelated to the actual world rather than authentic connections with our transformative creativity. In order to achieve true solutions, human beings must change, not their concepts, but themselves. Such a substantive change, however, is rooted not in theoretical information but in self-knowledge. To strive after one's true nature is thus far more useful than to strive for analytical knowledge. H.P. Blavatsky's spiritual classic The Voice of the Silence states, "The mind is the slayer of the real, let the disciple slay the slayer." Thinking, the function of reason, has many commendable uses and cannot be eliminated, but it also builds barriers between the personality and its unconscious matrix. In order to reach the necessary transformative self-knowledge, one needs to keep the thinking function subservient to the inspiration proceeding from the self. Basilides, the Gnostic, thus feels it incumbent on himself to teach knowledge, Gnosis, to the dead in order to facilitate this necessary ability to control thinking. The second sermon, Helios, Image of God. It was Friedrich Nietzsche, a man to whom Jung owed much inspiration, who once said in a parable, "Precisely this is God-like, that there are gods, but no God." It was of course the same Nietzsche who uttered the cry "God is dead," which in question form constitutes the principal challenge the dead hurl at Basilides, their teacher, in the opening portion of the second sermon. Unlike the Dionysian poet-philosopher, Jung does not affirm the death of God. To recognize deity as a form of existential or psychological reality is important for the health of the soul, at least so Jung believed. Since God is in the soul rather than in a remote heaven, it would be injurious to the health of the soul to deny him. At the same time, this intrapsychic deity, or imago Dei, image of God, is only one of numerous divine powers that manifest within the depths of the human spirit. Thus the godlikeness of the multiplicity of the gods is very much part of the picture of being given to us in the sermons. In the fourth sermon the teacher exclaims quite frankly, "Blessed am I, for it is granted unto me to know the multiplicity and diversity of the gods." At the same time he castigates the dead for their one-sided monotheism, "Woe unto you, for you have substituted the oneness of God for the diversity which cannot be resolved into the one." In this multiplicity of gods, or, as the Gnostic would have it, divine emanations, there are two which in the sermons form the first pair of deities, God the Son, or Helios, and his opponent, the devil. Helios is described as effective fullness, while the devil is called by him effective emptiness. This pair is the first of the mighty dualities arising within the created or emanated realm. The pair of opposites thus brought to our attention appears, at least at first sight, to be very much in the nature of a syzygy of a radically dualistic cosmos, such as was imputed to the Gnostics by scholars of a bygone era, who thought they could discern in Gnosticism the echoes of the dualistic world picture of Zarathustra. Human life and experience ever plays itself out between the tension of two opposites. God and devil, fighting heroes, and villainous dragons, fratricidal Cain and murdered Abel are all representatives of the recurring motifs depicting symbolically the interaction of the opposing dualities. In his work The Archetypes of the Collective Unconscious, Jung restates the message contained in the second sermon when he says, "Evil is the necessary opposite of good, without which there would be no good either. It is impossible even to think evil out of existence." Jung was insistent especially on the reality and titanic magnitude of evil, for he felt that Western humanity, beginning with Christian theology, has consistently and disastrously dwarfed the picture of evil as arising from the unconscious of humanity. In Civilization in Transition he wrote that evil is of gigantic proportions, so that for the Church to talk of original sin and to trace it back to Adam's relatively innocent slip-up with Eve is almost a euphemism. The case is far graver and is grossly underestimated. Chesterton made his clerical detective, Father Brown, exclaim, "Of course I believe in the devil. If I did not, I should have to believe that I am the devil myself." Exoteric religion, in spite of its reductionisms and superficialities, is rooted in a now lost but once potent gnosis, and thus the religious preachments about the opposition of God and devil are not as lacking in psychological reality as one might at first assume. Prior to the advent of depth psychology, man had no rational alternative to the religious dogma according to which all good things come from God while all mysterious, bad things come from the devil. With the coming of the various depth psychological disciplines after the year 1900, it became increasingly clear to many that what were previously conceived to be extra-psychic and non-human sources of good and evil in reality reside in the human psyche itself. Thus God and devil are revealed as mighty oppositional principles operating within us. Freud gave utterance to a recognition closely approximating the insights of Jung when he revised and reduced his once far more complex instinct theory to the existence of the two great instincts, named after deities of antiquity, Eros, life instinct, and Thanatos, death instinct. The second sermon expresses a very similar concept when it attributes fullness and generation to God and emptiness and destruction to the devil. God the all-begetter stands opposed to the devil the all-devourer. An ancient magical statement declared, Demon est Deus inversus, the devil is God turned upside down. Interestingly, the Judeo-Christian Islamic tradition is alone in insisting on attributing the quality of moral evil to the upside-down God. In Taoism, yin and yang are both equally void of moral qualities of good or evil, while in Hindu and Mahayana Buddhist mythology the destructive and terrifying deities are simply referred to as wrathful but not as evil. The votaries of these faiths inevitably seem to recognize that it is through the cooperation of both the wrathful and the benevolent principles that humanity and the cosmos are brought to perfection and spiritual fullness. In the second sermon Jung is concerned with the existence of a primal dichotomy within the psyche, a dichotomy which is united by a mysterious reconciling power of existential activity, named by Jung on the Baselidian model as Abraxas. The two polar deities of God and devil are definite, because they force human beings to endure psychic conflict and to make painful decisions. Yet these conflicts and decisions do not occur in a vacuum. Life is lived in a force field of activity, of happening, and it is this stream of happening that balances and creatively reconciles the apparently irreconcilable, conflictual elements in living. Unlike some other schools of thought, Jung never envisioned the absence of conflict as a desirable course for human consciousness. It is by the conflict of will and counter-will, of yes and no, of affirmation and negation, and in the resolution of these conflicts by decisions in the world of action that our ultimate selfhood unfolds. Moral opposites thus are as much a part of the process of growth toward wholeness as are opposites of another character. The simplistic notion represented by exoteric religion is that we have God, who is light, goodness, positiveness, affirmation, and benevolence, while on the other hand we have the principle of evil, envisioned primarily as the absence of good, an abyss of negativity, denial, malevolence. This religiosity declares that it is the duty of the human being to struggle against the negative pole and to strive toward the positive pole. Thus the good is within God, the bad outside God, and we are between the two, trying to follow the good but usually failing to do so with any degree of effectiveness. Jung was profoundly dissatisfied with this view and felt that it was psychologically unsound. Within the context of Jung's psychological thinking, good and evil are not absolutes but man-made judgments dependent on the values impressed upon humanity by culture and religion. Moreover, even within a generally acceptable framework of more or less evident moral demands of a natural morality, it is fairly clear that good and evil are not the two opposite poles of a linear dimensionality. Rather, they might be said to resemble a circle wherein going far enough in either direction is likely to associate one with the opposite polarity. As Jung himself phrased it, in the last resort there is no good that cannot produce evil, and no evil that cannot produce good. One might justifiably ask some fairly weighty questions at this point, such as, what does this mean in practical terms? Are persons capable of valid moral choices, and can they resolve the eternal moral conflicts in their lives, or should they give up in despair and discard such notions as good and evil, desirable and undesirable, altogether? To answer these questions is exceedingly difficult, for upon such an answer may depend the welfare of many individuals as well as of civilization itself. In our times, Jung's psychological teachings regarding the principles underlying human action might assume an added, even a crucial importance. It is a frequently repeated truism, reduced often to the level of nauseous triteness, that the moral values of the past have either totally broken down or at least are being most seriously challenged at the present time. As humanity seeks more and more urgently for useful and valid answers within the fields of ethics and morality, these issues assume a much more than academic importance and relevance. The key to the entire issue of the psychology of ethics is once again to be found in the fatal one-sidedness of Western culture. The Judeo-Christian ethic insists that the resolution of moral conflict must come about in the lives of persons by way of a conscious, rational choice. As long as the human being adheres to the externally revealed law and clings to the consciously recognized moral imperatives, striving to do good and abstaining from doing evil, all is well. It is all just a matter of choices made by consciousness and implemented by the rational will. If one is unwilling to follow this one-sided program, then one is accounted unworthy, sinful, subject to the directions of dark, diabolical powers. In contradistinction to this time-hallowed but disastrous attitude, Jung advances the proposition that moral conflict cannot be resolved by consciousness alone, and that traditional moral values and codes cannot be considered the ultimate authority. In addition to the conscious and its commandment, the unconscious and its command must also be taken into account. This is by no means the advocacy of moral anarchy. Jung never declared that we owe no individual responsibility to the world outside of our selfhood, and he never implied that the laws, regulations, and conventions our egos encounter within their field of operation ought to be invariably disregarded. He stated, however, that in addition to the outer world, responsibility is owed to the inner world. Man does not live by the bread of the conventions of society alone, but he also needs the nourishment that comes from the portion of himself that is older and far more powerful than state, church, society, or even family. We owe worship to the light, but the darkness needs and deserves our homage also. What constitutes an indivisible unity in the Pleroma, in differentiated consciousness, appears as a dichotomy, split in two parts. The self, or archetype of wholeness, is subject to discernment through conflict. The much publicized Antinomianism, lack of total subservience to the law of God, of the Gnostics appears here in a psychological form. Unlike the one-sided God concept of conventional religiosity, the God image of Jung and his Gnosis contains will, encounter will, God, and devil. In his truly Gnostic work entitled A Psychological Approach to the Dogma of the Trinity, Jung wrote, "The ability to will otherwise must, Unfortunately, be real if ethics are to make any sense at all. Anyone who submits to the law from the start, or to what is generally expected, acts like the man in the parable who buried his talent in the earth. Individuation is an exceedingly difficult task. It always involves a conflict of duties, whose solution requires us to understand that our counter-will is also an aspect of God's will. The religions of the masses demand obedience to God's will, while the Gnosis demands both obedience and disobedience. Not all commandments come from the true God, said the ancient Gnostics, for many come from a demiurge, whose law may be useful to the unenlightened, the psychics, or men of soul, but is counterproductive to the true Gnostics, the pneumatics, or men of spirit. The will of nature is not that of supernature. The law of the morning which is appropriate for spiritual infants must be broken by those who have progressed to the law of the evening, where the light of differentiated consciousness must be dimmed in order to admit the luminosity of the midnight sun of individuation. The Jewish Gnosis of the Kabbalah recognized this when it capitalized on the divine statement, in Isaiah 45:7, I form the light, and create darkness, I make peace and create evil, I the Lord do all these things. In Kabbalistic writings we encounter the teaching of the two inclinations, Yeser, and the advice that the Kabbalistic Gnostic is to love God with both of these. The right and left-hand pillars of the tree of life, and even more the doctrine regarding the terrifying kliputh or evil principles existing in conjunction with the same tree, bring to our attention a doctrine that postulates evil as a metaphysical reality in God. Isaac Luria, the most Gnostic of all the Kabbalistic teachers, said that the root of all evil lies in the very nature of divine creation, inasmuch as God created in order to manifest everything hidden in his own mysterious nature. The Christian mystic Jacob Boehme similarly regarded God's love and wrath, his brilliant light and burning fire, as belonging inseparably together, both being the effluence of God's eternal word, for life can only be when good and evil exist together, both in God and in man. The Kabbalah as well as the more daring forms of Christian mysticism are, of course, rooted in the wisdom of the ancient Gnostics who declared in the Gospel of Philip, the light and the darkness, life and death, the right and the left, are brothers one to another. It is not possible to separate them from one another. Because of this, neither are the good good, nor the evil evil, nor is life a life, nor death a death. Because of this each will be resolved into its origin from the beginning. We find then that the two manifest principles called in the second sermon God and devil are the two Gnostic categories of our own being, which were ever experienced by those possessing Gnosis as a duality rooted in an underlying unity. The self of Jung's psychology belongs to a transconscious realm, and therefore is not directly susceptible to conscious cognition, it is rather experienced through its good and evil emanations. The former of these might appear as the light and rectitude of the accepted values of consciousness, while the latter is the shadow that accompanies the light and acts as the demonic half of the psyche. The reader who is relatively unacquainted with the content of Jung's formidable literary output may be disposed to recoil with some horror at the conventional bogeyman-like term devil employed so early in the description of the Gnostic scheme of the seven sermons. In order to put this mythologem of the devil into proper perspective, it may be useful to recall the importance of evil and its reality to Jung. Indeed, his recognition of the importance of evil runs like a fiery thread through his work. Evil to Jung was a psychic reality in the life of the individual and of human society and history, but he was also conscious of evil as a numinous power, existing at the deepest or highest metaphysical levels of reality. Unlike the non-Gnostic religious spirit of so much of Western religion and philosophy, he did not expect the salvation of man, individuation in Jung's terms, to arise from a rejection of evil. The good god of light and the evil god or devil of darkness are equally ineffectual when it comes to the achievement of the human being's ultimate tasks. Above and beyond, or perhaps between these two powers, there is a third without which the two poles of existence have neither effect nor power. God and devil are united in a terrifying and majestic divine hybrid, a veritable god-devil whom Jung calls Abraxas. The third sermon, Part 1, Abraxas, the heavenly chanticleer. The awesome and mysterious figure of Abraxas appears first in the latter part of the second sermon. He is called initially a god about whom you know nothing, because men have forgotten him. In contrast to Helios, the god of light, and the devil, god of darkness. Abraxas appears as the supreme power of being in whom light and darkness are both united and transcended. He is also defined as the principle of irresistible activity and is the closest approximation to an active manifestation of the Pleroma one may imagine. In order to begin to apprehend Jung's conception of Abraxas, it may be useful to look at the relatively scanty information descending to us from classical Gnostic sources that concerns this mysterious archetype. Irenaeus, the late 2nd century bishop of Lyons and vociferous critic of the Gnostics, in one of his anti-Gnostic fulminations comments on the magical activities, images, and incantations by which the Gnostics of his day addressed the angelic rulers of the various heavens. After inventing certain names as if they belonged to angels, they proclaim that some are in the first heaven, others in the second, and then try to set forth the names, principalities, angels, and powers of the 365 fictitious heavens. These heavens, according to the account of the Church Fathers, were stated by Basilides to be under the overlordship of Abraxas, a terrible and overwhelming deity, whose resistless might was invoked in the many representations of his person, engraved upon many talismans and amulets. These were worn to ward off the limiting influences of the rulers of the world and to assist one's rising to the transcendental state beyond all stellar and heavenly powers. These jewels, often carved from costly gems and set in precious metal, did not suffer the fate of the Gnostic codices and other monuments but were saved by the greed of men for our edification. In this manner we have received from the Gnostics, not only the name and idea, but the magical likeness of Abraxas, for Gnostic talismans bearing the figure of the god were preserved in considerable numbers. The usually oval stones all show a figure with a human body, the head of a rooster, or more seldom of a hawk, and legs fashioned like serpents. The god's hands hold a shield and a whip, the former usually inscribed with the sacred name Iao, reminiscent of the Jewish tetragrammaton or four-lettered name of God, conjecturally pronounced Iave. The god is often mounted on a chariot drawn by 4 white horses, rushing along at great speed. The sun and moon shine overhead as if indicating that the polar opposites of night and day, silver and gold, feminine and masculine, come to an equilibrated state of dynamic union within this powerful symbolic figure. The most frequently mentioned explanations of the symbols embodied in the Abraxas figure are as follows. The head of the rooster symbolizes vigilant wakefulness and is related to both the human heart and to universal heart, the sun, the rising of which is invoked by the matutinal clarion call of the chanticleer. The human torso is the embodiment of the principle of logos, or articulated thought, which is regarded as the unique power of the human being. The legs shaped like snakes indicate prudence whereby the dynamic rulership of universal being governs its own all-powerful energies. The shield held in the right hand is symbolic of wisdom, the great protector of all divine warriors. The whip, held in the left hand, denotes the relentless, driving power of life that spurs all existence on. The 4 white horses drawing the chariot represent the tetramorphic forces whereby the universal libido or psychic energy expresses itself, variously called the 4 ethers of the power of the sun, the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and air, and in Jungian psychological terms, the 4 functions of human consciousness, sensation, feeling, thinking and intuition. Abraxas, rooster-beaded god with serpent feet, in whom light and darkness are both united and transcended. Understandably, one of the most mysterious features of Abraxas is the name itself, which, incidentally, is also used in the alternative spelling of Abraxas. An imaginative scholar, Samson Arnold Mackay, suggested that the name is a compound of 2 words, abir and axis, the former meaning bull and the second a pole, and that thus the name harkens back to a time when the cosmic new year, or vernal equinox, took place in the sign of Taurus, the heavenly bull over the North Pole or world axis. This idea, while incapable of verification, is by no means inconsistent with the known symbolism embodied in the figure of Abraxas, inasmuch as the vernal equinox has ever been regarded as the greatest point of concentration of magical power of the annual cycle, the birthday of the cosmos and of the gods, while the abir or apis, the sacred bull, was both the archaic symbol of the Earth Mother and the later symbol of Osiris, who is Serapis, the Osiris bull, was one of the undoubted prototypes of the resurrected Christ in Alexandrian Christianity, and thus in Gnosticism. The equinoctial bull, therefore, would lend itself to a magical name of the power, whereby the ever self-renewing divine energy rises at the Eastertide of the cosmos, bursting forth from the subterranean night of the Holy Sepulchre and victoriously proclaiming the dawning of the messianic light of the triumphant Christly Spirit. It is conceivable that the fertile magical imagination of the Egyptian Gnostics could make use of the name of this bull of the North Pole to invoke into their natures the personal psychological equivalent of this cosmic power in order to allow their own spirits to triumph over the guardian rulers who hold the human ego in their tyrannical grip. The meaning of the Abraxas figure emerges in even greater clarity, however, when the name is decoded in accordance with the numerological principles, which in both Jewish and pagan circles enjoyed great respect in the ancient world. The numeration of Abraxas in Greek is alpha 1, beta 2, rho 100, alpha 1, xi 60, alpha 1, sigma 200, which totals 365. Similarly, the Hebrew numeration yields the same total in the following manner: all F1, Beth 2, Resh 200, all F1, Kof 100, all F1, Samek 60, equaling 365. It has been suggested that the number 365, being that of the days in a year, would readily offer itself as an identification of the deity that rules over the totality of time, and by whose power time is both made and unmade. The unmaking of time, like the Buddhist endeavor to escape from the grip of the monster god Mahakala, ruler of the revolving wheel of duration, is a true Gnostic concern. In a sense it may be regarded as the hallmark of the true Gnosis, possessed only by the most highly accomplished pneumatic or spiritual individual. Abraxas, as the all-pervading energy of being, is thus the sum of and the liberator from the cycle of necessity, freeing man from the agony of time, or as Mircea Eliade called it, the terror of history. The 365 zones of the inner realm, which are outwardly manifest as the same number of days, represent the sum total of psychological obstacles which stand in the way of the freedom of the soul, causing its death-like entombment and limitation. It is thus evident that Abraxas, who is the power capable of liberating us from this cyclic bondage, would have held a great appeal for the Alexandrian Gnostic seekers after spiritual freedom. Not only does Abraxas bring freedom from the tedium of time, which brings frustration, old age, illness, and ultimately death, but he also stops the wheel of the cycles. Thus, he puts an end to repetitious experience, the blind, unconscious reliving of eons of unprofitable cosmic busy work resulting in nothing but further involvement in concerns that are irrelevant to the soul. Between the two often mentioned alternatives of a linear, historical ego consciousness and a circular, ahistorical unconsciousness, Abraxas stands as the third possibility of the eternally available timeless moment, the eternal now, the recognition and utilization of which brings freedom from time both in its linear and its cyclic aspects. In addition to its numerical value, the name Abraxas holds yet another significant secret, indicated by the fact that it is composed of 7 letters. These 7 letters have been taken to be related to the 7 rays of creative powers of the planetary spheres, which in Gnostic systems stand for both the creativity and the restrictiveness of the cosmos. The 7 rulers of the world, whose physical symbols are the 7 sacred planets, are said to be acting as the guardians and at times jailers of the soul. The unenlightened or unconscious person is ruled by the planets, or rather by the psychological forces and complexes which are signified by the planets. Thus the unconscious, or non-Gnostic person, is enthralled by the force of Mars when anger invades his personality, another may be possessed by Venus when under the spell of romantic desire, the curiosity and acquisitiveness of Mercury may dominate others, and so on. Unlike the common superstitious believer in popular astrology, the Gnostic considers domination by planets and other heavenly bodies as an invasion of his spiritual privacy, an assault on the sovereign prerogatives of his royal selfhood. Abraxas, the summation and ruler of the sevenfold planetary spectrum, is thus the true archetype of man's potential of spiritual freedom and independence from unconscious psychological pressures and compulsions. Origen, the Christian father, recounts how the Gnostic addresses the highest God, whom Paracelsus and Jung would no doubt call Abraxas, when in his work Contra Celsum he reproduces the following beautiful Gnostic prayer. Hail to thee, solitary king, bond of invisibility, first power, guarded by the spirit of foreknowledge and by wisdom. From this place I am sent on, pure, already a part of the light of Son and Father. Let grace be with me, yes, Father, let it be with me. When the Gnostic thus spoke to Abraxas, or to any other symbolization of the transcendental Godhead superior to all intermediary powers, he was in fact addressing vibrant energy, active spiritual power, a sort of an élan vital of a spiritual nature. The obstructive powers have themselves in their own time and way emanated from this radiant, vibrant, supercelestial first source, and in the course of their descent into the lower regions turned ignorant and at times malefic. Each power, or ionic emanation from the Supreme God, is more benign than the one beneath it and correspondingly capable of reflecting the character of the transcendental first principle in an increasing measure. Thus, the Gnostic soul rises from sphere to sphere, from ion to ion, in its quest for communion and union with the Supreme Source. After all tasks are accomplished, all purifications undergone, all spells changed and all holy deeds done, at the end of the great journey, there beckons the first mystery, the source of all gods, worlds, and men. This is the unknown, all-transcending, and all-pervading one whose name, according to Basilides and his modern amanuensis C.G. Jung, is Abraxas. This mythological framework, inspiring though it is, needs some contemporary amplification. The myth of salvation by ascension through the Ion seems at first radically different from the view of salvation as held by non-Gnostic Christians. Mainstream Christianity, subsequent to the Nicene period, came to hold increasingly that salvation is the result of a single, unrepeatable event, namely the crucifixion and death of Jesus in fleshly form. Versus this view, the Gnostics adhere to a concept of salvation or liberation which appears as a repeatable event in the present, a meaningful process of spiritual growth, both on earth and in the unseen realms beyond physical reality. Carpocrates quite boldly postulated this process as continuing through a number of lives on earth, and all Gnostic schools recognized that it continues through the heavenly spheres. The Gnostic depiction of the heavenly spheres was of course angrily dismissed by the anti-Gnostic Church Fathers and their successors as fantastic speculation. Apparently the guardians of churchly dogma never considered that numerous tenets of so-called Christian orthodoxy, including the virgin birth, the incarnation, and the resurrection, could seem also in the nature of fantastic speculation. Yet, there is much justification for this teaching in Orthodox tradition. The existence of the heavenly host and of the supreme deity as the Lord of these hosts is an undisputable feature of the ancient Jewish religion, from which Christianity drew so much of its inspiration. The Merkaba mysticism, of the early period, and the Kabbalah, of the later dispensation of mystical Judaism, are both dilated with ideas of the heavenly mansions and of the ability of the mystic to rise through these to the throne of God. The Gnostic notion of the heavenly spheres and of the ability of the soul to ascend through these to a state of communion with an Abraxas-like first power is quite within the basic developmental pattern of the mystical aspects of the Hebraic spiritual traditions. Neither is the concept of salvation as spiritual growth instead of as a one-time event of a divine sacrificial death an unheard-of position in mainstream Christianity. Both the Gospels of Mark and Matthew contain numerous parables of Jesus which represent the kingdom of God as growth. Mark 4, 26-29, 30-32, Matthew 13, 18-23, 24-30, 33. Paul, the almost Gnostic apostle, fills his letters with statements which indicate type. Although he himself underwent a dramatic metanoia or conversion experience, he regarded this experience as the beginning rather than as the glorious end of his spiritual growth. He states that he dies every day, that he strains forward to what lies ahead spiritually, that he presses on toward the goal. Similarly, in the Johannine literature there are numerous hints indicating that salvation is a process of the revelation of truth in the life of the individual. The two church fathers who were closest in time and geographical location to the flowering of Gnosticism and whose orthodoxy is not questioned today, Clement of Alexandria and Origen, both depicted the Christian life with the imagery of a ladder of ascent. Clement asserted that the soul progresses from faith, as one step on the way to Gnosis, which he regards as a subsequent, higher step. His vision of the true Christian, as given in his Stromates, could easily have been written by Basilides, or for that matter by Carl Jung. Leaving behind all hindrances and scorning all the distractions of matter, he cleaves the heavens by his wisdom, and having passed through the spiritual entities and every rule and authority, he lays hold of the throne on high, speeding to that alone, which alone he knows. Unquestionably C.G. Jung represents this throne on high as belonging to the highest but forgotten God whom he calls Abraxas. As we have demonstrated, this attitude toward the obscure figure of the Basilidean Gnosis is by no means unjustified. While some contemporary scholars, without true warrant, occasionally refer to Abraxas as the evil Aeon, equating him thus with a demiurge rather than with the highest God, there is adequate reason to agree with Jung's position and to accept that Jung was writing very much within the fragmentary, but still adequate, parameters of the Basilidean tradition. Though very little information about Abraxas is available, and his name appears only infrequently in magical papyri and in some Gnostic texts which show evident Egyptian influence, it appears nevertheless quite reasonable to assume that Abraxas was indeed a high and numinous archetypal figure in at least some forms of Gnosticism. By way of more or less purely technical interest, it might also be mentioned that some of the best-known Abraxas amulets contain at their base the word Sabaoth, a clear reference to the name Sabaoth, meaning hosts. It appears that some Gnostic hermeneutic efforts have utilized this word to describe another archonic being, a son of Eel Dabaoth, the ignorant demiurge. In two of the Nag Hammadi treatises, the Hypostasis of the Archons and on the Origin of the World, Sabaoth is represented as a power who repented of the dark deeds of his demiurgic father, came to worship Sophia, wisdom, and her daughter Zoe, life, and was rewarded by receiving light and becoming the ruler of the seventh heaven and the lord of the powers. The association of Abraxas with Sabaoth thus certainly appears significant. It may be that in some systems Sabaoth became a representative of Abraxas within certain realms, or it may be that at least in some myths Sabaoth and Abraxas became identified. In neither case can one or the other be legitimately equated with the demiurge. Thus, the objections against Jung's use of the name Abraxas as the highest god appear to be weakened on all fronts. The third sermon, Part 2, Jung's unknown God. The aforementioned elements of the Abraxas image make it fairly evident why Jung would have been attracted to this particular figure among the numerous denizens of the Gnostic ions. Abraxas clearly holds appeal to three Jungian principles: the union of the opposites, the striving for individuation by way of the gradual conquest on the part of consciousness of various unconscious regions, and the Jungian reformulation of Freud's concept of the libido as psychic energy or spiritual force of titanic magnitude, which is utilized by the psyche for its own mysterious purposes. No wonder Jung calls Abraxas in the last portion of the second sermon the unlikely likely one, who is powerful in the realm of unreality. Truly, this weirdly wonderful figure of the rooster-headed, serpent-footed man-god must have appeared to Jung as a most welcome archetypal visitor in his lonely chamber where he was instructing the obstreperous and riot-prone dead. It needs to be remembered, of course, that Jung was not the first or only scholar to resurrect the Basilidean divinity and make it a central figure of the Gnosis. In 1891 the German classicist Albrecht Dieterich published a remarkable work entitled Abraxas, based on a magical papyrus dating from the period around AD 350 and reposing in the Leiden Museum of Antiquities in Holland. Dieterich, rather like Jung in the Seven Sermons, represented Abraxas as the supreme god of the Gnostics in whom all opposites and partial realities meet. The papyrus in Dieterich's exposition puts forth a creation myth of sublime beauty and great psychological depth, which must have inspired Jung in a variety of ways. Among other things, Dieterich's Abraxas deals with the intriguing myth of the creation of the worlds by way of the seven laughters of God, the first of these producing light, the second the firmament, the third bringing forth the mind in the form of Hermes, the fourth generation, the fifth fate, the sixth time, and the seventh or last laughter emanating the goddess Psyche, representation of the soul, who, led by Hermes, the enlightened intellect, then fills the whole world system with motion and energy. Dieterich's writings, including his Abraxas, were seminal in the truest sense of the word, for they contained under the prefigurative cloak of comparative religious terminology many concepts which came to be pivotal within Jung's psychology. The school of religious history, Religionsgeschichte, represented by such men as Dieterich and Usner, has brought forth numerous insights from its vast storehouse of data on the motifs in various religions. These formed the prima materia for Jung's concept of the archetypes, as well as for such individual elements of his system as the anima, the theme of spiritual rebirth or individuation, and the union of the opposites. Another somewhat more controversial and obscure reappearance of the Abraxas figure is connected with the Nobel Prize-winning German author and contemporary of Jung, Hermann Hesse. In his first noted work Demian, written under the pseudonym of Sinclair, Hesse repeatedly refers to Abraxas. Published in 1919, just after the conclusion of World War I and after Hesse's permanent move from Germany to Switzerland, Demian was the book that established Hesse as an author of worldwide fame. His two previous volumes, Peter Commensend and Beneath the Wheel, had attracted little attention. Demian is a thoroughly Gnostic book, as anyone having the least knowledge of Gnosticism can easily discern. In addition to the references to Abraxas, Hesse utilizes several Gnostic themes, among them most prominently a Gnostic exegesis of the biblical story of Cain and Abel, which makes Cain appear in a light more favorable than Abel. Most remarkable, however, are the author's statements about Abraxas, which in their interpretation of the Gnostic image are extremely close to the interpretation offered by Jung in the Seven Sermons. In Demian the young Sinclair encounters a coat of arms, in which a heraldic bird, a sparrowhawk, figures prominently. Later, he dreams of the same design and paints it in vivid colors from memory. Ultimately he receives an interpretation of the dream and picture from his mysterious friend, Max Demian, which reads as follows. The bird writes its way out of the egg. The egg is the world. Who would be born must first destroy a world. The bird flies to God. That God's name is Abraxas. A teacher of classics, Dr. Follins, by way of a curious synchronicity, then expostulates on the figure of Abraxas, and concludes his lecture by saying, it appears that Abraxas has much deeper significance. We may conceive of the name as that of a godhead whose symbolic task is the uniting of godly and devilish elements. Young Sinclair then recognizes that Abraxas in effect represents the solution to a conflict he had experienced for some time. The world being divided into good and evil, and the conventional Christian God being only the God of good, Sinclair was impressed by the necessity of worshipping the wholeness, rather than only the luminous, good side of being. The next incident involving Abraxas occurs when Sinclair meets the musician Pistorius, a strangely Gnostic figure. This wild, brooding heretic responds to Sinclair's account of his recent interest in Abraxas, with the significant statement, one doesn't hear about Abraxas by accident, and don't you forget it. During a subsequent encounter Pistorius preaches what amounts to a genuine, passionate Gnostic sermon to Sinclair. Sinclair, our God's name is Abraxas and he is God and Satan and he contains both the luminous and the dark world. Abraxas does not take exception to any of your thoughts, any of your dreams. Never forget that. But he will leave you once you've become blameless and normal. Then he will leave you and look for a different vessel in which to brew his thoughts. Point 10. The possible sources of Hesse's interest in Abraxas, and more specifically of his unique approach to the subject, which closely resembles that of C.G. Jung in the Seven Sermons, have been the subject of bewilderment and controversy for some considerable time. See Proceedings of the First Pan-Aryan Conference of the C.G. Jung Institute, held in 1975 in Los Angeles, particularly the contributions of G. Quispel, James Kirsch, and Gershom G. Skolem. Admirers of Hesse are inclined to the view that Hesse brought forth the Abraxas image contained in Demian from his own creative imagination, and certainly no one familiar with the magical landscape of his many enchanting works would dismiss such a possibility as impossible or even improbable. On the other hand, various followers of Jung are inclined to see a direct connection between the Seven Sermons and Demian. These persons point to the fact that Hesse underwent Jungian analysis around the year 1916 and that his analyst, a certain Dr. Lang, might have had access to Jung's Seven Sermons and could have given the same to Hesse to read, so that Hesse may have received his Gnostic inspiration from Jung's small work. However, Demian was published in 1919, perhaps too early for Hesse to have included Jung's ideas on Gnosticism. Hesse is said to have denied any acquaintance with the literary corpus of ancient Gnosticism, although he was apparently never directly confronted with the question whether he knew Jung's 7 sermons. Miguel Serrano, the Chilean diplomat and poet who attained to considerable note as the result of his record of his 2 friendships with Hesse and Jung respectively, never mentions any possible connection between the 7 sermons and Demian, although he discusses the figure of Abraxas, both in Hesse's and Jung's treatment, at considerable length. It is curious that few if any persons seem to have considered the possibility that both Jung and Hesse may have experienced a typically Jungian psychological phenomenon roughly at the same point in time, namely that they met a newly emerging archetype, or to put in more poetic terms, they both had an encounter with Abraxas, as an autonomous being of great antiquity as well as of contemporary relevance. Jung amplified his Abraxas experience by way of his considerable learning in the field of Gnosticism, while Hermann Hesse relied primarily on his poetic imagination for surrounding Abraxas with the appropriate images and concepts. Yet, as it often happens, coming from 2 different directions, the 2 visionaries, both presented to their readers material of such similarity and internal consistency that the reasoning mind tends to assume a direct connection. Logical explanations are not invariably correct, especially when they involve the product of non-rational, creative, and imaginative processes. The emerging of a certain archetypal manifestation of Abraxas at a particularly critical time of European history, during and immediately following World War I, differing from, and yet organically linked with the original image given by Basilides and other Gnostics, would be a remarkable and meaningful phenomenon indeed. The fact that 2 of the most creative people of the epoch should have been chosen by the archetype simultaneously for its coming forth would be even more remarkable and pregnant with archetypal meaning, the full implications of which are still awaiting to be discovered. In both the latter part of the 2nd sermon and throughout the 3rd sermon, Jung shows a powerful awareness of the potentially negative impact his image of Abraxas may have on the conventional religious mind. Thus he ends the 2nd sermon with the words, "At this point the dead caused a great riot, because they were Christians." Alas, one of the first to cause a great riot because of the sermons, and particularly about Abraxas, was not a Christian, but a Jew, Martin Buber. Jung calls Abraxas the truly terrible one because of his ability to generate truth and falsehood, good and evil, light and darkness with the same word and in the same deed. The concept of an all-inclusive reality, wherein the opposites exist together and from whence they come forth without the terrors of moral judgment and fearful opposition, is not palatable to the non-Gnostic mentality of the last 1,700 years of Western religion. The Gnostics were repeatedly accused by their enemies of being dualists, that is, believers in 2 equal and opposite principles of good and evil. It may be justly advanced by Buber, or anyone else, that the figure of Abraxas in the sermons, or our interpretation of the same, is lacking in the kind of moral dimension that might make it relevant to the life of the human race. Such objections are rooted principally in the fact that persons in the Western world are accustomed to the Jewish-Christian Islamic God concept, which is personal, and therefore moral in nature. It must be remembered that this moral aspect of the God concept does not apply in the figurations of deity, or ultimate reality, in many other religions, particularly those of the East. Treatises of Vedanta philosophy, Buddhism, and Gnosticism regarding the ultimate deity often appear irrelevant to moral questions inasmuch as they are dealing with a reality above the dual categories of good and evil. Jung, in his intuitive knowledge of the Gnosis, recognized that, not dualism, but the recognition of the ultimate necessity for the union of the opposites was at the heart of the Gnostic attitude. With such descriptions as he is himself the greater Pan, and also the lesser. He is Priapo. Jung squarely identified Abraxas with the universal and undifferentiated psychic energy which he, himself, came to espouse in his work Symbols of Transformation. However, he also recognized that this same energy is incarnate after its fashion in the forces of the instincts, which are the lesser Pan, the blind but potent instinctual nature of humanity, symbolized by the perpetually eager and erect phallus of Priapo. The highest archetypes of the unconscious have been at times called the analogues of the instincts, and it may be equally correct to state that the instincts in turn are the correspondences of the archetypes. Thus Abraxas can be the fierce leap of the hunting lion at the moment of the kill, and simultaneously the tranquil beauty of a spring morn. He can be love and the slaying of love. He can be Christ, the Holy One, as well as Judas, his betrayer. Jung said once that no healthy, well-grown tree can disavow its dark roots in the lowly earth, for by so doing it would perish. The root system of the spirit is embodied in the instincts of the psychophysiological organism of humanity. Only at our great peril can we cut ourselves off from these roots, for without them the very tree of our being will fall, and the lovely blooms of our ideals as well as the brilliantly plumed heavenly birds of the archetypal psyche will be destroyed. Yet Buber and the Christian theologians, following in the footsteps of Hippolytus and Irenaeus, accused Jung of deifying the instincts without sanctifying them. They could and would not understand that the darkness within the psyche must be accepted, understood, and ultimately reconciled with the light, in a state of wholeness that is neither light nor darkness but a condition that is both, and yet more than either. The divine hybrid whom Jung calls Abraxas is the living and symbolic refutation of the philosophical attitude of the excluded middle, or as it may be colloquially called, the either-or philosophy. The unholy alliance of Semitic moralizing and Aristotelian logic which invaded and conquered Christendom by way of the works of Thomas Aquinas immersed Western humanity in the method of the absolute categorization of all things into an attitude to be characterized as either this or that. Light and dark are envisioned as being in conflict because our thinking has come to accept the idea that both cannot exist together. Life and death are imagined as polar opposites, and the human being is, of course, enjoined to choose life. Hence suicide and other forms of self-destruction, or even the destruction of a tiny fetus in the womb, appear as dreadful crimes to the Western religious mind. This sort of thinking is peculiar to the differentiated consciousness of the ego, inasmuch as the ego is dominated by only conscious motives and considerations. It is perfectly true that in the world of the conscious ego, dependent for its reality image on sense perception, things and beings are always either this or that. A chair is quite plainly not a dog, a sunny day not a rainy day, and so forth. On the other hand, the psyche, which is composed of the unconscious as well as of the conscious mind, does not deal with such sharp and clear-cut categories. Have we ever met a human being who was either wholly stupid or totally intelligent, completely decent or totally rotten? Obviously not. For in human nature, the mysteries and profundities of the psyche preclude any possible validity being attributed to such categorical judgments. In the psyche, and particularly in the unconscious component of the psyche, the opposites tend to coincide. The conscious is exclusive, for consciousness, not unlike a light beam, is defined by the surrounding darkness of unconsciousness. The unconscious, on the other hand, is inclusive. It deals in the category of both rather than in either or. Not that dualities are absent in the unconscious, far from it. We would be missing the mark indeed if we were to attribute some Advaitin non-dualism to the deeper strata of the psyche. The god Helios and his opposite number the devil, described in the second sermon, are very much present in the totality of the psyche, including the unconscious. The principle of the unconscious, however, is not so much the accustomed conflicting dualism as the much more seldom envisioned complementary dualism. In the unconscious the opposites complement each other, while in consciousness they shut each other out of conscious attention or moral approval. In the unconscious, whether in the murky depths of the instinctual libido, the lower pan or priapo, or in the airy heights of the numinous archetypal psyche, life is generated and regenerated by the power of Abraxas, which is impersonal, amoral, non-discriminating, fearless, merciless, invulnerable, and ever active. In the fourth sermon Abraxas is mentioned as the activity of the whole, thereby indicating that it is energy, or force, that characterizes this principle most clearly. But what is this energy used for? What are its purposes? Obviously, Abraxas exists for the perpetuating or enhancement of life, by which we must understand the life of the psyche, although physical life may not be excluded. Jesus is said to have stated that he came so that men might have this life and have it more abundantly. The dynamism of the psyche can be said to always reside at the point of equipoise between the binaries, where the balancing of the polarities liberates the energy which ordinarily would be used up in the conflict of the opposites. Not that conflict is undesirable, or evil as such. It needs to be recognized, however, that conflict is useful to and productive of the growth and enhancement of our being only when it leads to a resolution by the inclusion in lieu of the exclusion of the opposites. We may perhaps best apprehend this difficult idea when applying it within practical psychological considerations. No psychological conflict is ever truly resolved when one opposite wins out over the other. Only when the opposites are reconciled on a plane or in a dimension superior to themselves can we say that there has been a real solution. This recognition, in fact, distinguishes Jung's therapeutic method from those employed by other practitioners inspired by less profound theories. In Jungian psychology there is no easy way out of a psychic conflict by associating oneself with one polarity in the conflict. We must, as it were, not only fight on the side of the angels, but occasionally we must join the host of the fallen angels also. The two psychic antagonists must be allowed to commingle, to react upon each other, so that out of their battles and wounds, their agonies and struggles, after many transformations, there may emerge a new and changed self. This self will present consciousness with a solution to the problem that in all likelihood will turn out to be a true resolution, a renewed, or novel and superior way of solving the conflict, which in the previous, untransformed state of the psyche would have been unthinkable and impossible. It is perhaps not too far-fetched to suggest that this kind of subtle resolution, occasioned by a point of equipoise emerging between the two contending forces, has a profound bearing on the mystery of Abraxas, as indicated in the 7 sermons, or more particularly in the 3rd sermon. Between the two opposites, God and devil, betwixt and between the night and the day, at the very crack of the dawn, stands the majestic Chanticleer, the rooster-headed god of cosmic and psychic energy, drawing his strength from both the night and the day and preparing to race with his chariot drawn by the white steeds of the dawn to a world beyond earth and stars, out of time and out of mind. Another useful example of the practical utility of the Abraxas concept may be found in the social and historical sphere. We may ask ourselves, why are death and old age such a terrible social burden in the context of contemporary Western civilized society? Why is it that in other historical periods persons were able to live gracefully in old age and enjoy both wisdom and the respect due to wisdom, while in our times we see nothing of the sort? Why was death once a familiar acquaintance, not to say an intimate friend of humanity, while today it is an enemy no less dreaded for being politely ignored? The reason for these contemporary regrettable social phenomena might very well be found in the above-noted philosophy of the excluded middle. Our reasoning has come to declare to us with accurate but disastrous logic that life is good, therefore death must be bad. We must consequently, if we are to think rationally and logically, affirm life and deny death. We ought to cling to the former and shun the latter. If we have no reconciliation of the opposites, if we must choose in the usual either-or fashion, then obviously we must choose life. Thus life becomes the central affirmation of all values, while death becomes the ultimate negation of them. Since most of our value systems are centered on life, death means to us the destruction of all values of life. Death becomes not only the end of physical embodiment but of meaning, indeed of existence itself. All of this is the direct result of consciousness being dominated by ego thinking. Since that which is conscious cannot conceive of itself not being conscious, the loss of consciousness in death must appear as the loss of existence as such. From this psychological attitude comes, not only our ignoring and rejection of death, but our rejection of the perfectly natural process of aging, with its attendant cult of perpetual youthfulness. When we reject old age in the abstract, it is only logical that we will also reject those who appear as the carriers of the phenomenon we reject, and thus we shut away our aged into dreadful warehouses designed for their concealment rather than for their care and true welfare. Let no one remind us of death, or of age, for life and youth are good, and therefore death and old age are bad, and why indeed should we be reminded of bad things? Jung, along with the ancient Gnostics, stresses the completeness of reality. It is the fullness of being that matters seems to be his constant watchword, which he shouts at us again and again in a variety of ways. Jung's attitude toward death reflects this unitary approach. While he abstains from any deterministic forecasting of the fate of consciousness after the dissolution of the body, Jung continues to quietly and unobtrusively affirm the existence of some sort of a continuity beyond the grave. This attitude was rooted in his conviction regarding the mutuality and complementary nature of the opposites at the psychological level. As light is significant, not because of itself, but because of its relationship to darkness, so death becomes important because of life, and life is meaningful because of death. Death is part of life, and life is part of death. Moreover, from a classical Gnostic point of view, it would be easy to argue that the author of our disastrously one-sided attitude toward death is none other than the foolish demiurge of Genesis, who in the 3rd chapter, verse 3, of that scripture makes it appear that death is the result of man's sin. If death is the result of sin, then it follows that death must be associated with evil, and life becomes the gift of God, even as death appears as his curse. Similarly, old age is represented as a condition of labor and sorrow by Holy Writ, an affliction that is organically connected with death, the consequence of sin. It was religion and nothing else that began the great heresy of separation, of the philosophy of the excluded middle. If one is to take a Jungian psycho-historical view of this fact, one can recognize that the early, demiurgic phase of religiosity in the West was directed toward differentiation, the wrenching of consciousness from its ionial slumber in the unconscious. The Gnostic effort, on the other hand, is directed toward individuation, the reintegration of differentiated and alienated consciousness with the unconscious. Thus, conventional religion divides, while Gnosis unites. These two tendencies appear contradictory, and they most certainly are in conflict with each other, but they also represent separate developmental phases of the growth and development of the human psyche, both on the individual and the collective levels. Even as it is regarded normal for youth to be at least partially characterized by an extrovert and passionate involvement in the external world, so it is understandable that the religiosity of the adolescence of culture would be of a differentiated and extrovert character. On the other hand, maturity of the individual as well as of culture should bring with it a reflectiveness and regard for the inner realities and mysteries of the soul. In short, it should be productive of wisdom. No wonder then that the god of differentiation is a fashioner or architect, demiurge, while the principal mythic figure of the individuational spirituality of the Gnosis is Sophia, who is wisdom embodied. The greatest resistance to the unifying or Abraxas vision of being comes as the result of the fears of human establishments of the moral and ethical implications of such a vision. The ancient Gnostics were accused of Antinomianism, or the attitude of being opposed to the moral law, especially as revealed in the Decalogue. Buber only voiced a perennial anti-Gnostic paranoia when he objected to Jung's Abraxas on the grounds that a god who is both devil and God at the same time leads to an attitude of moral anarchy within the individual. Yet it is perfectly obvious that the sort of moral absolutism embodied in conventional religion is and must remain unacceptable to both Gnosticism and to modern depth psychology. Freud nourished a fierce hatred against religion precisely because he found that the religiously based strictures of society against the manifestations of the libido worked havoc in the lives of people, and this recognition still stands as valid. Psychology cannot and should not endorse divinely revealed moral absolutes as if they were the laws of the psyche. Gnostic religiosity would adopt a position very similar to the psychological one. Gnostics recognized the need of the individual to function within the accepted rules of the outer world, but they saw no need to build these man-made regulations into divinely instituted commandments from which there can be no deviation. Moreover, they recognized moral law and discipline as quite helpful to certain persons belonging to the category of less developed people who are in need of discipline for the strengthening of their spiritual muscle. On the other hand, they also recognized that discipline exists for the accomplishment of certain specific goals, and when these goals are met, the discipline becomes superfluous. The Gnostic is in fact not an antinomian, against, nomos, law, but a seeker after autonomy, autos, self, nomos, law, inasmuch as he strives for a state of consciousness wherein his own law is declared to him day by day and moment by his indwelling divine intuition. It is in the dusty, bloodied and tear-soaked arena of daily existential confrontations with life, and not in the library of Bibles, Korans, and Gospels, that the Gnostic discovers the law that is applicable to his particular and individual condition. Human nature needs neither sanctification nor deification at our feeble hands, the sanctifying forces as well as the deity indwelling having been planted within it before the beginning of time and the fashioning of space. In his description of Abraxas, Jung presents us with a veritable litany of characteristics, somewhat after the pattern of his recounting of the paradoxical attributes of the Pleroma in the first sermon. It is readily recognized, however, that while in his description of the Pleroma he emphasized the existence of the numberless pairs of opposites which exist as equilibrated qualities of the Pleroma, in his characterization of Abraxas, he is particularly intent upon bringing forth the dynamic, overwhelming power and activity of the cosmic Chanticleer. While some of the attributes of Abraxas appear as opposites, such as the delight of earth and the cruelty of heaven, their main distinguishing feature is irresistible energy. As the Pleroma represents the supreme fullness, majestically remote and quiescent in its sovereign and numinous splendor, so Abraxas is the embodiment of this abstract fullness in cosmic and psychic activity. Yet, as mentioned before, it would be a grave misapprehension to equate Abraxas with some sort of a conventional Gnostic demiurge. It would be much more correct to say that he is the force without which all demiurges would cease to create, and he is also the liberating force whereby wisdom and love are enabled to accomplish their work of emancipating the human soul from the thraldom of the cosmos. Above all, Abraxas is terrible. This word, we feel, needs to be understood, less in contemporary vernacular terms, but rather in the sense of the Renaissance man's terribilita, which was a quality to be both feared and admired and was said to appertain to all naturally great and outstanding persons. Abraxas is thus terrible in the sense that Pope Julius II or the fierce Duke Caesar Borgia were terrible. His whip is not unlike the knotted rope of Jesus whereby he dispensed the blows of his wrath to the money changers in the temple. This terribleness is not the hallmark of evil or of benighted arrogance, as one might find in the case of demiurge, but rather it is the natural manifestation of titanic force, which inevitably fills human consciousness with dread and trembling. What then must human consciousness do with this terrible Abraxas? Jung's answer is clear in its awe-inspiring impact. To see him means blindness, to know him is sickness, to worship him is death, to fear him is wisdom, not to resist him means liberation. To immerse one's consciousness in the fierce dynamism of unconscious life, either by contemplation, by thought or by religious worship, is counterproductive. The excesses of psychedelic drugs, of mind-numbing and ego-shattering substances and practices throughout the ages, bear eloquent testimony to this. Brief episodes of egolessness, of an immersion of ourselves in the maelstrom of raw life energy, we may regard as not only permissible but useful. Not a few alienated persons of modern culture are indeed in need of discovering the Abraxas power within themselves, somewhat after the fashion of Hesse's Steppenwolf. As the fear of God has been envisioned as the beginning of wisdom, so the fear of Abraxas is said by Jung to be wisdom. This fear, as a holy commixture of awe and caution, will prevent the individual from either underestimating or foolishly provoking the titanic forces resident in the nucleus of the atom of the soul. The most important injunction to be found in Jung's sermon, however, is, not to resist him means liberation. To resist Abraxas means invoking the supreme disaster. The fierce dynamism of life will not be denied, it will break into the field of consciousness by some means or other. The Romans said wisely about nature, Naturam expellis furca, tamen usque recurret, you may drive out nature with a pitchfork, but she will speedily return. Nature, whether regarded as the outer nature of elemental forces or as the inner nature of psychological forces, cannot be successfully resisted by consciousness. Wisely indeed wrote William Blake, sooner murder an infant in its cradle than nurse unacted desires. Acceptance of and permeability toward the promptings and designs of the unconscious is the way to liberation, individuation, gnosis, or whatever word may apply to describe it. Repression, one-sidedness, the unwillingness to accept the waters of the great underground stream as they well up are sure ways to serfdom and bondage. Repression of the unconscious dynamism leads to our enslavement by the very forces we wish to repress. It is thus that whenever we do not resist Abraxas we advance our true liberation. What should we say in summation of this third sermon, containing Jung's terrifyingly sublime description of Abraxas? It would be fair to say that the figure of Abraxas meant more to Jung than all the other powers and mythological figures mentioned in the 7 sermons. In spite of the controversies which at times have surrounded Jung's use of the figure of Abraxas, we may be assured that this figure proves Jung's Gnosis and Gnosticism more clearly than any other item of evidence. Whether Jung's interpretation of Abraxas matches in exact detail the understanding various ancient Gnostics are said to have had of this figure is not particularly significant. The Nag Hammadi Gnostic scriptures, as well as other, earlier discoveries, clearly indicate that Gnostics were never adverse to the use of the same name or term in a somewhat different or novel context. There is no way of knowing today whether the way in which Jung treated the figure of Abraxas in the 7 sermons, and, one might say, Hesse treated it in Demieri, may not approximate some of the ancient Gnostic views more closely than some scholarly conjectures. If we accept the simple and evident proposition that Jung was a Gnostic, albeit a modern one, how could he have been any other kind? Then he acted in typical Gnostic fashion when he modified the existing Gnostic myths and mythological figures and gave them the kind of attributes and content which his own Gnosis required. This Jungian conception of Abraxas may be summed up by declaring that it represents the dynamism of the fullness of being. Certainly the image and figure of Abraxas in this sermon is of such existential power that one can safely say that it is alive. The relevance of Abraxas to contemporary concerns has been most eloquently expressed by the aforementioned poet-diplomat Miguel Serrano. The modern Christian and the Western world as a whole has now reached a point of crisis, and the choices open seem less than attractive. We neither want one of those apocalyptic catastrophes which have so disfigured our past history, nor do we want the dehumanizing path of the Orient which would result in an irremediable lowering of our standards. Perhaps then the only possibility that remains is Abraxas, that is to say, a projection of our souls both outwards and inwards, both to the light and to the deep shadows of our biological roots, in hopes of finding in the combination of the two the pure archetype. This pure archetype would be the authentic image of the God which is within ourselves and which has been sunk for so long, like Atlantis, under the waters of our consciousness. Thus Abraxas would also come to mean total man. As Jung declared to the same Miguel Serrano, no one truly understood him, only a poet could begin to understand. It is thus fitting that we should conclude this commentary on the 3rd sermon by quoting another poet, William Blake, who in his Gnostic and prophetic visionary frenzy may well have written of Abraxas when he proclaimed, "Where the son of fire in his eastern cloud, while the morning plumes her golden breast, spurning the clouds written with curses, stamps the stony law to dust, loosing the eternal horses from the dens of night crying, Empire is no more. And now the lion and wolf shall cease."